Hey, how's it going, everyone? Just back in with another live stream. Just impromptu one, just kind of bored. My hours got reset today, so I have 20 hours remaining on StreamYard. And, I just thought I would, get this started right. I'll put the link in the chat. I think ETT is going to drop by, the notorious BIG. And, any of the people that I know, feel free to join. Again, this is more just kind of passing time. Nothing deep, prepared or anything like that. It's almost like too many things are going on at once right now. It's, it almost makes it hard to talk about, really. But, I'm open to talk about, whatever people want. Just played some golf today, and then the weather wasn't that good, and it was really slow, so I didn't finish my round. So, just kind of doing nothing really. We got ETT right here.
Hey, Shalom, man. What's going on, man?
Yeah, Shalom. What's up, beloved? What's up, man?
Well, hey, man. I mean, we got some stuff to talk about, man. I don't know if you've seen it, but Two Letter J did a 7-hour live stream yesterday. You seen any of that?
Dude, I saw the first bit. I was gonna join, but I had to wake up early to play golf. But I saw the first few minutes. So what happened?
Yeah, man. I mean, I was only on there an hour because my battery was running low. But yeah, there was one cat on there. Brother's name was I think it was Midas or something like that. And basically, he was just getting emotional. I challenged him with a couple things, and I just what's those cats like the Sakari, right? Set him up for the trick bag, right? Set him up for the kill.
Yeah,
is what I did. I asked him certain questions. I asked him, does God deceive people? He tells me no. Then I go to the verses that say he does, and then he said, oh, well, you're just doing that, so you're adding your own opinion to it. Then I asked him, can I eat a mouse today if I wanted to? And he said, oh, yeah, that's totally fine. Then I went to the verse that says those who eat the mouse will be consumed. And he said, well, that already happened. You know what I'm saying?
So that's the same guy that carried over from LoP's stream, right? It's the same. Yeah. Dude, that was epic, man. I don't know, man. LoP is probably resting right now after that, dude. That was insane. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I think one of your future streams is how to argue with a brick wall or something like that. And that's perfect. I mean, I don't know what to say. That's what we're arguing with, man. We're literally arguing with a wall, man. So I don't know.
Yeah.
So
and of course, obviously, I entitled it that, making fun of these, tried and refined guys, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it literally is, man. I mean, hey, look, if they want to come on and discuss a new topic, then they're welcome to do that. But I mean, why go over the same thing? We've already done it with them. Maybe 5-6 times now. We've had debates on the same topics. It's like, come on, it's getting old at this point. I told the one cat, he told me, hey man, stop by. We'll make sure everyone has a fair, turn, to talk. And I told him, hey, I thank you for the invitation.
Yeah.
But it's like, hey, look, you're not going to change my mind. I'm not going to change your mind. Right. So there's really not much of a reason to go back and forth. You know what I'm saying?
I would say there's a little bit of wiggle room on the mark of the beast, but as far as Mystery Babylon, like, what wiggle room do we have, man? Like, that's again why I realize now there's no point in even talking to anybody unless they acknowledge that America's Mystery Babylon. It's come down to this, and it's, who would have thought, that Mystery Babylon would be revealed so clearly in my lifetime, but I have no doubt that that's the case. And I will never change my mind. Like, certainly not from their opinion and them yelling at us, telling us, I'll meet you on the streets and all that kind of stuff. That's not going to help. That's not going to help me change my mind. Like, oh yeah, you're going to come and like, what, do what to me? Like, that's not the new covenant talk. That's not the way people in the new covenant should talk. So just for people to understand, the people we're making fun of are a group of people who were a derivative of GMS Chicago. Then they branched off into their own group, and now they're kind of sprinkled throughout YouTube, I guess. They believe we're living in the new covenant. So their position is that God is going to implement the mark of the beast in the new covenant. Okay, so I don't know what to say, dude. Like, that's just funny, you know. And then they actually admitted that the mark of the beast is still coming. So their idea of being in the new covenant, enjoying the new covenant, is God implementing what's called the mark of the beast. So I don't even know what to say, man. Those people are, as ETT would say, those people are fruit. So
yeah, man. As I said, man, those ITR brothers, I mean, those guys are just too much, man. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, we got
But
LoP.
yeah, man, it was.
But yeah, what's going on,
Okay.
man? Like, I don't know, man. Like, what's left at this point, man? Like, it's just like putting a hot knife through butter at this point, man. It's just easy.
Hey, well, I got something new for you, man.
Yeah.
There was an individual in the chat, I believe his name was Trojan or something like that. Like, oh man, I won't even make that joke. Guy's name is Trojan. Shout out to anybody who knows what I'm thinking of. But
Sweet.
you know, he came in the chat and he was saying that
In my chat right now, or
no, on
okay.
mine earlier. I just sent him a link to hope that he stops by. But what he was telling me was that I asked him, is it a sin to get a tattoo? And he basically told me that at the verse that speaks about making cuttings in the flesh, is just talking about for the dead. So he said it is okay to get tattoos and stuff like that.
That's wild, dude. I mean, it just shows that all of this was a conditioning, you know, like throughout our life, because the Christian church, they're down for whatever, man. So, you know, even tattoos are ultimately a conditioning for the mark, whatever a person believes the mark is. It's all, if that's okay, then yeah, I mean, what's the difference, you know? So yeah, I mean, the Christian church is instrumental to making sure this happens. So it's amazing, man.
Right. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. So as I said, going back to the discussion the other day, man, I mean, hell, those cats were clearly going off, man. The one guy told me, because I asked him directly, you know, I was trying to set him up, you know, for the kill shot, so to speak.
Yeah.
So I asked him, you know, can I eat, you know, a mouse today if I wanted to? He said, oh, yeah, man, that's totally fine. Then I went to the, you know, the verse off the top of the head, right?
Yeah, I'll read it. I'll read it.
Right. But wait a sec, real quick. He said that already happened. So then I told him to read the from 15 on down, and he told me, oh, well, that's the Old Testament. So all of that pretty much happened.
Even if it happened in the Old Testament, why does it doesn't mean that it's okay now? You know what I mean? Like, that's such a silly argument. Like, let's just say whatever they say is true. Okay. All of this stuff happened in the past. Okay. Well, that doesn't mean that it's okay now, you know, like to America just be a demon, or to eat like the mouse or whatever. I'll read the verse just so people understand. You and I know what verse this is. Isaiah 66:17. They that sanctify themselves and purify themselves in the gardens behind one tree in the midst, eating swine's flesh, and the abomination and the mouse shall be consumed together, saith the Lord. So,
and you know what's funny?
Yeah.
The he actually called backup. He called in one of his buddies, which is a so-called apologist or something like that, onto the show.
Yeah.
So I only had a few minutes to deal with him because my phone was at like 20%. And then, of course, when I got off, they were like, oh, well, you're running from it. It's like, wait a second. I told Jay before he been hopped on that my phone was running low. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you know, the guy came on, and when I brought up that verse to him, which of course I asked him the question first because he joined, I asked, can I eat a mouse? And he said, yeah, you can do that today. So I went to that, and he told me that basically that's talking about those who are doing like satanic, you know, idol practices or something like that. I don't know where the hell he's getting that from.
Again, it's like, what risk is it to take it literally? You know, like what's the point? Why not? I guess, you know what I mean? Like, I don't understand. Like that's a risk anybody's taking if they don't take that literally, what I just read. So I don't know, man. I think we're set up for this quote unquote alien invasion. You know, you've been pushing Blue Beam for a long time, right, ETT, on your channel? Just kidding.
Well, hey, you want to know an interesting fact, man? You want to know an interesting fact? The first video I ever done was actually on the Project Blue Beam. I believe it was on that. What was that spiral that people were seeing? I talked about that a little bit, which now, of course, I understand, you know, more deeper. If that makes sense about, you know, what's going on. But yeah, that was my first, you know, video I put together was on the Project Blue Beam. So I thought that was interesting to mention that.
Yeah. And look, people, we're not stupid. Could God's left-hand side be putting some things in the sky for us to film? Yeah, we don't doubt that. That doesn't mean that the chariots don't exist. Okay, we know God's left-hand side are full of a bunch of goofballs, but every single sighting is from the government. That's impossible. Come on, like that's crazy, dude. Like that's a lot of different things that they'd have to be doing, and they're just everyday average people that are catching them, and then they're doing maneuvers that no one knows, you know, and so or no one can understand. So you know, everybody has to make a decision. You know, first and foremost, why are these sightings happening now all of a sudden? You know, why now?
That's a good point, man. And if you do the research on it, you can look up the maybe say the UFO hotspots, excuse me. And you know, you'll see that primarily where these sightings are taking place, of course they're happening, you know, all over the world, but primarily it's over here in America. That's primarily where most of these sightings are taking place.
True.
Yeah. So these tried, you know, and refined brothers. I mean, hey, look, man, these guys don't know what the hell's going on, man. That's all I'm gonna say.
I wouldn't even call them butters, man. I honestly wouldn't even call them butters at this point. I don't know what they are, man. I wouldn't even call them sisters, even, man. Like they're just lost, man. Like they're so. I don't understand. Like we're so late in the game. How could somebody be that off? It's just like, how can you be that wrong this late in the game? I don't get it, man. It's just absolutely nuts. We got Bible Defender going to join here. So, CD, what's up, man?
Hold on.
All right.
But real quick, I'll mention this real quickly.
Go ahead.
Because when I was watching Sacramento's stream yesterday, which of course that character Mike and Midas were on there at the end, that was interesting. But
you guys can hear me?
Thing that they were,
we
hear you, man. But one thing
how y'all guys doing? Y'all right?
Yeah, we're okay.
We'll give it to you in a second,
right.
man. ETT is just going through his story. Go ahead.
Yeah, but what happened was, you know, Sacramento, you know how he's always like chill on there, but then he really got, you know, upset because then they started to debate about the what is it, the Jesus is God or something like that. They had a heated argument about that. I recommend everybody go give that a watch later. But yeah, man, they were on there saying that Christ, right, Yahushai, is the Most High. So my question to them would be, if you go to what is that, Revelation chapter 3 and verse 12, Christ speaks about the temple of my God. He mentions multiple times in the verse, he mentions my God. So wait a second, who is the God of God? That would be what I'd like to ask them.
Right.
What about John? What about John 15:10?
I can read that.
He said, "Even as I kept my Father's commandments."
Right, exactly. They're not his commandments. He didn't come up with them. Exactly. John 15:10. If you keep my commandments, you shall abide in my love, even as I have kept my Father's commandment.
Right.
So there's a relationship between the Most High and Christ that he has to stay within certain bounds, parameters. So that's.
How do you explain this? Can somebody give me? What is it? Matthew 20. When Yahushua said, "Pass this cup from me."
Right. Yeah. Who is he praying to? Himself? Exactly.
Or are you guys gonna tell me, you know, that the Most High Himself got weak? That's wicked.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, right. He's talking about. I believe he's talking about Matthew. What is it? The 26th chapter. God wants to pull that up.
Oh, 26.
While he's doing that real quickly, I want to read this. This is the book of Revelation, chapter 3 and verse 12. It says, "In him that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my God, and he will go no more out, and I will write upon him the name of my God, and the name of the city of my God, which is New Jerusalem, which comes down out of heaven from my God, and I will write upon him my new name." Right, but what's the point of the matter is, who is the God of God then?
Right.
Well, that's Christ speaking at the end, right? So it's like they can't get around that.
Yeah, Christ is the highest spirit on the Most High's right-hand side, and then Christ has his own right-hand side, and the highest, you know, and he has a hierarchy. So there's a structure, you know, there's an order.
How do you explain Colossians 3:1? That's a clear cut.
Let me get this Matthew 26 one first. Where is this in here? Might be a bit later down.
Let me see. Oh, it's verse start at verse 38, but it's in verse 39.
Okay.
Actually, let me read it because I'm here,
ahead.
so I'll just read it real quick. Matthew 26 and verse 38 says, Then he said unto him, My soul is exceedingly sorrow, even unto death. Tarry ye here and watch with me. Here's the point here. It says, And he went a little further and fell on his face and prayed, saying, O my Father, if it be possible, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, not as I will, but as thou wilt. Right. So who was Christ praying to then if he is the Most High?
Right. It's Elohim, dog. Who am I? You know what's funny, man? Their freaking rebuttal to reincarnation was mad funny, dude. They quoted Wisdom of Solomon 16:14, and this is really all they got. This is all they got to support their notion that reincarnation doesn't happen. Let me read this. Wisdom of Solomon 16:14. A man indeed killeth through his malice. So it's talking about a man, like just an everyday average man. And the spirit, when it is gone forth, returneth not, neither the soul receiveth up, come again. So all it's saying is that if a man killeth, he can't bring that soul back into that body. That's God's discretion now. Okay.
Yeah, what I would I'd like to see their explanation of what is that? 2 Ezra 16 verse 17. Right? He said, Who would deliver me in those days? I'd love to see what they think about that verse.
Right. You can't dance around it, as far as their judgment being happening in the last days. There's just too many verses. We pointed out the Daniel one, the Job one, that one, 2 Ezra one, this generation shall not pass one. I mean, we could literally go on and on.
Hey guys.
Hey, LoP, what's up, man?
What's up, LoP?
They have to acknowledge. They have to acknowledge that the soul will experience judgment on Earth. So that's why I asked them, like, what about all these lies and all this evil? When does that get judged? They ultimately have to believe that soul is going to go into some spiritual punishment, or else that soul has to come back. So I don't know how they dance around that. It's impossible. Reincarnation's out.
A lot of guys don't believe in reincarnation because that's something like you got to be on a high level to see.
Right. Agreed. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Let me say this.
There's levels to this thing, right, ETT? There's levels.
Yeah, man. Hey, look, these cats are on a low vibration, man. But I don't know if you guys called it or not. But when we were watching LoP's stream, they basically said, when we brought up about the John the Baptist, what is that? Matthew 17, verse 10, where Christ says that John the Baptist was Elijah, but they were saying that he was basically coming in the spirit of Elijah, is what they were basically trying to say.
Dude, I gotta cut for that. This is just more of like a qualitative proof. Okay, we have instances in the Bible on God's left-hand side where Christ says that a group of spirits will travel, and then if you rid of one, then 7 will come back and consume the body, live in the body. So we know on God's left-hand side you can be quote unquote demon possessed. You can have multiple spirits in your body. Why would that not work on God's right-hand side? When they were talking about Elijah's spirit going into Elisha and all that kind of stuff, there's no issues. Okay. Do we fully understand how that works? Of course not. How do we know how a spirit goes into a pig and then throws it into the water? We don't know how that works, but it does. Okay. So
I got a good precept for that.
People are so inconsistent. Go ahead.
If you go to what is that? 2 Ezra's the 4th chapter. Ezra wanted to inquire the things of the highest, but the angel told him, hey, look, if you're not able to tell me the things, down here, and he gave him, free things to tell him. He told him, tell me the weight of smoke, bring back a day that has passed.
Right.
And he told him another thing. Right. You want to pull it up, but the point but the point is, he wasn't able to do that. So the angel told him, if you can't do this, but how can you search out the things that are of the Most High?
Right. Yeah. 2 Ezra 4:5. And I said, tell on my Lord. Then he said unto me, go thy way, weigh me the weight of the fire, or measure me the blast of the wind, or call me again the day that is past. For God, that's easy. So this is the kind of God we're dealing with. It's amazing.
Right,
so,
right. And if you read,
do we understand how reincarnation and the judgment? No, we can't, because we can't understand that. Like how God decides what soul goes where. That's impossible. But we know it happens.
Right. Yeah. And if you get the next couple verses under it, he's like, well, who the hell is able to do these things? Right. And the angel told him, hey, look, if you can't even do these things, then how can you search out the things that are of the heavens, right? How can you search out the things of the Most High? You can't tell me these.
Yeah, exactly.
What's that music, guys?
I'm not sure actually.
This Bible Defender?
I apologize. I'm outside.
No, it's good actually. I liked it. Hey,
LoP, man, I'm sorry that ETT left you alone like that, man. That was rude, by the way.
And then he also roasted me on his live stream. I saw that.
Yeah, but to leave you hanging like that,
he always brings up the, are you in the new covenant? Is it sin to eat pork? Like ETT, you gotta like talk about other things as well.
No, but LoP, I have to defend him, man. No. Because that's a brainwashing from the Christian church. We need to hear that every day, man. Every single day.
I didn't. I know. It's just that with the new covenant and this is absolutely not such a simple topic with the new covenant. It's not a clear.
But here's the deal, Joseph or LoP. Here's what they're doing. Just so you know, you probably know that they're evil just based on the way they handled us. What they're doing is a bait and switch. This is what they're going to do. This is what the Christians do. They come with this, smooth sounding words like butter. Okay. And then what they're going to do is switch and say, oh no, we're in the new covenant. No worries about the mark.
That's why
Let me finish my point. That's why they keep pushing this new covenant stuff. They're not just doing it randomly for no reason. These people are going to come and try and hook people into that and then be like, oh, no worries. This is not the mark of the beast. No worries. That's what they're going to say. They're lowly.
Which is why, near the end, I got really pissed off. And I deleted the whole stream because I was they were so
belligerent. They were belligerent.
Because I don't understand. Like they keep saying, I forgot it, but anyway, they were keep asking me this and about like the two witnesses, and I said, you never claim to be one of the two witnesses, right?
Dude,
I told them that yeah. So anyway, they were just. And they kept did you say that? Did you say? Or did you not?
Yeah.
I was going. That's why I said all those things. What I said and whatever.
Let's let ETT chime in. Go ahead.
Hey, real quick, I got a scripture for everybody.
Yeah.
And this is exactly what these guys are doing. This is the book of Psalms chapter 55 and verse 21. It says, the words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart. His words were, listen here, his words were softer than oil, yet were they drawn swords.
Bam.
Right, so those guys came on there calling you, oh yeah, we're all brothers, right? We're all just trying to, be friendly and build, beloved, right? But they got, you clearly see, they were trying to, put you in the box is what they were trying to do.
Right.
That's a good analogy for them. Yeah.
Bait and switch. That's it. No, the only reason we know it is because we've been in the 501c3 church. We know exactly, come, you'll be saved if you say the prayer and come pay your tithes and this. We've been there. We've been there, done that. We're not doing that again. Hell no. I'm not.
I know about it, but I haven't been in there. My family is though.
all I'm saying is these people are coming by with this basically Christianity 2.0. It's exactly what it is. It's just Christianity remix. So it's crazy, man.
And another reason why I said I don't want to debate those guys, because if you listen to what he said, if you listen closely to what he said on ETT last live show, he said, excuse my language, it was the first live stream we ever got on when we went to their platform. He said, I don't know what's the MOTB. I don't know if it's the trip. I don't know if it's the thing. I don't know if it's the thing, but just don't take it. Wait, what do you mean? You got to pick one.
Yeah. And let me read Revelation 19:10 to remind everybody out there. These butters don't have a testimony. Okay. So just so people know, we call people these butters because that's an inside joke based on ETT. Okay. He knows some things. Spelling's not his strength, but he's got other strengths. Revelation 19:10, and I fell at his feet to worship him. And he said unto me, see thou do it not. I am thy fellow servant and of thy brethren that have the testimony of Jesus. Worship God. For the testimony of Jesus is the spirit of prophecy. So even if they had an opinion, they're not prophesying. We asked them, what's their testimony? They said, we're in the new covenant. That's all they wanted to say. That's not a prophecy, man. So
no, and they said they would not prophets at all.
Right. So what are they doing then? They shouldn't be reading the Bible. That's the issue. That's what we know now. So you don't have to be a prophet per se, but you have to have an opinion on Revelation. Why? Because it's happening right before our very eyes. Okay. Right. We got freaking Omnitron, everything going on, man. Like, damn, dude. It's crazy, man.
I mean, let me say this, man. I was listening to the stream that Jay did when I hopped off,
Yeah.
and there was one guy on there. What he was basically saying is that, well, there's only 10 commandments today because the other laws the Lord gave to the Jews, right? So they don't apply today because salvation is for everybody. So no,
Wow.
we don't have to follow any of the other laws today. It's basically what he was saying.
Salvation's for God's elect. Okay, that doesn't mean it's only them, but the Bible is actually very specific who it's for, and those people are going to be aware of God's laws. Definitely, that's why. Not to get on you, Joseph, but like that's why it's good to keep talking about it. First and foremost, we keep talking about it so we do it.
Well,
ourselves.
no, I wasn't saying that, but I watched actually 3 hours of Jay's live stream, and they were saying something about that. You know, the moral laws of God in the Mosaic law is actually what we should strive to keep. Yes, but they were saying not the, as far as the like the shaving of the beard and the other uh, such thing, like the mixed fabrics probably too, like
my position
these were for the Jews, so he was right in
but here's
that,
the deal,
I
LoP.
guess.
Here's where you have to be careful. This is where you have to understand the Bible, is that the more you do those, the more you're going to get rewards. Okay, are we able to do all of them? I agree, we cannot. But the more you do them, you're going to get rewards on the other side. So it's never a bad time to talk about that. That's where the Christian church has hoodwinked people. Oh, you just pay your tithes here, and you just act like a damn buffoon. You're going to be in heaven. No. If you do more of God's laws and incorporate them, it's a process. You get rewards on that side. So we're supposed to remind people, first remind ourselves, don't do do the beard stuff, do the clothing stuff if you're into that stuff. That's what we're supposed to tell people. Okay, and ourselves.
Right. Read Matthew the 5th chapter.
Let me chime in real quick.
The greatest in the kingdom of heaven.
Exactly.
Real quick, before we read that, let me chime in on this real quick. My question to these guys is, when did the Most High ever change? Because this is the book of Hebrews chapter 13, verse 8. It says, Yahweh Shai, the same yesterday, today, and forever. Right. So when did the Lord change how he views certain activities? Right. When did the Lord change that? And
never.
They can't
He did not. He did not.
The only thing I can say, you can go.
Here's a good one, man. You could take this after Matthew 5:19. This is not add up to 24 by coincidence. Whosoever therefore shall break one of the least of these commandments and shall teach men, so he shall be called least in the kingdom. So God leaves open that it's possible they can still get in. He's merciful. Listen to this. But whosoever shall do them and teach them, the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So why is it talking about the commandments? Why isn't it just saying being a damn buffoon like Good Serpent, talking about Jesus all day? That's a big difference. And so God's about action. Okay. When could this God ever be hoodwinked by just a bunch of smooth words? He warns us about other people trying to use smooth words to us. So why the hell would he get seduced by smooth words? Go ahead, BD.
Oh, if you read Matthew the 24th chapter, it speaks about the Lord speaking about false prophets. Go not into the desert. If they say, "Lo, Christ is here and there." So the Lord gives you strict, like ways to beware of certain things. He said, if you read Revelation, the 2nd chapter, it says, we tried them who said they're apostles and they're not.
Oh, and this rolls out our good friend Samuel Owens, the Matthew 24 scripture. Right, that rules him out.
Done.
But
why do you call him Owens? His name is Samuel Owen, not S at the end. But
no, ETT likes to refer to Samuel in the plural because he's the Trinity. He's 3 in 1.
Okay, I get it. Okay,
we talked about that before you got here, so no worries. Matthew 24:11, and many false prophets shall arise and shall deceive many. Let me read that again. And shall deceive many. Our government is prophesying. You know how they say we're going to go to space in 2035 and colonize the moon and all that? That's a prophecy. Okay. And people are deceived by that. Okay. That's a stupid one for us, but everybody is quote unquote a prophet when you really understand. And the Bible even says we're not even supposed to go and say we're going to go and do business and do this and that. That's a prophecy. That's why people are like, you're not going to go and do that if God doesn't want you to do that. So that's the language. That's the language that God's right-hand side would use, is that we're not even supposed to say what tomorrow is going to happen because we don't know that's for certain. I'll pass.
I know what you're talking about. In the book of James, he's saying,
exactly.
if the Lord will, we shall do this and that.
That's why these job interviews are evil, because they say, what's your 5-year plan, 10-year plan? We're not supposed to be able to answer that. We're supposed to be like, I don't know. Okay. I don't know what's going to happen 5 years from now. So,
right.
But anyway, that's just the way.
They asked me that once too, actually. Yeah. Not on job interview, but it was after I did some exam, and I said, like, I don't know. I said, like, maybe I want to leave my country, but that's about it. Yeah.
But LOP, I'm not trying to get on you about that law stuff, because I know that you and I are on these every day, so it's sort of maybe boring for us. I'm not trying to be rude to God's word, but for other people,
it's not boring.
No, but I'm just saying, just for other people who listen because they watch the streams afterwards, it's a good reminder, because I need the reminder. Because again, we came out of this man-fool system, this Christianity system, which said you just be just an idiot basically, and just go give out gospel tracts, and then Jesus will love you.
No, of course. I mean, you're right that
or pass out pamphlets.
People need to hear this.
Yeah,
you're right.
Absolutely. And just do what Vocab does. Just Vocab just goes and talks to a bunch of people, thinks that he's doing ministry and all that. And then I was married to this chick who worked for this guy, who we found out later is basically a sexual predator. This guy flies around the world and talks about Jeebus and all that. We find out that he's just a monster. And so people think, like, people even to this day are defending him, like, oh, he's some great guy, but no, he was a pervert. Okay, so people actually think that's what God wants from us. But when you read the Bible, take it literally, we start seeing, wow, man, God's laws, they're alive, man. Literally, they're alive in Christ. But that's just the way it is. So we know that now. Right. It's what it is. Go ahead.
Yeah, but it's definitely very important topic, man, because I believe they mentioned in the stream the question about what is sin, and basically they were saying something else other than what it is according to the scriptures, right, because we know what is that, 1 John 3:4, where sin is the transgression of God's laws. So wait a second, he said that there are no laws to follow today other than just the 10 commandments. So it's like, well, wait a second, what about the shaving law, the fabric law, the putting markers in your flesh? Those are not mentioned in the 10 commandments,
right?
So I mean, how, according to that logic, they must agree, according to them, that they don't exist anymore. So I mean, it's just, these guys are too much, man.
Wait, you mean the
tattoos?
Yeah, and it's like, I want people to know those are all things that we're warned. If it wasn't in the Bible, then how would we know? Like, but it's there, and they're ultimately there to protect us, because now we see what's going on with Corolla, inside joke. They're not putting good things inside of you. So God's doing that to protect us, because he knows what's
I got a precept.
Yeah.
I got a precept real quick. This is Revelation chapter 14 and verse 12. It says, and here is the patience of the saints. Here are they that keep the commandments of God and the faith of Yahushua.
Right.
Right. So we clearly see it. We are to keep the commandments, and that doesn't just go under the 10 commandments. There's more commandments that the Lord gave other than that, because what does the word commandment mean? The word commandment just means a law or a statute, right? So what these guys are saying, that when I listen to them, they say, oh, well, God only gave Moses the other laws. And then someone else on there said that, well, the other laws, those don't matter. It's like, well, wait a second. If you go to, what is that, Exodus, the 20th chapter, where Moses gets the laws, right? The Lord gave him the 10 commandments on the mountain. But then when he came down, he gave him other statutes to govern over the people, right? The Lord gave other laws, such as Leviticus 11, dealing with the unclean foods. Let me mention this.
Somebody could read Revelation 22 and 14 too.
I'll give you this back ETT, but I just want people to understand, because I've studied, accounting for, being a CPA, no longer anymore. But if you read the laws, the tax laws, they're like thousands and thousands of pages. So if this evil system will make very, very detailed laws about how you're supposed to behave and, all that, why the hell would God not have detail? Well, okay, like, just think about this logically. Like, think about all the freaking rules that we have about traffic and, driving your car, and, you got to get a license to pretty much do anything, to even get married, which is stupid. Why would God not have laws? Okay, just do whatever you want. Like, come on, like, just think about that logically. Revelation 22:14. Blessed are they that do his commandments. Wait a minute, that might be a mistake. Let me read it again. Blessed are they that do his commandments, that they may have right to the tree of life and may enter in through the gates. Sorry, that they may enter in through the gates into the city.
That's a clean cut.
Wait a second. So nobody's going to mention that this is on literally the last page of the scriptures?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a spiritual KO.
And you know, I be thinking about scriptures like that, you know, because that's ultimately a motivator, because it's like, hold on, that's the last book of the Bible telling me I have to do this to get this.
Right.
You know,
let me read the next verse. For without are dogs and sorcerers and whoremongers and murderers and idolaters and whosoever loveth and maketh a lie. Wow, that's deep, man. So
let me mention this real quick. I asked the one individual, the so-called apologist that joined, right? The guy's name was Gus. I asked him this question. I asked him, were there any unclean animals today? Because he was saying that the Lord made all animals clean. I believe he was going to what is that? Peter's vision in Acts, the 10th chapter, is trying to say, well, all food's made clean. So I asked him this question real quick. Let me pull this verse up. So remember, he said that today there are no unclean animals today. So listen to this. Revelation chapter 18, verse 2. It says, and he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the great is fallen, has become the habitation of devils and the hold of every foul spirit. And listen here, and the cage of every unclean and hateful bird.
Right.
Wait, but he said there were no unclean animals today. So how does it get around
that's
that?
a cut.
You don't understand. Even the animals are defiled. They're being genetically mutated over the years too. So
right.
God's not cool with that too. Like, come on, man. Like, you don't think God knows that all these animals are being squished together and like jammed with their own version of the Corolla wax?
Wait. They giving animals vaccinations.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
Animals got it tough too, man. Shout out to the animal kingdom, man. We feel for you guys, man.
Shout out.
It's not good for you guys.
For real.
Yeah,
all the chemtrails in the air and all of that, GMOs.
I mean, hell, man. I don't know if y'all looked into it, man, but there's been stories out there about certain animals. I'll say, such as like dolphins. You know, they can beach themselves, right? They end up killing themselves. So even animals are taking themselves out. You know, here in this. Modern time, man. That's
why God's he's got to kill everything. You know, it sounds morbid and scary, but he literally he's got to burn all the animals too. Like, you know, I'm just being real. That's what it says. So
fire is the best cleanser.
Right. Exactly. That's what's coming, man. And honestly, like the reality is, I don't know why people think this is so. Again, I'm not trying to say that this is easy, but we're not asking people, and this is a lecture to myself. We're not asking people to do this for like 100 years. Okay, this stuff's happening like soon. You know what I mean? So we're in the fourth quarter. If you look at the image for this live stream, we just got to hang on for this last little piece. Okay.
Right. We literally. I mean, any second they gonna say on your news, World War III has officially kicked off. Russia has let off a nuclear missile. Okay, I'm telling you.
Well, I mean, I just saw that Iran's ready, so we know that. You know, we'll disagree with the timing of it, but we know that these nations are nuclear ready. And so if you don't believe that nukes exist, I would just say pull up a chair and grab an iced tea and go on your patio. And then, you know, God's going to show you, you know, for all those dum-dums that don't think God's doing that. All right. So he'll prove it to you. So no worries.
And the thing about, these dudes, the thing about
what is that? What is that drink?
Yeah, but think about these dudes, you know. They've been, you know what it is? They feel like they've been bamboozled. They feel like, oh, like try to refine. I'm gonna give you an example. They feel like, oh, you know, we followed, you know, GMS or whatever, and they feel like everything that they taught was wrong, which is absolutely not true. Yeah. See, the thing is, what you have to. Okay, I'll give you an example. I learned, you know, about the Earth. Boom, that is flat. Boom. We understand that Romans 13 wasn't talking about the government. Boom. Now let me give another example. Let's say I believed Great Millstone that Romans 13 is talking about the government, right? And then let's say I want to go, you know, start following, you know, what they tell me to do, because wait, Great Millstone told me that Romans 13 means follow the government, right?
Right.
So then now what? Now I'm going off. So now they feel like, oh, everything they taught was wrong. So you know what? Everything they taught, we gonna make up some other shit. Babylon is Rome. The whole world is going to be destroyed, you know, all type of bugged out doctrines, you know, just because we feel like, you know, we're being emotional about something that happened in the past, you know. It's just crazy.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Let me even chime in on that.
ET, I'll give one precept. I'll give one precept to that, and I'll pass it to you, man. You can have it for as long as you want. Ecclesiasticus 21:15. This is exactly what BD144 is getting at. Don't throw out the baby with the bathwater is what he's trying to say. I will never say that Tahar is teaching everything wrong. Absolutely not. How could somebody like that teach for 30 some years and not be spiritual? It's just, what would he would just be, we would have found out that he's a total liar at this point.
Exactly.
So, but this is what a wise person does. Ecclesiasticus 21:15. If a skillful man hear a wise word, he will commend it. That's what we do. If it's true, we'll say it and add unto it. Okay. Listen to that. But as soon as one of no understanding heareth it, it displeases him, and he casts it behind his back. Okay, we're not supposed to do
beautiful.
ETT.
Yeah. I just wanted to add in, man. No, it's a scary thing because I don't know about you guys, man, but I remember watching those guys. They used to be the GMS Chicago camp. You know, what is it, 3, 4, maybe 5 years ago? It used to be the GMS Chicago camp. So they were on there. I remember watching them. You know, their camp videos and their sit downs. They were pretty much on point. But then they started to go off because then they were talking about, well, Babylon will be taken down by volcanoes. And then they got kicked out over the flat earth stuff. And slowly but surely, they ended up, getting, totally, mixing it up, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? I mean,
wait,
maybe
volcanoes in terms of, you mean Babylon in terms of...
but LoP, just so you know, they believe the fire is going to come from volcanoes. Okay.
Yeah, but in Babylon, USA, or Babylon
everywhere, I guess.
What they believe everywhere. Okay.
Everywhere, yeah.
Well, that's...
I'm not saying the Most High couldn't do that.
He could, yeah, because
I'm not saying
there's gonna be he said there's gonna be like global disasters and stuff. So,
but what they're trying to do ultimately is take God out of it. That's what they're doing. The chariots, you take chariots out, how can God reach, and do the things that he's supposed to do? So they don't want God, basically. That's what they're doing with that, with that teaching and the chariots and all that. So, and ultimately reincarnation, what they're doing is they're taking away God's sovereignty. The Most High is in control of the left and the right hand side. Okay, they don't want that understanding. That I think ETT was speaking on that yesterday, that God's behind the deception. We know that now. And so we know that those guys are sent to us because we have some amount of truth, we believe, to come and just sort of be reprobates.
Right. So, hey, real quick. Hey, Monica, go ahead and pull up Matthew chapter 7, start at verse 24, and read to verse 27. This is a good precept, right? This is what happened. We can use those tried and refined guys as a good example of this. They started off well, but they built their house, spiritually speaking, upon a faulty foundation.
LoP, I got to admit, what I felt a bit like was Peter yesterday, when, he left, Jesus alone, do you know him? I didn't, it's like I denied Joseph 3 times, so I feel bad about that. But
wait, you mean when you left the stream?
Yeah, dude, I feel bad about that. But just, I think, when those people start threatening violence and all that, you should just kick them off. You know what I mean? That's not right.
Yeah. And I don't know what I was doing. I was literally at that time, because in the previous 60 hours, I slept 5 hours. So
ETT was too busy playing video games. He didn't even bother to help, but I mean, that's just what it is. So
I probably shouldn't have done that stream at all, actually. So
I'll read Matthew 7, 24, 27. Therefore, whosoever heareth these sayings of mine and doeth them, I will like him unto a wise man which built his house upon a rock. Verse 25, and the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat up upon that house, and it fell not, for it was founded upon a rock. Verse 26, and everyone that heareth these sayings of mine and doeth them shall be likened unto and doeth them not shall be likened unto a foolish man which built his house upon the sand. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat upon that house, and it fell, and great was the fall of it.
Right. So that's a good example of these try and refine guys, man. They started off doing all right, but then over time, they ended up, getting faulty, and now we see the state that they're in right now, man. I mean, hell, that's pretty damn bad, man. I mean, looking at what they were doing years ago and now looking at what they're doing, I mean, hell, man, that's a scary thing, man.
Yeah. King Manny's trying to get on, dude. You're absolutely never welcome on my stream ever again. Get the hell away from my channel. Unsubscribe, you complete moron, dude. Get the hell away from me and my channel. So, no, you're not coming on this panel, you retard.
Wait.
Who are you referring to?
What did Manny do?
King Manny, this Dumbo. He always writes TMoG in the chat and expects to try and come on my panel like a complete idiot.
Hey, I like that brother. I like that brother. He's pretty cool. What happened, man?
Moron. but that's fine. You know, he just tried to come in the back chat. I just kicked him out.
Wait,
but,
didn't you used to do? Didn't you? Wait a sec. Wait, hold on a second.
Yeah.
My God, didn't you and Manny used to do videos back in the day, man? I like Manny. That brother's cool.
Then he posted a video on his channel about with like kind of like half naked women, and I'm like, I can't be associated with you anymore. So I kicked him off my panel, and he's never come on my panel since then. So.
Hey, well, he's welcome on my panel, man.
Yeah,
hey, man, stop by ETT next
go to
time.
ETT's panel, man. Go ahead. So, you know, that's fine. But again, for people out there, what I realized yesterday, fundamentally, seeing that those locusts of demons come after LoP was if you don't have common ground, it's just going to get like that, you know. And the Bible even says this, you know, how can you walk hand in hand with people if you don't agree? If anybody out there does not agree and actively push that America's Mystery Babylon, we got nothing to talk about in the times that we live.
Hey, man, I mean, hell, we don't even have to call them locusts, man. I mean, hell, that was a demon horde that came after LoP.
Correct.
I mean, yeah, I just want to say, you know, with them, it was always confrontational, but with us, you know, we are mostly just friendly and talking, and we're not trying to, you know, like make threats like they did to.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. It was just like,
but it just
and
shows.
They're talking like, oh, let's break bread, but then they can say like, oh, you know.
But LoP on a spiritual level, we kind of know what they're all about, because like they're trying to get disciples. They're trying to get new covenant disciples. They just don't know that it's. I mean, definitely not with me. Those people are stupid. Just in general, they're stupid. Like before we even open the Bible, they're dumb. But you know, when you start opening the Bible, you find out they're really, really dumb. But yeah, I mean that's going nowhere. I mean, if you read Revelation 17 and 18 and come to any other conclusion that's America, I don't know what to say at this point. Like I really don't know what to tell you. Like we're not going to on anything. We're not going to like the same.
Another thing.
We're not going to like the
another
same
thing with those dudes. Another thing with those dudes, like. You know, like by their fruits, you could tell they haven't fully put away that old man. You know,
yeah,
you could tell. You know, by the extra getting emotional, wanting to fight and things of that nature. I mean, come on now. You don't. First of all, you don't know me from a whole nother war. I don't know you from a whole nother war. What's all the, you know, it's just like those guys. They just show so much carnal. You know, it's just like they're just that whole camp is gonna fall and be destroyed. But Lord willing, you know, they can see. Well, you don't got that much time to see because this place, this place is done.
Yeah, present your testimony and let's see if it happens. You know, and if mine doesn't happen, then make fun of me. You know, I say that regularly. So, but they didn't even have a testimony. They did not even present a valid testimony. That's why, really, the few people that I talk to regularly on this panel, we at least have a testimony. Okay, we'll disagree on certain things, but those people didn't even put their name in the hat, so to speak. You know what I mean? So. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, whatever.
Yeah, man. I was just gonna say, you know, you can tell that guys are getting, you know, weak, and you can tell they're cut by them acting emotional. And I'll give a good example of this, because when I was on with, you know, Sacramento and Midas yesterday, you know, we started off the conversation all, you know, nice and, you know, friendly, but then as he got cut, because I asked him certain questions, you know, I was just trying to mess around with him to see if he knows a lot, because he sounded like that he was on a level, right? He sounded like that. But then I tested him as like, does God make evil? He told me no. I went to it. Is God behind the deception? He said no. I went to it. Can you eat mouse today? He said yes, you can. So I went to it and didn't disprove it. So how could I tell he got cut? Because all he did in a response to it, he didn't address the scripture. But what he did rather was he was basically saying, oh, you know, he's attacking my profile picture and trying to make jokes and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Yeah, I watched that. Yeah.
Once that happens, you win, man. Like you just kick them, man. Just get rid of them. So, you know, that's a low vibration. You know, with the
but he's Jay's friend, so he couldn't have kicked him. And
hey, I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, I'll be back. I have to take a phone call real quick. I'll be right back.
Two leader held his own actually yesterday, man. That was actually kind of funny. But
you mean you watched that 7-hour?
No, with you. When he was on there with you, like. He's been watching enough of our videos now that I think he knows quite a bit, you know, about the Bible, and maybe he knew already. But yeah, he
knew already. It's just he focuses more on the Freemasons and and that type of stuff. So
right.
And the also like the conspiracies and stuff.
which those guys don't go into. You know, when you start bringing that stuff up, they're like, oh, why are you going to conspiracies and all that? Well, it's like, dude, everything is revolved around that right now. Like, how can we not talk about that? What the hell are you guys talking about? So these people are stupid.
Look,
It looks.
You gotta, one thing you gotta do to keep your understanding firm, you gotta keep going over those breakdowns. You gotta keep going reading. You gotta keep reading the scriptures. Build your faith. You know,
Right? Yeah, agreed.
You know, if you don't not consistently in them scriptures, you're gonna start becoming a demon. You know, because the scriptures speak about you being idle. You know, what does it mean to be idle? Right now, I mean, we're talking about the scriptures, but you're being idle, not taking your time out to read them scriptures. You got to be holding into the scriptures every day. One more point. The scriptures tell you, it says, I think is in, if I'm not sure, but I'll quote it. It says, search the scriptures daily, for in them you think you have eternal life. Right. So you gotta get in these scriptures daily, because this is the only hope you have.
Agreed.
You know?
I know that
Islam,
verse, he
not
searches
anything else.
scriptures and you think in them you have eternal life, and they are
Right,
which testify of me, or something like of Christ, right? Yeah.
I'll get that one, actually. I'm not familiar with that one, actually. Let's see.
Yeah, that one is in John, I think. Gospel of John, maybe.
I think it's John 5:39.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
That sounds
I know it's in John, but
yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, I mean, this is really do or die. You know, I'm not trying to exaggerate, but we're at the point now where we can't go to our government, we can't go to our family because a lot of them are down with this system. We can't go to our job. Some people don't even have one. So our money's going to fail us, and that's Bible prophecy. So you can't even trust in silver and gold. So we got to trust in this. John 5:39. Wait a minute, that adds to 44. Interesting. Search the scriptures, for in them you think you have eternal life, and they are they which testify of me. That's all the scriptures. Okay, not just one or two, which these dumbos are freaking cherry picking here and there, trying to prove that the Bible doesn't support reincarnation when it's basically in every single chapter. It's every single book in the whole Bible. Give me a break, man. Come on. The Bible does not make reincarnation. It doesn't.
No, you missed.
And I was gonna say also the with the money you said, like that in Ezekiel chapter 7 it says, neither their gold nor their silver shall be able to deliver them in the day of God's wrath.
Exactly.
Or
another good one.
If you read Proverbs 11, or somebody read Proverbs 11 and 4, that's a precept.
Okay.
That's a good precept right there.
Yeah, this money system is not even money ultimately. It's just a number on a screen. But Proverbs 11:4, riches profit not in the day of wrath, but righteousness delivereth from death. Deliverance, 11 times 4, 44, the elect. Zephaniah 1:18, neither their silver nor their gold shall be able to deliver them in the day of the Lord's wrath, but the whole land shall be devoured by the fire of his jealousy. Okay.
Oh, so but in Ezekiel 7 there was something similar, I think.
No, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
The language is the same. Yeah. For he shall make even a speedy riddance of all them that dwell in the land. So really, this is the worst time in human history to be rich, because that money is, I mean, first of all, you can't even use it because you're on lockdown. So, and there's clearly another one coming soon. So, yeah, man, like, what's the point? Like, this is all we got. What other religious options are there? Islam, bunch of dummies. What's Islam doing?
Yeah, you can't even travel, and that's one of my main thing I used to like to do, and now I can use money just to buy food and drinks and
yeah.
You know what else is so crazy?
It's so boring. That's why
you can't even romance a chick because you have to lie to her every other word. So what the hell's the point of that either? Because like that's stupid.
Hey, somebody grab Isaiah chapter 13, verse 16. And read to verse 20, right? Start at verse 16, read to verse 20, because it goes over the gold that we mentioned, and it also proves that this hasn't happened to ancient Babylon. So we'll knock out
which verse gets us right to the money, ETT? Let's try and get right to the money.
Verse 16 and 17.
I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you. I'll read the whole thing. Isaiah 13, 16 to 20. Their children also shall be dashed to pieces before. Wait a minute. Let me read this. This is not funny. Their children also shall be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses shall be spoiled and their wives ravished. Verse 17. Behold, I will stir up the Medes against them and shall not regard silver. And as for gold, they shall not delight in it. Their bows also shall dash the young men to pieces, and they shall have no pity on the fruit of the womb. your eyes shall not spare children. Does this God sound like he loves everybody? For anybody
This is
listening?
brutal.
Heck
Are
no.
those wait a second. Are those arrows talking about real arrows?
Yeah, clearly they can be plugged from one end of the earth to another. If you have a really strong arm, you do a lot of push-ups, maybe you can.
Maybe Samson could do it because he was the
Those
strongest man
people are so dumb, dude. They're so I'll say that right to their face too. I'm not scared. I'll tell them right to their face they're stupid. Verse 19, and Babylon, the glory of kingdoms, the beauty of the Chaldees, excellency shall be as when God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. Oh, so he's gonna overthrow freaking Rome, and no one's gonna give him flip about that. Verse 20, it shall never be inhabited, neither shall it be dwelt in from generation to generation. Neither shall the Arabian pitch tent there, neither shall the shepherds make their fold there.
Oh, that's a cut. That's a cut because people are still dwelling over in Iraq today,
right?
Where ancient Babylon. I mean, hell, hey, look, man, I can go on YouTube right now and I can look up tour of ancient Babylon, right? And you have people living there in, small communities. You can tour, the ancient city and sites they have there. So people are still there. So obviously this hasn't happened yet. Yeah. According to them, they'll sit there and say it has. But it's like, well, wait a second. How the hell has it happened already if it says no one's going to dwell there anymore?
Swift dressed like a damn Babylonian with his freaking, when he used to do those live streams, street preacher, he dressed like he was a dude in Babylon. So that's probably why your Wi-Fi is all jacked up, man. Because he's probably literally live streaming from Babylon. This guy's a complete moron, dude. Like, you can't argue with him.
He fixed that, though, on my live stream.
Yeah, but you can't fix stupid, man. And that's not our job. our job is just to laugh at them at this point. So
ETT has a top half of Betty Ripson, not the bottom half.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's a good point.
We're tap dancing on them, man. It's just a joke. So, it's to me, for the people that come by here, it's basically a bit of a victory lap. And I would just say for people out there, man, enjoy it. All those years of us, laboring, and everybody labored differently. I don't want to trivialize it, but anybody who's come here and at least interested in the Bible, soak it up. This is it. This is why we read the Bible, whether you read it yesterday or 20 years ago or 30 years ago or whatever. It's for this moment. This is what we've been prepared for.
Wait, can I just ask kind of a random question for you all? So has any Bible chapter or the book of the Bible made you cry, and if so, which one was that? Because for example, the whole story of Samson, and especially the ending, when they took out his eyes, if you remember it from the book of Judges, then and God gave him back his strength to revenge on the Philistines, right? And he basically gave him back the strength, and it just made me and I read it the story of Samson 8 times, or maybe even 20 times, many times is the point. And then every time it made me cry every time I read it, because God gave him his strength, and he and he was so strong. He could you held the pillars, right? And he could he toppled the whole palace, or what was it, right? And then and then he slew more people, slew more of the Philistines than in all his life. So that must have been in the thousands. It's
I'll answer this for ETT. ETT cries, I would say, every day. So I don't know, for different reasons. But TMoG, me myself, I don't really cry. I'm not allowed to even tell people, when I do. But
no, but I mean,
that's a good question. That's a good question. I'd have to think about it, but I'll let anybody else answer.
It's fine. You don't have to answer.
I'll say this. I'll say this. I'll say this. The changing moment for me, that click in my brain, that said, I need to fully put off the old man, was when I read in the scriptures. I think it's in the book of it's in the book of Second Esdras. It says something to the effect of, it's gonna be some people that are not gonna die since their birth. So I look at that, I said, what? Is that real? Is this am I really reading this right now? People are not gonna die so you telling me right now I'm gonna be born and I have a chance to never die?
Right.
I said, wait. I said, what the hell is going on? I had to put the Bible down and kind of walk around my house. I said, yo, if I start going out, because I'll go out and teach sometimes. I said, yo, is it possible that I could be one of those people, I said, nah, man, I gotta keep going, man. This is some good stuff, man. I can't pass this opportunity up, man.
Yeah, that's deep. That's deep. I mean, if what does everybody fear? Death, taxes, and public speaking. You hear that sometimes, right? So death
and spiders.
It's not for everybody, you know. And then taxes, who cares? Taxes, who cares, man? And public speaking, the Bible makes you bold. We don't care. We'll preach this in front of anybody. I don't care, you know. And so, you know, it's amazing. You know, the Bible does really actually free you from all the major fears.
Hey, man of God.
Yeah.
Go ahead and pull up the book of Matthew chapter 13 and start at verse 44. This is a good one.
The only time I cry is when I listen to Good Serpent's live streams. Aside from that, I'm okay. Okay. Matthew 13:44. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like unto treasure hid in a field, the which when a man hath found, he hideth, and for joy thereof goeth and selleth all that he hath and buyeth that field. Wow, that's amazing. Verse 44.
Right. And that's pretty much what we're doing right now, right? Just like the apostles, they told Christ, if you go to, you know, Matthew the 19th chapter, which I like that chapter, man, because that's a deep one. You know, the young ruler came to Christ.
Yeah.
It was like, you know, what do I have to do? Christ said, hey, look, you know, sell all your goods, because he was rich. He had great abundance of wealth, it says. Mm-hmm. But he was upset when he heard that, right? But then Christ said, hey, look, you know, you gotta, that's what the cost is of this thing, right? You have to, you know, put all this in order to gain it all back, you know, in the kingdom, right? So look, we made the right decision with the path that we decided to go. You know, we all made the right decision, you know, because unlike these cats in the world, I can tell you, man, I can name multiple people over the years, you know, who I've watched, you know, grow in this thing and that fell out, because I've been in this for, I want to say 8 years. So I know certain cats, man, I'll say.
That's one more question I have for everybody in here. For everybody in this live stream right now, I got a good question. When did you guys, because, you know, I'll say for me, I think I've been in the truth now for 3 years. When did you first come in, and when did you first like start actually taking it serious? Because I'll be honest, my first about 6 months, I was still doing a whole bunch of, you know, wickedness. But, you know, I've been in it for 3 years, you know, and the last 2 years, you know, I've been, I'll say, to my extent, on fire, but not trying to boast. But
what's the biggest truth when you felt like you were in the truth? Just not to put you on the spot, BD144, but what was the one thing that you were like, now I'm onto something? What was that, if there was one thing?
One thing when I knew I was onto something was when I started realizing, like, when I say shit is actually happening. Like, I'll give an example. You know, when I first came in the truth, you know, I don't know if you guys ever heard of what is this app called? It's basically like an app where you could talk to people around the world. And, you know, my light was so much burning because I never heard nothing like this before. So I said, yo, what is the way to go tell the whole world? I literally forgot what the app is.
Is it Omegle?
Omegle? Not that one, but I know exactly what you're talking about. It's just like that. And yeah, no, you brought up the first one you said was perfect. It's just like that. So I said, yo, how can I tell everybody? And I kid you not, I promise you to this day, everybody on that app that I know, that's when I first came in the truth, was about, you know, the beginning of 2019 or something to that effect. I know for 100% fact, everybody that I put onto the truth at that live stream now, they're like, yo, where is this dude? Who is this dude? Yo, everything he said is happening right now. You know, so it's like, yo, that was my turning point right there, because it's like, yo, how could little old me, my words be so powerful? Because now that I think about it, I'll say, yo, everything I told those people years ago, that shit is happening right now. You know,
BD144. I got a question for you, not to interrupt, but also, when did you find out you're an Israelite? Was that a day, or was that like a process where you feel like you are one?
One of my cousin, he's in the truth. I don't know if he fell out because, you know, he actually wasn't taking it serious. He was kind of like, he gave me the truth. Sorry for my speech. He gave me the truth, and, you know, he wasn't really running with it. He was kind of playing around with it. But when I started, like, noticing, you know, like certain things to the truth. I said, yo, I can't be like you because you've been in the truth before me and you're not taking it serious. And you know what happened? What made me actually take it more serious than him, right? You know, not to give too much of a testimony, not to, you know, babble, but
No, that's fine.
he had he had a wife, and you know, he was speaking about how his wife, you know, she cheated on him and things of that nature, right? And I started wondering. I said, okay. As time went on, she got worse and she waxed worse and worse and worse and worse. And I said, you know what? That's because you're not taking this thing serious. So she's waxing worse and it's making you bug out. You know, you pitting her, you going all crazy over her. And, you know, she's living her beautiful life. You know, she's being a whore. That's just her natural nature. And you're bugging out because you're not taking this thing serious. You know, and I forgot if you guys ever heard of AOC. You guys ever heard of that camp?
Yes.
AOC?
Yeah, I have.
So,
Yeah.
yes.
I have.
Alpha Omega clan. He's actually my cousin. He's actually a part of that. And you don't get me wrong, those brothers are sincere. You know, they might not have everything right, but they're sincere. Shout out to those brothers. Now AOC, he's with AOC, right? And you know, he wanted me to join that camp. So, you know, I decided one day, you know, to go to the camp, right? And I don't like to never be in a spirit like, you know, where I feel like I know more than people. I like to be in a room where, you know, I gotta kind of get humble. You understand? So I feel like, yo, you know, these people know more than me. I gotta kind of shut the fuck up and listen. So when I went into that room, I didn't like the room because I'm like, you know, they're bringing out all the things that I know already, you know, and then plus more that I already know, you know. And then I listened to one thing Apostle Jahar always said. He said, if a congregation got women in it, you know, definitely there's wickedness going on. So I took that.
That sounds like something Tahar would say. Yes, agreed.
Right. So I took that into accountability. I said, yo, it's a lot of women in this camp, you know, and you know, these guys are not, you know, I'm not saying they're not good teachers and they don't have good teachers, but you could tell it's cardinal aspects going on with just women and men, you know, a mixture, because when you have men, you have women. Number one, women attract men and men attract women. So what do you one and the same, you know, that adultery could play, you know, all type of folly and madness. So, you know, that's you know, how I came in. And, you know, ever since, you know, I've been, you know, I had a lot of falls, you know, to where I got weak. I'll give you another testimony, and this the last thing I'll say. I'll let somebody else speak. I've had, you know, I've gotten into a lot of encounters, and I'll be honest with guys, they actually disprove the Bible, and we could get into that. There's guys out there that has disproved the Bible. I mean, 100%. But this is where I cut them. I say, okay, you disprove the Bible, you know. Now, what do we follow? Where do we go? You know what these guys say? They say, well, you know, at this point we just we get on full survival mode. Well, how do we get on survival mode when history repeats itself? There's gonna be a time where you ain't gonna be able to survive without a higher divine intervention being able to help you. Because here you have it. Let's say, for example, right now, if I don't have no money at all, wouldn't I have to go ask somebody to help me on a physical level? So what are you going to do on a spiritual aspect when stores are closed down 100%? That's what they're bringing. Spirit stores are closed 100%. You can't go to, you know, a grocery store, supermarket, you know, a little spot, you know. There's no way you could go. Who are you going to call on? Where are you going to go? Your food that you stocked up, you're going to eat all that shit after a while, you know? So where are you going to go? And, you know, those guys, they didn't have an answer. But like I said, there's guys that did disprove the Bible, and I'll say to a certain extent, but where they get cut is they don't really have the answers, because there's a way out of this thing. You're not going to tell me that I'm 22 years old and I'm on this earth to work for the so-called white man, and I'm on this earth, you know, just to be a damn peasant. That's I don't believe it, you know. And I'm never going to fall for that, and I'm never going to go for that.
Agreed. So, that can't be what we were designed for, because it's so stupid. It's just so dumb. Like, I don't even know what to say. Like, even the leaders, they're all just a bunch of liars and actors. So even they don't have it good either. I'm not trying to sympathize for them. So there's no way this is the best the Most High can do, man. No way. I'll get a precept to what he was saying. Ecclesiastes 12:3-4. In the day when the keepers of the house shall tremble, and the strong men shall bow themselves, and the grinders cease because they are few. The economy slows down. That's what it's talking about. And those that look out the windows be dark, and listen to this, and the doors shall be shut in the streets when the sound of the grinding is low, and he shall rise up at the voice of the bird, and all the daughters of music shall be brought low. That's also
that's a good precept.
foreshadowing to Revelation 17 and 18. God hates this music. Okay, LoP likes some of it, but just the Most High hates it. So okay, what was the question again? Sorry.
The question was, when did you come into truth, and when did you actually 100% started taking it seriously? Because one more thing, like when I mean taking it seriously, like you see how now it's like your daily life. You eat, shit, sleep, the truth. This is just you. You can't fake it. You know, you can't go down a block and, you know, somebody's talking about the Bible and you don't want to kind of get into it. Hey, I have problems sometimes. I see a lot of false prophets because I'm in New York. I see false prophets everywhere. You know, guys on the street selling pamphlets,
Big
you know,
time.
and on a train, you know, Jesus loves everybody and all of this madness. You know, I be wanting to, you know, bring out my Bible and the scriptures and just cut them. But I'm like, you know what? It's not going to go anywhere. It's just going to get erotic. You know, they're going to get all bugged out and people on the train are going to, you know, it's going, you know. So I'll just go walk, you know, go somewhere else.
Let me chime in real quick.
Go ahead.
Let me mention something real quick, man. I was watching, I want to say maybe 2 years ago that I believe it was the it's either the Sakari camp or the GMS camp. What happened was when they went out to their corner that they, you know, do their stuff on, there was a Jehovah's Witness group. There was just like, I think 3 women. They had their watchtower, you know, stuff, whatever, that they're handing out to people. And then they asked them, you know, questions like, you know, like, what do you guys actually believe? And then all they said is, hey, look, we're not here to debate. You know, you can look up on this website and get your answers. But it's like, wait, but the scriptures say to answer every man who asks you a reason of your belief.
Yeah.
Right. So all they could say is, well, we're not here to debate. It's like, well, wait a second, but the scriptures say to debate that cause. Yeah. So I mean, these cats are tap dancing, man, like the bottom half of Betty Rips around those scriptures. That's all these guys are doing.
Dude, I have a feeling we've been debating our whole life, and I have a feeling all the people, I think I've heard this from multiple people in GMS too. We have this nature in us, even in the 501c3 church. I've been arguing since I was reading the Bible, you know, from the get-go, you know, in all these Bible studies. And I think that we still do that to some extent now, but I would say at this point, it's a little bit more for fun because we're not changing our opinion on things. And like, it's obvious. That's a nice thing about the Bible. It's like some of it's very, very obvious. And so I think this has been in our nature. And I just want people to know, man, that this is a process, you know, and this is exciting. You know, it is. There's no way all of these hours that people have spent laboring, learning about God's word will just go into nothingness. There's no way. I cannot believe that. That's crazy. And the elect will not be deceived. And so we have to be living in those days because the deceptions exist and they're so stupid. But yeah, ETT, did you answer that, or this thing of ours? How long have you been in this thing of ours, man?
I'll answer that. I'm gonna go into my whole story there because that's a whole video in and of itself. But I started when I was 12 years old, you know, with this thing. I was like in the Christian stuff. But with that being said, I was one of those.
Early.
Let me say this though, because I was one of those. May I make an inside joke and say vigilant Christian? Shout out to anybody who knows what I'm talking about. But I was one of those vigilant Christians. I wasn't one of these cats that sit there and believe what the pastor says. No, I actually look into things. I know, Babylon the Great. You know, you can't eat pork. You know, I of course was off with certain things, but you know, you grow as you get bigger. You know, in this knowledge of ours. You know, and I do remember there was a dream I had when I first came into this, and I remember it to this very day. I was in a dark room, and I went through a hallway, which is basically my house, but I was in the dark room. I went through the hallway, and I came into the living room, there was just a bunch of bright light there. Then the dream was over, and that was what happened to me when I first came into this thing, man. So ever since that, I was like, damn, man, I'm going down this path, you know, and I've been on that for the last 8 years, you know, as long as I've never turned my back from it. As far as when I started to teach, in 2016 is when I came on YouTube, which I've always been watching and learning on this platform, but I didn't come and teach on it until 2016. And then, you know, I even tried to get up under GMS, you know, a couple years back, but you know, something happened with that. They basically teach that, you know, as long as you're teaching the same thing as us, you can, add GMS to your name. It's like, okay, cool. But then what happens, they made it look like I put that there, to try to like sneak in or something. So they asked me politely, it's like, hey man, hey brother, take it down. And I did that. I was like, oh, okay, man. But then a Ramlop asked me, it's like, hey man, hey, well, go do your own thing, man. And I was like, oh, what? I'll go do my own thing. So here I am 5 years later. And look how much I grew from there, right? I grew very much, man, from that. So hey, they told me to go do my own thing. I did that. Look where I am now. You know what I'm saying? So it's definitely a growing experience, for all of us in this thing. And they even will say that, this thing of ours. This is a lifelong, learning process. You're not going to learn everything in, in a year, 5 years. We're all learning new things, every day. What is that? As the old saying goes, you learn something new every day, right? That's just the way you got to look at things, man.
Yeah.
I'll throw it back to anyone.
Now ETT's running laps around GMS. He's the elder statesman. So, but I don't know if LoP is still here. I don't know much about actually. I know LoP's read the Bible.
I am. Sorry, I was just because my wood stove was dying. So anyway, what was the question again?
I'll refresh the question for you. It's just when did you start getting into the truth, which is the Bible, and then when did it become very serious, like a day-to-day kind of thing for you, if that makes sense?
Yeah. So it was a long time ago because basically I would say around 2005, 6, 7 or something like that, because my story is a bit complicated, but like so I don't want to get into all of it because that's a long story, obviously. But, so I grew up in, this is a second most atheist country in the world, but like I had a math tutor, and he kind of talked about the Bible and with in terms of like disproving the evolution, right? And then he just told me about the Bible and stuff, and he said I should check it out and stuff. And then I started to really look into it more and more as I was getting older. At the age of like 17, I think I got the Bible, like the whole Bible. I first read like the New Testament and stuff, and then I would be reading the whole thing, and then you're familiar with my story with the in 2008 in New Zealand, you have an experience, so that kind of sealed the deal for me. So at that point I knew that the spiritual and heaven is real 100%. And then
that's amazing.
And then from that, and so at 2008, and at that time I was 18, going on 19 almost. But so that's wow. Actually stuff. But to kind of elaborate on that, because after obviously this was what 14 years ago, this experience. So that's 14 years, and a lot of shit happens between then and now. So I used to be
the youngest person in here.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think ETT might be a bit younger.
Teacher is 19, and you are 21.
I'm 19.
So in 6 more years, ETT will be an adult, according to D. Kuhn. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
That's crazy to think, man, that ETT's age right now is about the time that I started reading the Bible, man. So it's just wild to think that he would have been lapping me a lot, if where he's at now. So ETT and I, we disagree on a few important things, but I give him credit because he knows quite a bit. So, but that's what's crazy. I literally, this panel is pretty much the only people I can talk to. I'm not complaining, but everybody else, every direction you turn, somebody's going to say something stupid about the Bible. And so I'm like, well, I don't want to talk to you anymore. It's like, and then it's like, I don't know. And like, that's pretty much it. And I think that that's cool though. I want people to know 12 people watching. This is probably the most that ever comes by my channel. The fewer and fewer people that watch my streams, the more I'm excited. I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
Let me say this real quick. Yeah. One thing that we can say, and I don't want to speak for anyone else on here, But yeah, we at least read the Bible once. I mean, hell, these Christians,
Yeah.
a lot of them, I would say 98% of them have never even read the New Testament in its entirety,
Yeah.
right? Let alone the entire book. So I'll say, hey, look, I read the entire Bible when I was 16, right? I mean, who the hell else could say that?
Yeah,
But
not many.
now that I've read the book twice, right, including the Apocrypha, now we have a better understanding. So what I recommend people do is, just so you can get the Christian understanding, so you can evenly refute them, you want to read the book front to back the way they would do it, which
Yeah.
they understand the scriptures to be like what is it, like a chapter book, like a novel. That's how they would read it. So you should read it once like that, so you get their understanding. But we know the proper way to understand it is you had to go here a little and there a little to get the proper understanding. But it does help out by reading it like how they would, so then you can understand the arguments they come at you with, so you can properly, try to refute them. But all I'll say, man, is, after reading the Bible, twice for myself, I can see that these, phony baloney pork chop eater pastors, man, these guys don't know what the hell is going on, man. These Christians don't
No.
know what the hell is going on. And
Agreed.
let me mention this. I used to go to this one church in Winter Haven, Florida, which is where I met Rockaponim at. Oh, look at what Rockaponim's do. Right, he used to have a channel that had 7,000 subscribers, man. He used to do videos with, TVC Mario, which is the most popular Christian YouTuber ever. Right, but look at him now. He's just sitting there playing video games now. So
Yeah.
that shows you that he didn't know what was going on, man. That guy lost the oil.
But
Yeah.
TV, the Vigilant Christian is like finished now. He quit
Yeah,
YouTube.
yeah.
Yeah, right.
Well, let me chime no, no, let me chime in on that. What happened? I don't know if you've seen the history with it, but his channel, it didn't get terminated, but rather he gave it to somebody else. I believe the channel's now called Warriors for Christ or something like that. You can look that up. I think it had what, like 500,000 subs or something like that on it. But he gifted the channel to somebody else, and they made a Christian channel out of it. But it used to be his channel, and I believe TVC Mario has his own channel on YouTube. He's not that popular anymore today. He only has
Hmm.
like maybe 50,000 subs, which is a lot, but nowhere compared to what he was, say 6-7 years ago.
Yeah,
So
but Call
go
for an
ahead.
Uprising is, you said he's the most popular. I would say like Call for an Uprising had more subs than him, and he's a Christian,
Well,
so-called
call for an
Christian as well.
uprising. Well, call for an uprising didn't come around till 2016, which is actually me and him started to
Man, you know a
do
lot
YouTube.
about this.
Yeah,
I think
yeah. Hey,
he
look,
came.
hey,
I thought he came about earlier
ETT's
than
been
that.
around the block, and then he went around the block again. You know what I mean?
hey,
That's what's
look,
going
man. Hey, look, man. ETT's been around the block, man.
on.
I've been here for a number of years, man. So yeah, that guy. What's his name? Call for an uprising. I remember when he first started. Me and him started, I believe, within what is it, maybe 2 months of each other, or something like that. Because I remember subscribing to him when he only had like 13,000 subscribers. Is when I subscribed to him. So I've been, with him for quite a while then. But then I, stopped watching because it's like, oh, wait a second, they're not teaching that Christ is black. They're teaching that UFOs are demonic. Right? He's not necessarily saying America's bad. So I started to, dwindle away from it. Same thing with these cats. Let me give some names out there. This guy named the Truth is Stranger Than Fiction. This guy named
I've heard of that
what's that
channel.
cat? Yeah, yeah, KJ from the Scariest Movie Ever YouTube channel. Look that up. And we could go on and on. Oh, another guy
Oh,
out
I got
there
a question.
like
I got a
Feed Your
question for
Mind.
you guys. What do
Go
you
ahead.
guys think about? I know this is actually a good camp. Now they go off on two things. They go off on the MOTB and I think something else if I'm not mistaken, but everything else they teach is, kind of pure. You guys ever heard of Watchmen for Israel?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
What do you think about those brothers over there in Baltimore?
Is that Adam Abbott or is that a separate group?
Yeah, that's Adam Abbott.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I have a feeling ETC and I have. If you're asking me a little bit about how I came into this, dude, I literally did not stop watching Hebrew Israelite videos for a good year or so. Like I literally was to the point that I scare some of them when I meet them in real life, you know, I tell them like, I remember when you guys were at the picnic table, and they're like, dude, how do you remember? So like, we've watched all of them. I've seen Adam Abbott. I've seen a little bit of AOC, not as much maybe as you guys know, but I followed Zabak and all of his videos. I've been to their camps when I lived in New York, and yeah, man, I think that they I think are probably more watered down than at this point I would say GMS is a little bit watered down, but I would say they're a bit more watered down, kind of like Sakari, because, and this is not a shot to the women that are listening, but if you have women around in your congregation, you may not read all the verses and you may not read them with certain fervor. Okay. This is not a shot to the women that are listening. There are many, many righteous women, but groups like that attract big numbers, and they sell t-shirts, and, you know, they sell those fringes and all that kind of stuff. One of my fringes that I bought was from them, you know, from their website, but it's just too much of a business, you know, and then you can't really deal with the Bible in the purest. Okay.
Yeah. Let me comment on that real quick.
Yeah.
And I agree with mine of God. That's why I came into it. Because remember, let me say this. Because I started off with watching the Christian YouTubers. You know, they'll talk about, you know, got to keep the law, that you know, that America's Babylon, and I was into that stuff. But then I came across these GMS, you know, Hebrew Israelites, and I stumbled across some of their videos. I was like, oh, they're right on this topic. But then I heard them talk about, well, what do they mean hell isn't real? What do they mean that reincarnation's in the Bible? What do they mean that you know, Yahweh, you know, or Jesus is black? It's like, what do they mean by this? And then I listened. And it's like, damn, you know, these guys are clearly showing in the scriptures, you know, where it literally says that. I've never seen anybody go into the book like these guys can.
Yeah.
So then
I knew right away.
When I found them, let me say this, I found them when I was 14 is when I started to follow Great Millstone. Right. So I believe I've been following them, 6 years or something like that. Been following GMS. Say, look, I was in the truth before GMS, right? I didn't learn this truth from GMS. I learned a lot of this stuff from other people teaching on YouTube, such as Babylon being America. They got to keep the laws and stuff like that, but you got to give credit where it's due. You know, because we learned a lot of what we know now from the Hebrew Israelites. I'll primarily say, you know, Great Millstone. That's why I, you know, will give my respect to the elders and to the apostles of GMS, even though I don't, you know, agree with, you know, the entire, you know, doctrine.
Yeah. Let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to say, even though I don't agree with every interpretation, such as Romans 13 and stuff like that. But I mean, you definitely got to give them respect to where it's due. And even Gorilla will say that. If you ask him, I was watching a debate he did. I believe it was with Brother Polite or something like that. And he mentioned, you know, yeah, I give GMS my respect, you know, because those were the men that I learned of, which is correct. All throughout the Bible.
I wanted to say this too, like in terms of and excuse me, somebody asked me, did I smoke a cigarette? I said, hell no. I wanted to say, like, what do you guys think about, like, you know, like in terms of, like, you know, the truth, because, you know, like how I said I came in, like, from my cousin and whatnot. Like, what do you guys think about, like as you progress, like, in the truth, like, what do you think is, like, your point where, you know, you feel like, because you some of you guys said, yeah, I've read the whole Bible. But like, what is the point where you feel like you can't learn anything? Like, I know you spoke about, like, we could, you know, always progress, but, like, you know, it's certain things like if you read the Bible once, you read the Bible twice, it's only gonna refresh your memory. So it's like, what point can you feel like you already know everything already? Because if you keep consistently reading it, you're gonna obviously come to the notion, okay, I know everything. What else do I need to, you know?
Dude, that's a good question. And that's why I like going on some of those hangouts with ITR when it's academic, when it starts getting into, like, I'm going to meet you on the streets. I personally, I've never been into the street life, and I don't want to start now. But that's why I like talking to them. But BD, this is why we like talking to them, because then they come up with new stupid ideas. And so we have to search the scriptures to review, you know, to have a rebuttal. And so it's actually very educational. And so even ETT and I, we have disagreements. They're not that many. They're important, but so him and I will agree on more than we disagree when we speak. But when we come across preterists, when we come across people who say that, you know, even Christ was white, we did almost like an hour or so stream proving that. So it just refines our understanding, because then we have to come up with a different angle. Maybe we use different verses to support an argument that we already know. So that's where it gets deep, and that's where it gets academic and fun, I would say. But when it gets into, like, I'm going to meet you and see you on the streets, I'm like, I got to order my pizza, man. That's why I cut out yesterday. I was like, dude, I got to eat my pizza, man. I'm out. But
is there any
like
time
that? That's why last point I'll make till I pass it to anybody. That's why the Bible's infinite. God will always show you a new way to quote unquote cut or rebuke or have a rebuttal to somebody's point, because God's left-hand side are always on their job. They always come up with stupid ideas. Okay, so we got to be on our job, and we got to be able to have a response. I'll pass it to anybody. That's what I would say.
I'll pass. All right.
Yep.
Go
ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say the reason why I brought up Adam Abbott is because I was actually following those brothers at one point because I thought those brothers were real sincere. But then I started searching the scriptures, and they went into a breakdown about the MOTB is spiritual. I said, wait, this is not a spiritual thing. Why would God, be bringing such a harsh judgment for something spiritual? And then I went into the blue letter, and I said, wait, when you go to the word mark, it says karagma, and then when you go into the root word, it says karax. I said, wait, hold on. What's going on? What are these guys teaching? And then I said, I can't follow these dudes because then, they're going to lead the people astray, because you telling people it's spiritual and the thing is physical.
Yeah, exactly. You can't get away with that. It's got to pierce flesh. You cannot tap dance around that. I'm sorry. That's straight from that's from the Hebrews. Shout out to them looking into the Greek, man. You cannot tap dance around that. Go ahead, ETT.
Right, I wanted to chime in on this. Like, let's say one of the deep things right now, the guys were talking about on Jay's stream, the guys were on there saying, oh, well, the sons of God are, angels that rebelled against God and they got cast down to the earth and they slept with human beings. That's what they're on there saying. It's like, well, where the hell is that at in the Bible? We know.
That's from the book of Enoch, which you haven't read, though. So,
well, you have to pull up.
Yeah, you'd have to pull out the verse. And there's no way that would not be some kind of rebellion that God wants. God has a bunch of rebellion happening on earth. Okay, we know that, but there's nothing that's out of God's hands. Okay.
Yeah, let me change.
Well, it says in the book of Enoch that God was behind that, so he commanded them to.
Then that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Let me chime in real quickly before Mind of God makes that statement. Is what these guys are all talking about. Like I'll say Midas and Mike, they were on there talking about, yeah, well, there was angels that rebelled against God, against his, orders that he gave them. That's not true. We know, and we can pull up the skip G's, we can pull up the precepts to support that. But there no angels are rebelling against the Most High. The Most High has everything in order. He has his right hand on his left. I'll throw back to Mind of God.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, that's why these people are doing what I call a bait and switch. They're trying to lead you in. Oh, so there's a rebellion. They even trying to get you to think it's virtuous. Like, oh, those are the enemies over there. But no, the Most High is in control of every single thing. A bird can't even move around until God says, okay, you can go ahead. I've cleared you for takeoff. Okay. A plane can't go unless they're cleared for takeoff. So a bird is the same thing. I want people to understand these people they have an agenda. Even Mike Grimm, he has an agenda, okay? These people are pushing this Project Bluebeam and all this kind of nonsense. If there is a Project Bluebeam, God did that, okay? And then we're going to see that it's stupid, just like every other thing that God's left-hand side does is stupid. And so, but, okay, if it's not Project Bluebeam, then that's Christ's second coming. So just know that, okay? These people have an agenda. By the way, dude, I got a little... check this out. This is the shirt that I bought from Adam Abbott, dude. I've worn it maybe once or twice.
Wow.
Oh, that's cool, man.
Wow.
It has like
tassels. You'll like this one, dude. You'll like this one from RV Truths.
Yeah, that's a cool one, man. I mean, how much did you pay for the fringed one?
Dude, I'm telling you, this is damn good quality, bro. Like, I'm telling you, like, I love this shirt. I just haven't worn it very often, but it's really good. I shout out to them.
Should.
It's only white. You should wear that. No,
you should wear it in your video
or anything.
Yeah, I like it because it's clean. It doesn't have their logo on it. I'm not supporting anybody or anything.
Yeah, I like to actually wear only shirts without like any symbols and only like
how about this
white
next
or black
next
or heavy metal bands. And by the way, you said something that I like music, so I know like so what of it like Music
No, I was just saying
is
that
created by God, and
but God creates a lot of things that he hates. He hates a majority of the music on this earth.
Well, so God hates everything. Well, I hate everything too, but music is one of the only things I love about this stupid life.
No, that's fine. I mean, that's it's neither here nor there, because the cool thing about it, LOP, especially with the stuff you bring up, there are spiritual truths in there. So I'm just telling you what God likes and dislikes. Okay. We are in this hell. Okay. We have to make do, with whatever we got. We eat the food even though we know it's defiled. Okay. I'm not, again, trying to make excuses, but like, we got to eat it, dude. And then some of it we like, even though it's disgusting, like it tastes okay or whatever. But, that's just the way it is. It's the same with music.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
and I mean, with
this music
what do you mean, like with music? There's beautiful music. It doesn't have to be
absolute nonsense. It's absolutely nonsense. Like, it makes you stupid.
What?
It's not designed to make somebody intelligent. That's the point.
I'm not saying that, but the melodies and stuff, and it just lifts your spirit. I don't understand. Like, it doesn't have to be everything about the lyrics, even being spiritual or not spiritual. Like, I don't know.
I think it's different. If you're an adult, you're spiritual, God exists. That's different because you're able to handle it. I'm more worried about what its effect is on younger people. So again, it's a bit of even with our bodies, right? As adults, we can
listen to music since I was a kid. So
trust me, you don't know what effect that has on you, man. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but like, you don't know what that's done to you over the years. It's the same thing with eating improperly throughout the years. We don't know what it's done to our body until ultimately God declares it, that we've been eating GMOs and garbage food our whole life. We don't know.
I mean,
a lot of people are paying for it, and
I would agree to a point, because I used to have nightmares from with some kind of music in it, and it was okay. So this is actually interesting, because I had a dream where that somebody whispered into my ear, "You love satanic praises," and but I disregarded it, and actually I had a dream with one death metal chorus, like a death metal song, right? And it's called White Cluster, and it's but anyway, so I had a dream, and this was like, I hate this. In the dream I was like being tortured by it. But so then after that, what I did, I listened to that song like 40 more times, and I overcame that fear, and no more fear of any like brutal heavy metal music. So for me, it's all good.
I'm not trying to rain on your parade, man. It's there, and it's we can't fix it. I'm just telling you what God says. Okay, we don't hate as much as God hates. We don't. We would not burn this whole earth. So I'm just telling you what God says. But so I'm not trying to.
I'm not gonna lie. I would.
I do feel like, you're right that everything is.
I'm telling you, he hates the music. He hates it. Why? Because in it are lies. If they were singing about the truth and the Most High and then truth, do you think God would hate it? He would.
What about instrumental songs? Like, is there a lie in instrumental songs?
I would say that's probably some of the stuff that would be okay for sure. Yeah, because it relaxes you. You can maybe sleep to it if you have sleeping issues. No worries.
Yeah, I listen to that type of stuff.
Yeah, no worries.
I listen to everything, dude. I'm a music fanatic. You know that.
I'm talking. I'm not. This is not a shot to you. This is really all of us, dude. I listen to that garbage too. I like rap and hip hop music and all that. But
that is garbage.
I'm gonna kill you and take your woman and all that.
Rap is good. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean that's. But I'm just telling you, that's a way that this God's left hand side can manipulate other people. Oh, just do you think anybody's gonna get paid to talk about righteous music and sing lyrics about the truth and all that? They have to put it in there subtly.
I get so like hung up on this that when somebody like disrespects my form of music, and they're saying, no, this is bullshit, this is terrible music, and then sometimes I get emotional about that. But anyway,
all we can say is that God is very picky. Okay, and so don't get mad at me or anybody. Don't take this out on me. I'm just telling you, and this is what we're learning now. God is very picky. Okay, he's picky about people who come to him. Okay, they have to obey his laws. They have to not have any deception in their mouth. And so and this is not what you're doing, LOP. I'm just saying the broad deception. Everybody has made God into just whatever you want. He's cool with it.
Hey, let me chime in real quick.
Yeah.
What I find is interesting, I don't know if you guys remember, but when this whole flat earth stuff, we can move into that topic for a little bit. But I remember back when that first started to get popular back in, 2015, 2016, Hey, look, man, I remember, I can't speak for you guys, but I remember, sitting there, for 8 hours a day listening to these live debates. And a lot of those guys ain't around anymore. Their channels got taken down, but they used to host like 8, 10 hour, live debates on their page almost every day. They would have them, you could call into the show. I would never call in, but I would, sit there and listen to both sides of the argument.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'd sit there for 8 hours a day, I'll watch it and then I'll click on another one, another one and keep it going. I remember that. That was the good old days. You could just type in flat earth on YouTube and you'll
You know
see
one
a
thing.
fair
One
result.
thing I'll say right now. I'll say
Yep.
this. I had a dream, and it's just, I feel like it's a the scriptures say dreams lift up fools, and it's not really lifting me up, to be a fool or whatnot. But I had a dream that it was, I just gotta say it. I had a dream that it was ETT TMoG. We was actually on the streets now teaching, but this is where I was gonna go with it. I was gonna say, yo, I could really imagine, just that if we actually went out and set up a street ministry, how many people would really like hate us? Like,
Well, they would either hate us or laugh because we would be funny though. We'd make it entertaining. So, but yeah, that's sick, man. I mean, I think it's fun to do it. I would just say it's a little bit unsafe, but if us three were on the streets, the whole world, I think, would experience a baptism. It would be amazing, man.
that's what I'm saying.
It's crazy, dude. It's wild, man. It's. I'll be honest, man. I find, and this is just my opinion. Okay, this is what I felt when I watched the Hebrews. They had a certain. I don't want to use the word swag because that doesn't sound spiritual, but they had a certain way of bringing out the Bible that is unique. Okay, it's unique. And so just, you don't have to agree with it or whatever. And I'm not trying to say everything they teach is true, but there's something to that. Okay. The delivery plus what they're saying. Okay. And so they make it entertaining and the things that they bring out are true. And that's what we try and do as well. Of course, it's important, but that was one of the things that was incredible to witness because they made the Bible cool to be knowledgeable of it. That's what we want to do here. That's what I want to do here with everybody that comes by here. It's not wrong to go and look at these people who are not interested in the Bible and look down upon them. You're supposed to do that. You're supposed to do that. Why? Because you're better than those people. You are, anybody, okay? Because you've been given gifts up here, okay? And so that's the attitude we're supposed to have. Go ahead, ETT.
Go ahead. Yeah. I was just going to say, going back to the statement I was making, but yeah, Flat Earth Boxer, that's, or excuse me, I mean, Bible Defender, got it confused. But yeah, man, that's a deep dream, man. That's a deep dream. And it even tells you, what is that? I forget I want to say Acts, the 2nd chapter. It speaks about that in the last times, we're going to have dreams, and everyone's doing that right now. Everybody online. I mean, hell, man, people left and right are having dreams of stuff happening, and that's.
And the reason why I said, the reason, not to cut you off, but the reason why I said, I had to bring out that dream, and I said what I said, that if we actually was on the streets, that people would hate us, is because just thinking about it, I could just imagine the way it would be set up, because at the end of the day, it's like who okay, I'll give an example. Let's say vocab comes by our camp. We're not gonna end up like GMS. We're gonna end up, throwing a bunch of swords at vocab through the spirit.
Well, he wouldn't even stay. He wouldn't even stay because the flat Earth. It wouldn't be. He'd leave. So that's why, again, this is for maybe certain people to get, but those people are just actors. Okay.
Do you guys know that Matthew Powerland, that guy that
I've heard of him.
He one of the first one that started this flat Earth movement, but he's an actual actor. He's been in movies.
That's another question. What made you guys get into that flat Earth
Russian
thing?
vids. Russian vids.
I've never heard that until you guys brought that up.
For me, it was. Can I speak? For me, it was.
You go ahead. I apologize.
Yeah, for me, it was my friend Tom from Nevada, and I think he referred to me some like Eric Dubé or whatever, some other guys. Mark Sargent, Eric Dubé, freaking Russian Wids, and these guys. So I just checked their stuff, but after about a year, I kind of said, okay, whatever. And then then yeah, I also research concave Earth and stuff. So anyway, just but
Shout
this
out
is not
Samuel
like
Owen, man. Shout out Samuel. Don't live stream
yeah.
this, man.
Well,
No worries.
but not to say something, but he wasn't even around. But he was a flat earther. You know that, right?
Sam
Before,
was prior to concave.
yeah, for a long time. He only like in like maybe 2019 or something, or
I
2018.
think his last stream had 2 or 3 views on it. I
I
checked.
just
He
told you
had a
that
lot of views.
the concave Earth, the main guy was Lord Stephen Christ,
Right,
and I
right.
mean his real name is Stephen Joseph Christopher or something like that, and then and he's been talking about the concave Earth since 2006 on YouTube actually. So I mean, Samuel Owen is not even uh and even at back then, you have in early 2000s on the internet a guy called Wild Heretic talking about the concave earth. So this thing is much like the flat earth. If you guys are saying it exploded around 2014 something.
Yeah, that's when it
So
started. That's
yeah,
when it
so
started.
but concave earth has been around, I mean, has been kind of like uh it wasn't popular or anything, but it has been talked about earlier than that
Yeah, I mean, though
on the internet, on the
we know
internet
those
and
people are
stuff.
actors for a lot of
And
different reasons, but we don't know the structure to any completeness around us. We're not allowed to know that fundamentally. So people who get too picky
right,
about that,
right, yeah.
even Russian vids getting too picky about that, there's something else going on. He doesn't know what the sun is. The guy's a dummy.
Oh, but don't forget this.
That's why I kind of like only researched it for a shorter time, kind of to get the idea where I knew, like, of course,
You know what it's not. You know what it's not.
I
So,
know exactly. I know
yeah,
what it's not, and I was like, okay, so it might be, this or that, but
right.
and there is a deception. I of course
Let's let
knew
ETT
that,
go.
right?
Go ahead.
And then
Let's let ETT
okay,
go.
go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I was gonna say this real quick. Don't forget Elder Apostle DeHard, quote unquote, debunked the flat Earth by using the
Oh yeah.
NASA live feed. It's like, well, wait a second. By that same line of logic, right? By that same line of logic, what if a Christian comes and says, you tell them that Christ is black, but then they say, well, wait a second, Christ ain't black because look, the picture. I look up Jesus on Google. Pictures here show him as being white. Isn't that the same
the
line of
the
logic?
the Catholic version of Jesus is like
Yeah, that's Satan actually.
that's kind
That's
of
Satan
funny.
who that is. So
But some of those pictures of Jesus looks goofy and even like gay.
they do that on purpose. They do that on purpose to make him effeminate. That's literally
Yeah,
they do
yeah,
that on
yeah,
purpose.
yeah.
Yes. But here's the deal. If Avenger for Yahushua is listening, this guy was like anti-DMS. If he has that video of the elders debunking flat Earth, I tried to find it. It was like about an hour where all the elders were debunking flat Earth. Dude, they took it off the internet. If anybody has that, I'll literally pay you some reasonable amount, like $50.
No, all you gotta do is
I
go to
want that video, man.
and all you gotta do is go to I'm
I
gonna give
wish
you the
I
video. All you gotta do is go to Elders in Transit 3 and scroll all the way down. So scroll all the way down. You're gonna see it because I commented on it because I didn't know when ETT was he was under the comment. I commented under it. I said, wait, this is not real. Hold on, And then he said, he started saying, yeah, right, because this and it, but the way he worded it on the caption was like, like it was a total debunk. Like, yeah, I debunked that.
Yeah.
But
Let me
TMoG,
add this in.
but
They
TMoG,
know it's flat, man. It's even been shown they're subscribed to Russian vids, so he knows what's going on, man.
yeah, I was gonna say that
Yeah.
I'm
Let me chime in real quickly. Let me just make a couple points real quick, because I remember there a few years back, and this is before I knew Mine of God. This is how far that goes because we've known each other for a couple of years. But the horror was subscribed to Russian vids, and then if you looked in his liked video section, he had a couple of his flat Earth videos in there. But I wanted to mention this.
Busted.
GMS Australia, I brought up to them because they asked, what verse says the Earth is flat? And then they brought up, what is that? Isaiah 40 and verse 22. Might have got put it up real quick.
Yeah.
And then while you're doing that, also go ahead and get what is that? Isaiah chapter 22 and verse 18. Because then I asked them, it's like, well, wait a second. Do you agree a car tire is a circle? Do you agree a frisbee is a circle? Do you agree a dinner plate is a circle? And then they agree. It's like, okay, wait a second, but those are flat circles. So they're still circles, right? And the ironic part is the flat Earth model is a flat circle. So apparently they didn't know that. And they know what's funny? it shows their ignorance because they'll sit there and say, "Oh, we'll go fall off the edge." It's like, well, wait a second. If you actually researched it, nobody believes that the Earth has an edge. So that
Right.
just shows you that you're being ignorant. I'll
Yeah.
throw back to my.
Yeah, Isaiah 40:22. It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers that stretch out the heavens as a curtain and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. So we live in an enclosed space. Isaiah 40:22. This proves that he knew what the difference between a circle and a ball were. He will surely violently turn and toss thee like a ball into a large country. And so,
but I watched Steven Anderson, and he did many videos disproving, like from the Bible, disproving the flat Earth because he got pissed off at all the people.
Yeah, that's
That were, because he said like, oh, you flat earthers are just making us Christians look like retarded or dumb.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then like he did many videos on that, but of course his channel got taken up. I kind of wish he would have kept it so that we could look at it, because it was kind of okay. So the only verse that I actually think he has some point was that in Job, where it says like he hangeth the earth upon nothing. If you know that verse,
Yeah.
right? And so he's saying, oh, look, so he hangs the earth upon nothing. So that means that that proves the like the space and stuff, and I don't know how he worded it exactly, but
Right.
anyway, yeah. So that was the only thing. And
but the thing is, the thing about that is that implies that it's stationary. Like if you hang something on a Christmas tree, it doesn't move. They believe this Earth is flying through space. You know what I mean? So it's not hanging on anything. So, but yeah, I mean, I agree. They have to stretch the scriptures for sure.
Real quickly, let me tell y'all a little story real quick. And as I said, this goes back a handful of years here. But what happened was there was a GMS camp, which I like those brothers. I believe it was the Alabama Camp GMS Alabama or something like that. But what happened was, the whole flat Earth came up, and what he did an experiment video to disprove it. What he did,
I know
he took a.
I know you're talking about.
Let me say it real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Like let me say this. If you look behind Mind of God, you'll see the two lights above him, right? So what he did is he took a penny, right? He took a quarter or something and put it on the ground and said, well, wait a second. If the Earth was flat, it's like, well, wait, the whole Earth would be lighted up at one time, because see, the sunlight's up here representing the light above him, and the Earth would represent the coin, right? So he's saying, oh, well, see, the whole Earth would be, lit up at one time if the Earth was flat. And then I gotta admit this. If you look in the comment video section on the video, if you look at the comments, there was like 200 people on there calling them out, man. Like flat earthers came on the video, and he really couldn't do it. You saw that, though, right?
Dude. And dude, he did it in like his kitchen, right? He did it like in his living room or something, dude. It was mad funny, like stupid.
Yeah, man. He did that as a response to me though, because I asked him that question, and he thought that was the proof.
He should have used like a pizza to make it more interesting for us. You know what I mean? Like then we'd be like, oh, okay, well at least there's food involved. Like, it looks stupid, man. These people look really bad debunking the flat Earth, and that's how we became flat earthers, because we tried to debunk it. And look, here we are. So,
but that guy, can I just say something? That guy, Meth Powerland, he did like so he took like I don't know what it was. It looked like first looked like a cigar, and he like made it look as though it is like the picture of NASA of the sun, right? And he was blowing on it on the coals, and then like it still looked kind of like in a way kind of like the NASA images of the sun burning, right? And then he kind of moved away, and then you can see him blowing on that, and oh, it's just this, it wasn't a cigar, it was something like but anyway, it was really mad funny.
He's a comedian though. That's how.
Yeah,
yeah,
he is. Yeah,
that's how Nathan Oakley apparently heard of flat Earth, who's a quote unquote famous flat earther. It's through people like who are comedians, actors, as ETT would call them.
Nathan Oakley,
or as I like to say, damn devil demons. Have y'all ever seen that? What is that? Have y'all ever seen that? What is that? Joe Rogan and what's that Kung Fu guy or whatever it is? Eddie Bravo. Y'all ever seen those videos?
Yeah, of course. I watch I watched a lot of Joe Rogan.
So wait, I just want to say one thing. Bible Defender, I got you on mute. Whenever you want to speak, just unmute, because there's background noise. But just
and also let's welcome Jay. He's
2
here.
Liter.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
What's going on, Jay?
2 Liter, you burp once, I'm kicking you, man.
What up?
Just mute yourself.
Sorry.
Welcome.
What up, fellas?
Yo.
Shalom.
2 liters
Yahweh
from the
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
tribe of
But you should burp, man, please.
No,
I'm just
don't.
kidding.
Not here.
I'm good.
Yeah, but what's up, man?
Nothing much. How's it going?
We're just talking flat Earth, man. That's it.
And
Real
concave
quick,
a
wait
little
a
bit.
second. Wait a second. Hey, Sacramento, what do you think about those actors that you had on your show yesterday? What's that cat? No, whatever that cat
Midas?
is. You know who I'm talking
Midas.
about. Yeah, Midas. And that Gus guy. Well, what do you think about those guys, man? They got cut.
Did
I
you
cut that
watch
brother
it
to
afterwards? After you left? Because I was talking to him for about another 40 minutes.
I did go back and watch a little bit of it. Yes, I call it. You guys were arguing about the Trinity doctrine.
Well, no, yeah, that, and then talking about the glorification of Christ and
I saw Mike
sin and stuff like that. And then Mike joined afterwards.
Yeah, but those guys got cut, man. Those guys got cut. The one guy said that that there are no unclean animals today. And then I went to the text that says in the end that there are unclean animals. I mean, those guys, we turn those guys into a spiritual punching bag, man. That's all I'm saying.
Why would you want to eat a mouse anyway? Like, that's, even if you like, why would you even say that that's a good idea?
Well,
like,
no, their justification is that there's a couple of verses that prove that it's kind of clean to eat and it doesn't matter no more because we're under grace and not the works and the curse of the law.
We're definitely
all you gotta do.
Getting judged
Wait. All you gotta do is read Romans 6:2. It says, because shall we sin that grace may be abound? God forbid.
Exactly. And then what's sin? It's transgression of the law, as ETT likes to say every single day, which is good. Romans 6:2.
Oh, no, it's a good thing to bring up to them, when you're arguing with them.
But I want people to understand, this is what the Israelites did. They didn't go to their neighboring nations and be like, hey, do you guys want to play checkers and all that? No, they bring their law, they bring discipline, they bring order. Okay. That's what what else are they offering to other people? Okay. You want to go play golf? Are you kidding me? That's the foundation of their ecosystem, of their society. Okay. And if people didn't,
you play golf.
I'm just saying, if people didn't accept it, then they kick them out. Okay. Or they die in the system. They kill them. Okay. So I want people to understand we're dealing with a very serious topic here about the law. Romans 6:2, God forbid, how shall we that are dead to sin live any longer therein? And so let me get the full context here. It's important to get the context on this, but Romans 6:1, what shall we say then? Shall we continue in sin that grace may abound? God forbid. So no, that's it's bad for you in your life here, and it's bad on the other side as well. So.
Hey, well, one thing's for sure, you made tried and denied happy because you went into the context. You know how big they are about context.
Those guys, it's funny when you go into the context, they get debunked. If they just do a little zinger here and there, yeah, they maybe can make up some manipulate.
They started commenting about ETT's appearance, saying that he looks corny and stuff like that. It's kind of
that shows that he lost.
That's wicked.
That's what happened to me with Obadiah's judgment back in the day. He'd make fun of my hair and all that, and then I won, man. I won. Go ahead.
Like when we was on the stream with Tried and Denied, TMoG was trying to get me to be quiet because he was like, "Yo, let him say Babylon. Let him say Babylon."
Yeah, I wanted them to prove that that Babylon is the North Country because that helps our argument actually. Because then I think everybody that we teach that the North Country in Jeremiah 31:8 is America, which is where the salvation experience is going to be focused. And so that actually helps us build up the precepts for that. So when it talks about the North Country in Jeremiah 31:8, it's talking about modern day Egypt. Okay. I think Tahar even teaches that too. So it's common knowledge for those in the know. Some people are just not in the know. So they're stupid.
Right. And somebody exposed Swift. If somebody go to Apostles live stream, the Apostles GMS ministry, because Swift commented under the video, I guess he was, he's being a secret disciple of GMS. He's under the comment boards, like he's not watching the videos, but he commented under the video. Somebody said, "Yo, I think this was a good video," and it was edifying, which it was edifying video if you actually know the Bible. But
Yeah.
he commented and said, "Yo, this wasn't an edifying video." So I commented under it because when I saw it, I said, "So if you have the truth and they don't, wouldn't you watching it be a little weird because you don't believe what they teach?" And then the GMS brother commented and said, don't we got pictures of you selling drugs, throwing up gang signs?" He was like, "Yo, you still a nigga even till this day." I said, "Wow, that's crazy. If he's still doing that, that's off. That's off. If he's still doing that today in 2021, that's now we know why he still got those dreads, man."
Yeah, I would say this is a good time to really just like I put in the chat, Revelation 18:4. That's all I remind people ultimately is just come out of this place, you know, whatever that's unique to every individual, but some people are already out of it, you know, and I get that. So I'm preaching to the choir, but don't go into this place more because this place is done. It's done financially. It's done spiritually. It's done even like recreation. Even you can't even have fun anymore because we're surrounded by a bunch of damn freaking zombies. And so you can't do anything. You can't pitch a tent and create a family here with these women who don't even know what comes after 4. Okay. Like 1, 2, 3, 8. They don't know what the hell's going on, dude. So this sounds so like it sounds so.
Let me say something concerning you women out there. Concerning you women out there, as TMoG just brought out, you women are stupid, and the reason why I'm saying it like that, generalizing it like that, is because the example I'm about to bring out is clear. You know, you got these guys, you know, up in I don't know if you watch these guys, these black conscious community dudes saying the black woman is God.
Right.
Let's go with that. Let's say she is. Why the hell do she need fake hair? And why the hell is she not delivering us out of this hellhole that we in? Oh, and another good point, if we read Sirach 25 and 24, don't you know you women out there got us in this position that we in today? You know? Like, come on now.
That's what Brother Polite teach.
Yeah, and that's actually what Islam is sort of rooted in. Even if you watch Nation of Islam videos, which I used to at the beginning with Farrakhan, because that's, you know, I got onto that because of the UFOs and he was against the quote unquote Jewish, but that's all Nation of Islam is woman worship. That's what it is. You know, the woman is the God and the whatever, the foundation of the earth, and all man came through a woman and all that kind of stuff. And so it's just nonsense. And like, give me a break. And so if a woman was out there teaching the law and prophesying, okay, then I'll give respect. Let's just say there were groups of women doing that. I would be like, where is that? Okay. And, you know, if anybody thinks that the Jews or whatever are white or whatever, well, where are the white people prophesying? I'm not trying to be racist, but where are they? Where are the Indians prophesying? Where are the Chinese prophesying? We know who
there's an Indian prophesying right now.
Oh, dude. No, dude. TMoG's from Canada, so I'm a Canadianite. So, but that the proof is in the pudding, so to speak, as I like to say. So
you're a Canaanite.
We know where the Jews are. Check this out for people who don't believe that the so-called African Americans are the biblical Jews. Isaiah 3:24, and it shall come to pass that instead of sweet smell there shall be stink, and instead of a girdle a rent, and instead of well-set hair baldness. So why are quote unquote black women unique in terms of their hair? That's a judgment from God.
Right. Yo, real quick. Yeah. Sacramento, man. I was listening to the stream last night, and you had this guy on there.
Talks about it with the judgment about the hair.
Yeah, hold on. You had Mike on there. Mike was talking. This is towards the end of the stream. He was talking. What was that whole story about? They went to the lake.
Oh, and his friend at the lake, and they got some nanobots in his skin.
Yeah, the hell was that guy talking?
That guy's going.
I didn't believe it.
That guy's going deep into the future, dude.
He's always talking about how he's a ganja user, so you know.
No, dude, that guy's smoking on the street.
He might have been out of it.
Yeah, we've never caught him like not high. I don't think yet. We maybe, but
right.
Well, I mean, high a lot, but not high like that.
Right. No, I mean, I actually don't mind him because like he's argumentative, but he's not nasty. Like he's not going to come and like meet me on the streets and like we'll have a good conversation.
Oh, that's another thing about them try to refine guys. They threaten violence a little bit.
Yeah, that's when I ducked out, man. I felt bad. I left LoP hanging there, but I'm not into that. You know, TMoG's left that street life. You know what I mean? Like I've never been in the street life, and I don't want to.
But we do gotta ask LoP this though, because they did Well, something did happen. LOP said that he's mad at the Most High and something like that. Y'all seen that?
Yeah, I did. I was
Yes,
there.
I said that. And so what? Everybody has been here, mad at God in one point or another. So
Yeah, but you said you weren't afraid of the Most High, is what you said.
hey, I'm not. Because God is
Wow.
love. God is love. Are you afraid of love? No.
Wow. So you're
God
not
is
afraid of
anger
Musa?
and destruction.
I'm not afraid of God. Oh my man.
Wow.
There's an element of that being true.
Why would I be?
But we have to.
He wants to destroy you.
The
Edomites.
I will destroy him. Like what?
Yeah, so that's the part where you definitely don't want to say that, because if you do say that and you're a man, you're allowed to say whatever you want. God's going to prove it to you. If we don't fear God, he's going to put it in us. I want people, that's what, if you read Revelation 16, let me go through it right now. God doesn't do these plagues just to goof around. He's doing it so people acknowledge him. So if you want to be like that in LOP, you're a man. You can do it. You can do whatever you want. God's going to prove everything to you. Okay. All of us. Okay. And if his laws are alive and well, then God's going to prove to the entire world that they're alive and well. He's going to. Why? If you read the very first sore, the plague, it soars for people who violated his laws. Okay. So he's a balance. He's not going to just let people get away with it. So this is for other people out there, even Jaren, this demon, this flat earth demon, asking God to give him sexual favors. God's going to show you what he's all about. And we look forward to that. Okay, because you're a damn demon. Okay,
Jaren doesn't believe in
to God
Christ.
to explain to me why I'll ask for fucking years to heal me, and he never did.
Let me get to this verse, and then we can address that. Let's get to Revelation 16. So I want people to understand that there's a very specific purpose for all of this. Revelation 16:9, and men were scorched with great heat and blasphemed the name of God, which hath power over these plagues, and they repented not to give him glory. And so even Job was put under an incredible amount of pain and suffering, but he did not curse God. Okay. And so is that easy to attain to that? No, we have to understand that's where we are under grace. Okay, for sure. We're not all Job, but we have to model that behavior. And again, we all have a mouth, okay, and we can all use that mouth to do whatever we want. Ultimately, God's in control of everything, but I just want people to know, don't sign checks you can't cash, so to speak.
Man, listen. I'm right now, I'm so scared of the Most High. All this judgment going out, man. The Most High is judging everybody. You got car crashes, people getting shot in the head left and right. You got you got all manner of chaos on the earth right now. This place is chaotic.
You know what? I've had a couple bulging discs in my neck, and so back when I was going through that, I went on the spinal.
So you are at the mercy of God that wants to destroy everybody.
Dude, let me finish my point, dude. I was in the middle of my statement. So I had these neck things, and then I went on this spinal forum with other people who have back problems. And if you look at the amount of pain that God can inflict through spinal injuries, you'll really see what God's about. He can literally torture a person just by moving a disc a millimeter and touching a nerve. Okay. And so again, you can do whatever you want. I'm just recommending things for people here.
Hey, mind of God.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mind of God, real quick, brother. Go ahead and pull this up for me. Go ahead and get 2 Corinthians chapter 5 and verse 11. That's a good one.
LOP, we're not trying to trivialize the things you've gone through, man, because it's deep. But
right.
All we can do is make recommendations to you as a man and us as men. That's it. Okay. People can tell me to grow my beard when I shave my beard, and I may or may not do it. But that's what somebody's got to tell me. The same thing with your hair. We got to tell you what the Bible
says.
My
hair, what? There's no commandment against long hair. What the hell are you talking about?
You think that's a good idea to have long hair? Are you kidding me?
I have long hair.
All right, let's get that verse real quick.
You think it's a good idea to have short hair?
Well, I don't think it's a good idea to have long hair.
Whatever. Who gives a shit? Nobody gives a shit. What?
Okay, brother. Listen to this verse real quick about the fear of the Most High. You got that, mighty God?
Well, I think he knows the verse, but again, I'm saying that I don't do it either with the beard. I'm just telling you that's what somebody should tell me, and I won't get angry about it like you just got defensive. I'm not going to say, what are you talking about? No, that's what the Bible says. But I'm going to say, yeah, that's what it says.
Well, it's not a law.
Okay, so are you looking for a way to wearing the mask is not a law. Do you think that's a good idea? Would you recommend that?
No,
to
and I
somebody?
don't wear the mask. So
I'm using the same logic as 1 Corinthians 11:14.
Yeah.
So
well,
okay,
the
No, man,
verse
I'm good.
just
you
relax.
are referring to.
Well,
I'm not. I'm relaxed.
2 Corinthians 5:11. Knowing therefore the terror of the Lord, we persuade man, but we are made manifest unto God, and I trust also are made manifest in your consciences.
Oh, I thought you were gonna
So
pull out the
the
verse about
terror.
the long hair. Okay.
You already know it, dude. And again, I'm telling you that I'm
I do.
I'm not in I'm
and
not
it's a
in that
wrong
either.
interpretation.
Your
that you guys
reaction
are
is
going
proving
off.
your reaction is proving there's something. All I'm telling you is that when we deal with the Bible, we deal as men and we say this is what it says, and then that emotional reaction that you're giving proves there's something else. If somebody tells me this is what the Bible says, I say that's what it is, and I got to deal with it as a man, not start bumping your gums like you're doing right now. So shut up.
Wait,
man.
but I know what it says. But
Okay.
I'm saying,
so I'm just saying
you are not understanding what it says, because
no,
it says,
we definitely
does not
understanding
even
what it
nature.
says.
Can I quote it? Does not even nature teach you that if a man have long hair, it is a shame unto him? And the answer is no, it doth not. Because look at the nature. Where do you see in nature? Like in what is he referring to? Even like the animal
Verse
kingdom?
15, but if a woman has
whatever.
long hair, it is a glory to her, for her hair is given to her for a covering. So it's by contrast, it explains it's for a woman. So I don't know what you're doing, man. Like, why are you, what's the
What
point of
nature? What is the nature he's talking about? Does not even nature teach you if a man has a long hair?
Yeah, that's for a woman. Just like a dress is for a woman. Just like a lot of things are for women. How is this complicated, man? What are you doing right now?
I thought it's like referring to like nature, like
Are you serious, or are you just trolling? Are you joking?
No, I'm not. I'm definitely not trolling, man. We already talked about it with somebody
Verse
else.
15, but if a woman have long hair, so by contrast, but is a contrast word. But if a woman have long hair, it is a glory for her. So what does it say? One rule for a woman does not apply for a man. Okay. How is that even deep right now? How are we having this discussion right now? Again, I'm telling you, I don't always have a beard. So I'm not saying that I follow it. I'm just telling you, if somebody tells me, TMoG, that beard that you shaved, you should keep it, I don't get emotional. I say, you're right. Okay. And then I move on.
And I'm saying you're wrong about the long hair.
Yeah, because you're stupid, dude. This is obviously talking about the fact that long hair should not be on a man. That's ridiculous, dude. That's absolutely insane. What are you talking about?
What about Samson and the Nazarite vow, right? Nothing? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Good, man. Just enjoy it. If you're looking for go wear a mask then, because that's not a law or whatever.
I'm not wearing the mask.
I'm just telling you, if you can go to the Bible and look for whatever reason to do whatever you want. I'm just saying that even just without the Bible saying that,
whatever I want.
Even without the Bible saying
to cut my hair.
Even without the Bible saying, do you need the Bible to tell you that a man shouldn't wear a dress? The Bible does say that.
I don't wear a dress. I'm just saying I like long
hair.
hair.
Do you need the Bible to tell you that like a long hair is for a woman? Do you need the Bible to tell you that? You need the Bible to tell you that a beard is for a man to have a beard. That's like
no, and I have a beard, so I let's drop this. Like, who cares how you look?
All I'm saying is that if when I interact with people and we deal with the Bible logically, we don't get emotional. Then you start getting in all that stuff that you dealt with. That's why I left, because those guys are effeminate. Because that's an effeminate thing to do. Oh, I'm going to meet you here and there. They don't even have a testimony, and they start getting all emotional.
Right.
That's what it is, dude. So people that come by here, we deal with the Bible, and that's it. Okay, we don't add anything or take any away or anything like that. Okay, so no, that verse is not saying the whatever the hell you just said it was, or whatever you were just making up. So no, and no, the Bible does not say that God loves the music on the earth. If you like it, whatever, man, that's your thing. I'm not trying to say you're a bad person, but I'm telling you what the Bible says. Don't go into the Bible and say God loves the satanic garbage that we have to listen to every day. This nonsense. All of it is trash. Burn all of it. Okay.
Let me say this. The real question is why is Bo Crab Magone inside joke? Why is he hanging around this guy, Pastor? What's this guy? What is it, Pastor Wood or something like that?
David Wood.
Yeah, David Wood, and he's on there dressing up in his wife's clothing. I mean, what the hell is this guy doing? Why is Bo Crab hanging around that guy?
Yeah, I mean, these people, they're not into the Bible, and you don't have to get into even the law to find out that they're not. But again, me, and I would say to some extent the people that I interact with, we just take the Bible at its word, okay? And then we deal with the Bible logically, okay? And then if we're wrong about certain things, then we accept that we're wrong, and that's just the way it is. But no, we don't go in and like make up stuff and all that, because that's what God's left-hand side does. They just go in there and they like little cherry pick things here and there and all that kind of stuff. This is what the Bible says about the music. Revelation 18:22, and the voice of harpers and musicians and of pipers and trumpeters shall be heard no more. And only, why would God waste his time to write this down if he liked the music? Why would he spend any amount of words to write this unless he absolutely hates it and wants it burned? Okay. And so that's what it is. He also hates the economy because it says that no craftsman of whatsoever shall be found anymore in me. So this is what God's all about. I'm just telling you, don't come by here and try and weasel anything past me. Not me. I'm going to go with what the Bible says. And if you don't want it, then get the hell out of here. I don't care who you are. If you're in my family, you like all my videos, get the hell away. That's the
and this goes for all of us, right? This goes for all of us. We have to come to the Yahweh Shai, who the world calls Christ, as he is, right? We have to come to him how he is. They look, if I was doing something in the past that he is against, and I got to drop that, even though I might like it. I'll give an example. Right. I grew up on eating certain of these foods, like I'll say my, Rice Krispie treats and my Slim Jims. I grew up on eating that stuff, man. But then when I learned that they have this, what's the word I'm looking for, ingredients in there that go against the dietary laws, then I was like, hey, you know what? I got to make a choice.
Yeah.
And I'm going to, do the right thing. I'm going to turn from what I want to do, and I'm going to follow after what the scriptures say. And that wasn't easy to do. Whereas it definitely wasn't easy to do. And I'll still stay, when I see these products in the store today, I still get tempted to buy them, of course. But you know what? I don't do it because I know that it, goes against the law. So therefore, I don't do it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's what I want people to understand. Like, and again, this is not to take anything out on LP. This is just for us to, if we're going to deal with this God and we want certain things from him, okay, we have to play by his rules. Okay, so if we want something from God, for example, salvation, the ultimate thing, we have to play by his rules. We cannot make a ship to go take us somewhere and do whatever. No, we cannot do that. Even our government can't do that. They can't even crack the freaking Van Allen belts, these dumbos. So we have to play by his rules. And so if you feel like maybe you're not getting something from God, whatever that may be, and I'm speaking to everybody now, you may want to consider, are you obeying his laws? Are you playing by his rules? And this is a lecture to myself too, TMoG. Okay. That's all I can tell people. So God's not going to make exceptions just because you think you're Mr. Tough Guy. It doesn't matter. What the hell does God think of an individual? Who cares who you are? Who cares who I am? Like, God cares. He obviously cares about his elect, no doubt. But like, give me a break. Okay. He's written the word. Okay. And that's the playbook. We even read earlier, Christ keeps the commandments of the Most High. And then he has a certain set that he distributes to his people. Okay. You think Christ is going to hang around people in his inner circle or just a bunch of dummies, liars, cheaters, all this? Are you kidding me? So this is what the 501c3 church is pushing. Okay. And I'm not saying LoP has an agenda, but if you take one step down that road, I'm going to stop it here.
Wait, what agenda?
No, I'm saying I'm saying I don't think you have an agenda, but I'm saying if anything sounds like that down that one road, I stop it because we're just going to go with what the Bible says. Okay?
All I said is I like music. I enjoy it, and that helps me with depression and stuff. So
that's fine. That's fine. God does not like it, and that's okay. If you like it, that's fine.
God does not like what? So God wants me more depressed and suicidal?
No, I didn't. All I'm saying, again, I can read Revelation 18:22 again. Like I use the analogy with food, just to go over this again.
I know it says God hates
defiled food. Okay, we eat defiled food, and some of it we enjoy it. Okay, and there's no real other option. Okay, for a lot of us, especially here in America. And we could even say, you know what? Hey, I like this, snack. I like this, whatever, burger, whatever. Okay, that does not change the fact that God said our food is going to be defiled, and He does not like it. Okay, that's just what it is. Okay, I don't know how that's like. Why is this even like a mystery to you? LoP, it's the same with music. It's the same with music. Does some of the music relax us, and do we learn some things? Of course. Okay, but that doesn't change the fact that God wants to burn it all, according to Revelation 18:22. So, and actually many other parts in the Bible that we just read earlier, like last stream, the violins and all that kind of stuff. So I'm working every day slowly to remove my own opinions and interests, what I like and all that, and just completely replace it with what God likes. Okay.
Right. And this is what the church do, right? The church tells the people, come how you are, right? Come how you are to the Lord.
Right.
So that's why, and I know certain guys, man, they'll let, these, transformers inside you. They'll
Mhm.
let them, into the church. I mean, hell, some churches around the world even have transformers up there teaching. I
Right.
mean, wait a second. It tells you if you go to, what is that? I want to say Deuteronomy, the 23rd chapter, to chapter 23 and verse 1, if you want to pull that up. It says, any man that has his, manly
Yeah.
parts taken, that he's
Yeah.
not supposed to enter into the congregation. So what the hell are these transformers doing here in the church, man? I'll throw
Right.
back to you.
Yeah, that's Deuteronomy 23:1. He that is wounded in the stones or had his privy member cut off shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. And so it's the same with, God gives people like skin issues and all that because they're unclean. Okay. And then that's what he's going to do for people who take that. You see what the first plague is. He's going to put boils and sores on them, and then they're unclean because there's a balance. If you break God's laws, he's going to punish it. And so
but don't forget.
Yeah, go ahead.
Don't forget that Pastor William Bell said all that happened in 70 AD. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, I'd like to see the video on that or the historical documentation. When has the billions of people received sores? We know it says he causeth all. We can disagree on what the mark is, but that prophecy in Revelation 16:2 is talking about sores being put on billions of people. So that's never happened.
They don't know when it happened. All they know to respond is it happened in the time period of 70 AD. If you ask them what day, what historical event can prove it, they don't know. Just like our friend More Than a Flame, he said that Christ returned in the Middle Ages. You ask him, okay, well, what proof is there that you can give to support that? What historical proof can support that? And he doesn't know. He's just sitting there saying that.
More Than a Lame. Yeah, it's bad. Revelation 16:2, and the first went out and poured out his vial upon the earth, and there fell a noisome and grievous sore upon the men which had the mark, and upon them which worship his image. I believe recently we passed the 7 billion number. So I know that that's multiple. What word can I use? It's a multiple yab. It's a multiple yab, but that's a lot. Okay. And so, that's a lot of that's billions that we're talking about. And so this has never happened without a doubt. You know what the funny thing is, dude, ITR actually said that they believe that the mark is the microchip. So I always thought that they were going to make up something stupid and be like, oh no, it's Christianity or something, but they actually believe it's something coming. So I actually gave them credit for that.
Yeah. I mean, hell, whatever we agree, if it's, this juice or the microchip, those are the more logical, answers. But there's cats out here, man. Let me give a little rundown, man. I've heard some of the teaching. Some guys say that the mark is sleeping with white women. Other guys teach that the mark is the Bible, right? That the Bible is the mark of the beast. I mean, the hell are these guys talking about? Other guys are talking about that John 3:16 is the mark of the beast. And then we got our friend Bible. What's that cat? Defender for the Truth saying that paper money is the mark.
Yeah.
Right? Even though Christ even though Christ himself dealing with money. You know what I'm saying? It's just, the hell are these guys saying? And you got, what's those guys? I believe that ISUPK or something like that, OUIC, they're saying that a embargo is the mark. I mean, what's everyone think about those couple examples?
That's sad, man. I think that the Christianity one from Zabak is kind of the funniest because it's like, at least the other ones you can it's a bit more physical and tangible, but like, what the hell's Christianity? Like, how is that a mark? Like, it doesn't even make sense because it's just like a religion, I guess, or like I don't know. So
yeah, just like what is it, Rock Upon Him? He said that that Sunday worship is the mark, right? That the Sunday law is the mark. It's like, well, wait a second. How's an atheist going to buy? Because it says all, right? So how are unbelievers in the Most High going to buy? They're not going to worship Pope Francis. Well, let me see. I might get my buddy Ridge on here. Let me hit him up real quick.
Nibbler. But I want people to know that Revelation 16:2 is proof that the mark will not go out to all, literally all. It will not. It's going to go out to quite a few. And so we can't take the Bible literally in that regard. So, because Revelation 16:2 proves that. So expect it to go out to quite a few. So, because I actually thought about that prior to me knowing a bit more about the Bible now. I wasn't like, well, how the hell is something going to go out to every single person on earth? Like, when is that going to ever happen realistically? And so that doesn't make sense, and so, just don't worry, because that's not what the Bible says. So.
Right. I mean, go ahead, LoP.
Wait, what were you talking about? The mark doesn't go to all people, or?
Yeah, it doesn't have to go to like every single person on the earth or reach all of it, kind of thing. Like it just has to go to like quite a few.
Oh,
before Revelation 16:2.
Right. But it says he causeth all, but it doesn't mean that it will reach that point where literally everybody will be. Yeah, I get
and
you.
Obviously God's right hand side will not take it, so it's not literally all. So
right. Yeah.
I just remember it when I heard about that, even like early in the flat earth kind of thing. I was like, well, how's that ever going to happen practically? I was like, do we really have to wait for everybody to do this and then it's going to be the end and all that? So, clearly you cannot deny, if they want to do something quickly, they can do it. They've proven that to all of us who've been watching, and they could literally rooster inside joke the whole world if they want, quick, dude. So maybe that'll happen with this Omnitron thing. So.
Yeah, but you just put out a video about that, right? And then they were saying something about the YAB is like could be effective for it, or
right?
Was it your video, right?
I posted one just a bit more about the travel ban, but is there some other new information on that?
No, I thought you posted. Oh, it might have been someone else. I thought you posted about it, like it was like 10 minutes long video. Some guy talking about that, and he was saying that that anyway, that it could be effective or not, but the people could still something.
It's just in general, LoP. I think we all see that what they're doing is they're going to keep saying these new strains are happening because of the unyabbed. I think that's pretty clear what we're
seeing. Wasn't there like how many of the variants are there? Like this is already the 5th one or something?
Yeah, exactly. They're running out of freaking names. They're going to
because and I thought that it wasn't one of them called I know Delta, but there was one called somebody told me like Epsilon, because they are named after, like, Delta is a Greek right? So then but then it wasn't named that, right? The Epsilon.
Yeah.
Because that would refer to if you know the book Brave New World, which is talking about, like, it's a futuristic kind of book.
I think I know what you're getting at.
Dystopian, dystopian.
But book, you're getting at, why did they switch from letters to a name now, right? Like
yeah. That's what I mean. Because that book actually talks about the Epsilon and obviously a dystopian future. It was written in the 1930s. So sorry. So
yeah.
Anyway, I was just kind of wanted to make that connection, but they actually didn't name it that. So
there's a lot of you'd have to be a pretty big coincidence theorist at this point to at least not consider the Bible narrative. Yeah, there's too many coincidences at this point. So we'll see ultimately, but
there had to be. Yeah, I think everything is connected, and there are, like, those are not coincidences. It's just synchronicity. I view it as but like as when you said the judgment of God, and then, like, time will have to tell, because right now,
I mean, I would say if this narrative passes, I don't think the Bible is the word of God. I will say that confidently. Like, if this is just another scare, another spook. That
you said that if nothing, if we reach the herd immunity, then then you would really probably discard the whole thing.
I don't think now they've changed the number for herd immunity. They don't even talk about that anymore. But yeah, let's just say, just in general, if this just passes and then nothing happens, then but again, I don't see that that's likely, just because America's crumbling financially. Just everybody's unemployed. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, not just Samuel Owen and me, like, everybody is. So it's just crazy, man. Like, Just
hell, man.
Samuel.
I mean, hell, ETT is glued to the couch, man. I ain't doing nothing. I'm just a bum myself, man.
Yeah, man. Me too. Just go for these walks in the forest, but it's about it. Yeah.
But it's bad, but like it's just really all of us are like that. And then this narrative is clearly the narrative for the economy tanking because it was already. So America's going down no matter what. We know that. It's just, is it going to go down the way the God of the Bible predicted? That's the wait and see part. But I'd be shocked if the Bible is not the word of God at this point. So yeah, that's all I can say. I can't prove the Bible's true. ETT is asking me to prove what the mark of the beast is, man. That's above my pay grade, man. I can't do that. So
what's everyone's have you all ever watched what's this cat? Eric Dubé's videos? You all ever watched those before?
I saw his this morning. I watched it. It was about 10 minutes or so, I think. But yeah, I watch his.
Wait, he's still making new videos?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he is. You should look up what is it? He has a video out there called Evolution and Dinosaurs Debunk, which I don't agree with the dinosaur part, you know, because he's saying that that dinosaurs never existed. They just made that up to go along with the ball earth theory, is what he's trying to say. But as far as the evolution goes, he did a good job, you know, at refuting that. But he went off on the latter part of the video. But nevertheless, it's still a good educational video that y'all should check out if you get the chance.
Yeah, but
so it's not about flat Earth this time anymore.
In that video, it's not about it. No.
Yeah, because like he's been doing that for.
Oh well, he still talks about. Well, his videos.
Hey, I got a question for you guys.
Yeah.
Hey, so have you guys watched Jake the Asshole on YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I like that guy.
Okay.
Yeah, I know
have you seen his recent video where he's exposing the some equinox? It's I forgot the A word, but it's the equinox map, AE map of the flat Earth, and he's debunking the logic into it. And I kind of agree with him. There are flaws in that map.
Yeah, they call that the azimuthal equidistant projection.
Yeah, that one.
So that's just for people to know, that's what the flat earthers, that's their religion. So one person will have an AE and they'll be like, oh, that guy's a flat earth heretic. So it's like their own like doctrine kind of thing. But like, what's his beef with that? I mean, I don't think we can know those things with any certainty.
That's what he said at the end of the video. Jake, he mentioned that, what am I going to present a map to you? He said no, because he doesn't have one.
Right, exactly. The one that if somebody asks me for a flat earth map, I go to a website called skyvector.com, which is a flight planning tool, which a friend of mine who is an amateur
Can you link that?
Yeah, I'll put it. I would go to that if anybody, because you get a lot of these like flat earth or ball earthers like show me a map, and then you show them a flat earth map. This is a flight planning tool, and pilots actually use this, and it's flat. Okay, so like they want to go from point A to point B, and then it plans the flight for them. They're not on a ball. Like they're not planning a flight on a ball or anything like that. And so that is, you can go to that website, you know, and then just be like, well, there's your flat earth. Okay.
I was looking at the AE map. It looks like, you know, if you take the globe Earth and you smash it flat.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Y'all ever look into that? Y'all any do ever research into that? What is that? The Illuminati card game? Y'all ever look into that?
Well, according to RV Truth, the last two cards are an alien deception. Yeah. That's
well, the interesting part about that I showed you a few months back is there's a card in there that shows the what is it, the Christian church, and then it has the UFOs around it. But it's very interesting because there's a World War III card. There's actually a card in there that I showed you that shows what's going on right now. It literally says it on the card. You remember that one, Mind of God?
Yeah, definitely. Yes. That's amazing.
And remember, that card game was made back in 1996. So I mean, that's
damn, dude.
Yeah. So I mean, it's like, damn, that card game was around a few years before I was alive. So how the hell are there events in there that we're seeing unfold? I mean, hell, 9/11 was in there.
Yeah.
And it's crazy, man.
Well, let me say this, as ETT would say. Let me say this: God's left-hand side know exactly what's going on. Okay, they know exactly what's going on. They have to. So they know God exists. They know where we are in terms of what our shape is. And they know the Bible is the word of God. They have to. So no, they didn't like guess all that stuff. But I can't believe it's in 96, dude. That's dope. Because that's perfectly timed right before 9/11. So yeah, man, I think that it's looking good, man. It's looking good for the Bible for sure.
Yeah, they even have a there's two cards in there. There's a flat Earth card, and there's also a NASA card in there where they show you them faking the moon landing on there, man. So as I said, I'm not saying that's proof of anything, but it's just it's I don't think it's a coincidence that all that.
Let me read the flat.
Can I add something into that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Are you guys familiar with Babylon Working?
I've heard.
Was that a book or something?
Steven Anderson?
It's a no, not with Steven Anderson. He might have mentioned it, but it's something else. But Babylon Working is where Aleister Crowley, you know, the famous occultist, OTO.
Yeah.
Him, L. Ron Hubbard of Scientology, and Jack Parsons, before NASA, they were doing like some ritualistic type of stuff revolving around like science, and then somewhat time later, NASA was formed and everything. You guys ever look into that?
No.
I haven't heard about
it. It's interesting.
That's interesting, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we know NASA now is a front for weaponizing space. They're literally telling us that with the Space Force, but does it go deeper than that?
Yeah, I mean it's but anyway, go ahead and get that.
Can I add one more thing into that?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yep.
Okay. Shh, goddamn dogs. Shh. Hold on. Sorry.
Let me read the flat Earth Illuminati card game. I'll pass it back to you, STM, in 1 second. Let me read flat Earth Illuminati card game, dude. Then the picture of the flat Earth is mad funny, dude. It's like a freaking piece of
square. Right?
Yeah, it's like a big brick.
I remember that. Yeah.
LoP, listen to this. It's like people laugh, but the flat earthers know something. Really? Like,
yeah, I've looked into all those cards, but
that's pretty sick.
Online.
Hey, here's a little fun fact, real quick. Here's a little fun fact. I was doing some research on it, and you know, you can't find them anywhere now. The only place you can get them is on what is it? eBay. They have them. Might be able to find it on Amazon too. But on eBay, I was looking for one pack of cards. It's like $80, but if you want the entire lot, right, the entire set, it's going to cost you $1,000 for the entire set of the Illuminati card game.
Jeez.
But can't you find all of them online on some website, or
they don't create them anymore? They stopped.
No, yeah, but some archived maybe, you know, or
well, that's
torrent,
what I just said. I said you could buy them, you know, on eBay. People are selling them on there, but they're going to cost you a lot of money.
No, but
I
mean, like copies of that, like online.
Yeah, actually, I think Sacramento has them. I wouldn't mind getting that link, dude. If you email that to anybody,
in physical copies, you know.
I wouldn't mind getting the digital copies of these.
Yeah, that's what I meant. The digital copies. Yeah,
we could even do like a full stream on these because, dude, they have one literally called Epidemic. I'm not even kidding. It has a picture of this on it.
Yeah, and we could do like a share screen, and we could like look at them.
Hello.
Yeah, we could literally go through every one. I mean, there's a lot of them, dude. Like.
Yeah, man.
Hello?
Hey, Jay? Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Is it quieter now? I had some dogs barking in the back.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was mentioning the NASA, but have you looked into right before Trump got out of office, he did a Space Force agency now where they're weaponizing space?
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about that? Is like so like they're preparing for something, you know, like in a sense, like the second coming, but like as an alien invasion is as I see it, you know, like they got all these wannabe Star Trek agencies all weaponized to fight whatever's coming, you know, like because they've been predicted programming it for a while. Like what's that one movie with Will Smith, where the aliens come?
Yeah, Independence Day. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're going to be doing something like that, and all these agencies like NASA, but what they're doing now and like Trump's Space Force are the precursor for that. If you catch my drift.
Check this out, dude. One of the cards in the Illuminati card game is called Church of Middle America. It's like, this is the description below. They'll never get it, even when the saucers are flying overhead. So, and they have a picture of a church with like just a bunch of quote unquote UFOs, which we know.
You know, I actually have a stub that has most of the the Illuminati card games in a Google Drive, but I've been trying to find the link to it, but I can't find it. So I might post a video and see if he'll comment on it because I can't find it.
If he gets a hold on that LOP, we'll do a
You
video
can
on
find
that,
it,
man.
man. Yeah.
Yeah, I maybe I can go and find it online. Like I'm pretty busy. Like I sleep and golf and sleep again and go. But I might be able to make time.
That sounds like my
Hey,
life.
I just heard that GMS Australia just made another video and it mentioned ETT
About you?
in it. If someone just let me know.
Dude, ETT, you're famous, man. I don't know anybody in
Luke sent me that one on Twitter.
who doesn't know you at this point, man. I don't know anybody.
Man, it's like what the hell these cats have the negativity to talk about me about? It's like, well, what the hell did I do to them? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like I don't know where they're coming from with that.
Well, they get
what
emotional.
Did you do, man?
When you grow, out of these groups and then you challenge them, they don't like it. And that this happened to me with an individual named RV Truth, who's a damn devil demon.
Oh no, you can't talk bad about Russian vids. He's the man.
Well, the only issue is he took my wrench away and blocked me, man. And I just like kind of trolling in his chat.
One of his mods blocked my main channel, but he's still liking all my other channels and comments and stuff. So it must have not been him.
One of his mods is called El Despertard.
Yeah, I know them. That's one of his main ones.
Wait a second. What does I don't know this, but what does what's that cat? What does Russian vids teach about the hell teaching? Does he teach a little?
He doesn't really teach much about hell. It's more of like a Christian main theology.
Yeah,
but didn't you say didn't you say you got into an argument with one of his subs? They were trying to say that hell's a real burning place or something like that.
Or they were saying that it's like in the earth. Or they were making some argument that they will not say it's the goings on the earth or the earth itself, and they will not say we're in it now. Because
I don't think Russian vids will speak out against anything like that. He might lose a couple of subs or so.
I'll let you go in a second. This is the point. This is what I believe everything's being set up for this quote unquote alien thing is that they have to teach that it's below the earth or above the earth. Cause like these people that are visiting us are aliens. So they're going to say, oh, they're raised entities or, from the sky or whatever. They cannot say that the evil's here on earth in Biden, Putin, and all that kind of stuff. I'll pass it back to anybody, but that's what I believe they're setting everybody up for. Go ahead.
Oh, I got to add one thing into that. I don't know if anybody has not seen that live stream that I had last night, but I posted it on my second channel.
Yeah, I have, but I have not finished it. I think I got.
Oh no! I don't know. People were asking what I did with it, and I re-uploaded it on my second.
I watched it at 20x speed, and I didn't know what was being said, but it was interesting. I'm gonna watch the rest of it. But
the first 8 minutes. So I was just trying to get everything ready. It starts exactly around 8 minutes.
Hell, man, that character, what's that cat? That character, Mike. Hell, that's enough to make Rooney McNutt say this is it a second time. That's guy's just too much, man.
Yeah.
Damn joke.
His stories are something else.
Hell, man, he's high on side. I'll give him that.
Rooney's in a better place, man. Shout out Rooney McNutt, man. He took one for the team, pardon the pun. But
this is it.
Yeah, he's with the Most High, so that's what it is. We know,
man. People be making
good servant said that the other day.
He did, dude. That I listened to that good servant clip at minimum twice a day. Just because I'm like, if good servants prophesying the end, then we're at the end of the end. We're at the end of the end of the end. You know what I mean? So if it reached good servants' eyes and ears, so that's
good servants like Sam Owen can stream 5 times a day.
Yeah, he's got. He keeps saying the same thing over and over and over again every single day, but I can't help it.
It gets repetitive.
It's just funny.
Sam also says always the same things in every.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. He's the son of man, and bow.
And also, always,
my new thing is I'm of the lineage of David, so I'm a king. He needs to bow.
And he always shows the thing.
LoP, one thing I gotta say, dude, that line that friggin' 2-liter said that you have an Edomite leading you yesterday, I was literally cracking up because, like, that quote unquote light skinned guy who runs the IRS, the ITR.
Yeah, exactly. Their boss.
That was the funniest thing, dude. They were shook, man. They didn't know what to say. It was funny as hell, dude.
Oh yeah, okay. I get when Jay said you have an Edom.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's white. He's white.
Yeah, I know. He is.
I cracked up, dude. I'm like, well, we're poking fun of them, but they used to say that, maybe they don't say that now, but like they used to make stupid statements like that. So like it was just funny. I think it was perfectly timed. But you held your
What
own
happened to that live stream, LOP?
I told you, do you not remember
Private or deleted?
No. Do you not remember we talked after I ended the stream? I just told you like 2 minutes after it ended, you and Midas or Midas, whatever his name is, Midas, sorry. So you and Midas, we were still talking like 3 minutes after after I ended the stream. But I told you I deleted. I told you about like
Okay, all right.
1 or 2 minutes after.
Yeah, you should.
I ended the
man.
stream. I said I deleted it because those guys were pissing me off, and
Yeah,
this
don't
was
keep
the
that up.
worst stream ever because they just ruined it for me.
Yeah,
I get
They
that.
got
Yeah,
me,
I get that.
Emotionally messed up. So
I would
mean, to
say,
be
say
fair,
it in light words.
the thing
real,
is, though,
real
it looks
quick.
bad on their end because they're supposed to be New Covenant guys. Why are they coming on there instigating? So it doesn't look good for either side. But go
He
ahead.
got
Yeah,
violent
real
with me
quick.
when I told him
I mean,
to tell his wife to be quiet.
yeah, real
listen.
quick. It started off, not being, too offensive, right? The brother came on and he was being polite, but then, when Sacramento made that statement, then it took a turn for the worse. But anyway,
Well,
that
I mean,
brother.
it's true.
Yeah, I
the thing,
agree with
though.
you
That's
on
the
that.
thing, though. If you don't have a product, you have to just make it theater, and that's fine if they want to make it theater. But I'm not getting into like we've done enough of these with the flat earth debates. I'm not getting into that. I'll meet you there. And no, we're not doing that. So if that happens, I leave. I'm out. Like, and if people want to argue like passionately about a position, that's fine. But they don't even have a position. Like we ask them, like, what's your position? And they don't even have anything. So it's like, I don't even know. Like, it's literally like what ETT said. It's arguing with a damn wall. So I don't see the point.
Man, I remember. Let me say this. Let me say this real quick, man. I remember a couple of years back when the whole, flat earth thing was getting popular. It's just this one YouTuber. I don't remember the channel, but I saw his video, and he was having an argument with another flat earther. And what he did is he found out a state where it's, quote unquote legal for them to have a brawl, right? So he told the guy he's having an argument with, show up here on this day, on this date, and let's fight it out, right? And whoever wins the model of the earth wins. I'll have to see if I can find that. But going back to Russian vids, man, it's like those guys, even though they'll give certain truths, like the numerology stuff like that, he's deep into that. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
And the flat earth stuff's good. But as far as, dealing with the Bible, that's out of their league, because they'll be on there talking about, you ask them, wait, who's behind the deception? Well, God's behind the deception. And if you caught my stream yesterday, that is a very important truth to know. If you don't know that, well, then you don't know what's going on. You have to know who's behind the deception. You have to know that the Most High is behind the evil in the world. You have to know that. And when you saw it with that cat, Midas, or whatever that cat's name was, he got cut. You saw he got cut. Sacramento, you saw that. He was tap dancing, man.
But, and I want people to know.
Yeah, he kept calling you my boyfriend after you left because I kept bringing up the scripture.
2 liter, dude.
I remember that.
Let me read the verse and then I'll pass it back to you, man. But I just want people to know, we keep reading this. Just it will never go out of style because we care about people, unlike a lot of these people, because you need to know this or else you could be deceived. You could be deceived by Russian vids or call for an uprising or all these other people. El Despertard. Okay, one of the mods. And so they're going to say, all these visitors are evil and all that. But like, this is a thing where it says when Christ returns, anybody who calls on his name, first of all, you have to know that that's Christ. Okay. Like you have to know that that's a righteous thing first and foremost. So we're letting you know this. So if this does happen in our lifetime, which I strongly believe that it will, you'll be prepared. Job 12:16, with him is strength and wisdom. The deceived and the deceiver are his. And he's right. That's one verse. Russian vids, for example, would not even pin it. If let's say we typed it in the chat, I can't because I'm blocked forever. But let's say somebody else did, he won't pin that comment. He's not allowed to talk about that. So we know what's going on. So his role is the flat earth and the numerology. I'll pass it to Sacramento.
Okay. I don't really have nothing to say. I just replying to what ETT was saying about Midas. But I was talking to them for a while. He brought his friend on, Gus, to be his sidekick for a while.
Jeez.
It's like a Gus Fring from the from the Breaking Bad.
Oh, yeah. He's cool.
Dude,
I
how
like
many
that
hours
show.
did you go, man? You broke our record. How many hours?
7 hours,
Yeah.
15 minutes, and 19 seconds.
I think
darn
TMoG,
it.
what was the stream that I was on? And
Let me
it was like
check.
6 hours, 16 minutes. I remember
Yeah,
that actually,
let me
but
check.
not sure exactly. But
I may even run this 21 straight and just tip my hat to StreamYard, man. This is it, as they would say. So I got refreshed today, so I may do it, man. I'll be honest. I'm very happy, only because it looks like the Bible is literally coming true right before our very eyes, and I want other people to be happy about that too, because it's amazing. Yeah, it was 6 hours and 17 minutes, so that's pretty
wow.
good.
So,
yeah.
But Jay still beat your record.
Yeah, it's more quality than quantity. Yeah, 2 liter. He can have a 20-hour stream, but yeah, we pack a punch in 6 hours. So
Hey, I had some good stuff on mine too. It was interesting.
I'm just kidding, man. I'm just
No,
joking.
I want to finish it whenever
I don't know, man.
I mean, hell, man.
You know what's happening though, and I'm saying this in a complimentary way to the people that come by and listen to us sometimes just rant, but it's becoming fewer and fewer people you can have an intelligent conversation with, and we've proven that yesterday and a lot of hangouts, just to have a diplomatic, oh, you believe that, I believe this, and then let's work towards the truth. You barely can get those, and I would recommend watching Round Tree with ETT and I. It was diplomatic. ETT got emotional.
When's round 4?
No, it's never going to happen. It's already
round 3 was final.
The votes are in. The
free,
votes are in.
The third time's the charm.
Yeah, I voted myself.
The third time's the charm, as the saying goes.
Right, but that's why these streams I think are getting longer and longer, because people are realizing, like, damn, like we really can't even talk to people in our own family. So I'll pass it to anybody. It's crazy.
Moon pie versus
I can't talk to my dad about anything like related to the Bible, because he will say like, oh, this is all crazy conspiracy.
It's bad news.
You are out of your mind. So
but it's
I
bad
can't
news
talk
to
to anybody, even my wife, no, not at all.
Right.
Or my mom is a little bit more open-minded.
Yeah.
So I can talk to her about it, but other than that, nobody really. So
what we realize now is the Bible's bad news for a lot of people, and I'm not saying that it's good news for me. That's to be determined, but it's bad news for billions of people. That's, don't shoot the messenger. That's what it is. So yeah, it's looking, I'm not trying to fear monger people or whatever that phrase is, but
yeah, you got that right.
We're in. So
fear monger.
Yeah, but
fear porn.
Yeah,
fear porn. It's called too.
Yeah, that's what Richie from Boston makes. Fear porn.
Yeah, but the difference that we come when we bring out the Bible is that we're giving some amount of comfort. When we read Job 12:16, that's not to just quote a verse randomly. That comforts me, because I know that, okay, like this whole Corolla narrative and then all of Spanish flu and everything in human history, God was behind it. Even if there's a next thing, which I don't believe there will be, God would be behind that too. So it's to comfort people. So, but yeah,
like we don't want to do the fear mongering, because we want to talk about the salvation and that it is soon, and announce that it is soon, because we see all the signs and what's happening. So
exactly, and like really the thing that pretty much puts us at that point is like, even atheists are looking for salvation now. It's like even atheists know this place ain't right, so we know it's not right for sure. So I mean, this has got to be it, man. I don't know what else to say, man. Like that might be what I title this stream after it renders, but this has got to be it. So that's what I'm gonna say. I don't know, man, but we got 100 people watching, which is not bad for my streams. I always
right, but here's the kicker, though.
Yeah.
Here's the kicker, and this is how you show that the Christians are wrong. And you can pull up, what is that? Matthew the 10th chapter is good, and then also Luke the 14th chapter goes into it. But Christ said, hey, look, he has come to bring division on earth, right? He's came to set a son against his father and a daughter against her mother. That's not what Christians teach.
Right.
Matter of fact, don't they have a church song for Christmas? Isn't it like Christ came to bring peace on earth or something like that?
Yeah, it is.
Right, for the audience, go ahead and pull those up, man. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, dude,
Yeah, that's not. These Christians are going way the hell off.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
But I want people to know this is, again, not that we're trying to say we're on some stuff. Even when I quote Revelation 18:4, come out over my people, I just want people to understand the God of the Bible from the beginning, from the get-go, has been about division. Stay away. Okay. That's what it's not any different that we're quoting any of these verses in Matthew, and I'm going to quote Amos. But do you know what verse that is in ETT in this? Let's see, Matthew 10.
I believe it's 34, if I'm not mistaken, or around that area.
Right. Yeah. Matthew 10, 34. Think not I have come to send peace on earth. I have come not to send peace, but a sword. So that's destruction. Listen to this, verse 35. For I have come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. Listen to this in verse 36, 666. Listen to this. And a man's foe shall be in their own household. So that's what it is.
Oh, yeah, this is deep.
Yeah, Amos 3:3. Can two walk together except they be agreed? So God has been dividing people when Amos wrote this, when Matthew wrote that, from the beginning. So, and that's not a coincidence. That's in 33. What's God using? All these Freemasons, and all this whether you believe it's real or not, this propaganda, Rittenhouse, and all this nonsense. So yeah, that's what it is. So God's trying to bring division on every single level. Even these new covenant guys, they're a form of division. Okay, so you got to be a new covenant guy and then be one of those dumbos. These morons think they're going to implement the mark of the beast in the new covenant. I don't know what to say, dude. Like, that's all we should tell them next time if they stop threatening us. How the hell are they going to implement a new freaking mark of the beast in the new covenant, man? Give me a break. So
right. And you know what the ironic part is? The ironic part is they'll sit there and say that Christ brought in a new covenant when it was crucified, right? But here's the problem with that, and I always mention this, is what is it, Hebrews the 8th chapter, verse 13. Mm-hmm. It says that that the old covenant is waxing old and is beginning to vanish away. Wait a second. This is being written after the crucifixion of Christ. So how did the first covenant not pass away yet if Christ was already crucified to supposedly bring in the new covenant? How does that make any sense?
Mm-hmm. These morons are hunkering down here, man. If they had it their way, they'd be in Babylon for hundreds of years, man. Like, these people are stupid, man. Like, give me a break. You think this is the best God can do, is have us run by Biden and a bunch of these dumbos? Are you kidding me? That's crazy. The Bible says we're being led by the basest of men, like the most disgusting person that God can make. It's not funny, but like, give me a break. Like, it's not the best God can do. Hebrews 8:13, in that he saith a new covenant, he hath made the first old. Now that which decayeth and wax old is ready to vanish away. So that's not
right. So it hasn't yet.
Right. I mean, they just don't know. Man. Is what ETT would say. They just don't know. So that's just what it is. So if
I wanted to ask only Jay, why are you having on every of your videos the Babylon won't take my youth? What does it mean? Jay? Oh, he's not there.
The leader might have stepped away.
Yeah. No, but
hey, real quick.
He has the hashtag like Babylon won't take my youth on every one of his videos. So
let me chime in.
I just wanted to know what he means by that. But anyway,
we'll ask him. Go ahead.
Yeah, real quick. I'm gonna have to bounce for now, man, because I got something I gotta do. I gotta go ahead and record a couple videos real quick.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I thank you for having me on tonight. You gonna go live again soon, man?
Dude,
Did somebody ask me a question
in 13 hours from now.
I did.
So I'm still going to be live when you're done. Yeah. No,
all right. Well, I'll be back another time, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Thanks for coming, man. Peace.
Hey, okay, what was the question? D-Coon. Have a good night.
I'm going to say shalom.
Shout out D-Coon, man.
I said that last night.
You can ask him if he's back about the hashtag.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Jay, that you have on every one of your videos the hashtag Babylon won't take my youth. What does it stand for?
Oh yeah. That's my slogan that I use. It's from a rap song. At the end, the guy says, "Babylon won't take my youth," and I like that, so I've been using it. But no, it's like like the Rastafaris, they call like America, like the police and the government, Babylon.
Oh, okay. I don't know much about the Rastafari, but.
Yeah, no, it's a slogan I use. I like it.
You just like the slogan. Okay, yeah.
Listen to Good Servant's most recent community post, man. This guy's a Dumbo. Can multi-generational occultists inverted at birth be saved by Jesus Christ in the afterlife? What the hell does that mean, dude?
And I was gonna say earlier about Good Servant. So
It's so dumb.
you remember how I told you he emailed me like, what is your, hold on, what was that email? He emailed me like maybe 4 days ago about like, what's your thoughts on wait, where is it? Oh, here it is. So he emailed me like 4 days ago. What are your beliefs about salvation? And then that was in, wait, let me see. There was a long time. That was like, okay, so it was a week ago. What are your beliefs about salvation? And today he just asked me the same thing again. And a week ago I replied to him, let's discuss it on a live stream, and he just asked me again. Oh, I don't get it.
Guy's stupid, man. I go on his show, tell him where hell is, and then he starts slandering me. And then Pete Shea joins, who's just a complete demon. He goes and says that hell is material, and then he's like, "Oh wow, that's great, Pete. Thanks for coming on." So like, what? How do you explain that? And so it just shows what's going on. Like the Bible people, the flat Earth are not Bible people. They're just a bunch of dumbos. So, but yeah, man. I mean, I'm not trying to limit you from going to talk to him. I would listen to that LOP if you could have a conversation with him. It would be funny.
No, but he didn't even, I replied to him this time because and he didn't get back to me anyway. So
yeah. He's out there, man. You know, and I'm not trying to make light if he does have, you know, mental issues and all that, because, you know, we all got our struggles. But I mean, I'm
actually not even subscribed to him, because the only reason I did this is because End Times Teacher sent me a link to his live stream, and he was like, what did he tell me? I forgot, because ETT sent me like 30 emails from after that. So, yeah. But he said something like, join a Good Servant stream and ask him this and that, and so I did, and then okay, then Good Servant said like, you know, hey, you know, I'm dropping the email so that you can contact me or whatever. So that's how it came about.
Right.
I like this.
Never really talked. I told him, I wrote him a long message, and he just replied, what is your thoughts about salvation? He didn't even address any of the points I made.
Yeah, he doesn't debate. He's not up for debates.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, that's my
just a nice chat is what he wants to do.
Right.
And he doesn't do open panel either. He does like only.
No, he does open panel, but for people that he knows.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's he'll.
But he don't go live for that long. He usually goes for about 40 to 50 minutes, and then it's like 5 times out of the day. So it's hard to catch him.
Wait, 5 times a day? Wow.
Yeah, he'll go. Yeah, just about. He'll start at like 6 or 7 o'clock, and then sometimes he'll go from that time to 11. Then to like 5, and then sometimes like 11 or 12.
Dude, he could have read the whole Bible by now with the amount of times that he's gone live. Like, he should, I guess. Just read it. Like, don't even say anything. Just read it, and then like it'll be better than whatever the hell he's talking about. So it's just stupid.
But
I'm just annoyed that I have a video. He has got a video of me on his channel with like 100 and some views, calling me a wolf.
Where's that at? I can't see that. I tried looking for that.
Let me put it in the chat just for people to go. If anybody doesn't mind going to spam, dislike this one, please. I'll put it.
I've already. I told you I watched it, and
yeah,
dislike too.
This guy's a certified demon, dude. Just he called me a demon.
He said the mind of Satan.
Yeah, that's what they call me. And like,
is that why you call him Good Serpent?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
Oh, we've had beef for a while. I mean, I did a few hangouts with him, and then started talking about what the Bible actually says, and then then it started getting all.
And he got pissed then.
Yeah. Let me put this video in the chat if you guys don't mind, anybody out there. Oh, we can't even see dislikes now, so who cares? But this is it.
We can spam the comments with negative stuff.
You remove the dislikes now.
But LOP, you know what people are doing now, which is clever? One person goes to the video and then they put dislike at the bottom. And so they just dislike that comment. They like that comment. So now people have worked around it because obviously so they write dislike in a comment down below. And then we go like that comment. So it's like dislike, but it's down below. So we've come up with
I've seen that.
Yeah, that's smart. That's brilliant.
Wait. I still don't. You mean downvote a comment?
No. Sorry, you go.
No, you post a comment that says dislike, and then the people go and like it for the dislike.
Right. So you get a sense of how many people dislike the video. Just write dislike.
Oh, I get it. Like somebody says dislike the video, and as those people that have actually clicked the dislike will like the upvote and comment.
Exactly.
I get it now. Sorry.
Exactly.
I'm a bit slow, but
no, but I'm saying that's what people are doing because I've seen that.
But I was gonna say another thing. Actually, the dislikes are still there.
Yeah, for some accounts, it still shows the dislikes.
Right.
I get that a lot.
You know how I know, Jay? Because I logged into your that you gave me access to your.
The Sacramento Truth Movement 4.
Yeah, both that one and what was the other one?
Akium.
Yeah. That you changed the name though, right?
Yeah, no, it was short for Ak. It's short for that word.
Yeah, the Ak, and from that channel also, you are still able to see the dislikes.
Yeah. No, it's weird. It's because
I think smaller.
They still show and some don't. Yeah, I get that.
It depends on the small, I think, because me.
No, it don't depend on the small. It's just
we have
how many counts you have logged in, and then the new update kind of works around to the account that you're already logged into.
Oh, so that's the reason. Wow. Okay.
Well,
so the recent accounts that I've been logged into, the new YouTube updates kind of affect those. But it's weird though, because like the ones that I haven't logged in for a few days, like Sac Truth 4 or 3, they the dislikes still show up. Like the new update doesn't affect it. I don't know why, but it's cool though because I still get to see them.
I thought it's gets to do something about like. Okay,
it's probably something that they're every now and then YouTube has like a new glitch that comes out with every new update. Like on my app, if I switch an account, it will crash and I got to reopen the thing. Or this new dislike ratio disappearing type of narrative. Like,
that's so bad that they have to do that. Just remove the whole button. It doesn't make sense to even put it there. Like, okay, the person putting it up can see it, but if you're going to be that biased, just don't even have like and dislike. It's so
well, true, but you got people like me who can still see it, so I just go comment on the video and say,
right,
there's this many dislikes.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, that's
I've done that about 5 times already.
When will that get fixed out?
On which videos?
I don't know. Probably the new update because they just put out the new they just put out the new update that removed the dislikes. So it'll probably be on the next update on YouTube, whatever. Mm-hmm. That they actually fix that, but as of now, I can still see dislikes on some channel.
That's cool, because dude, Fauci's getting slammed right now, dude. I read all the comments; they make me laugh, dude. They're like, does anybody believe this guy anymore? Like, it's just comment after comment. The YouTube comments are the funniest place to be.
It reminds me of Bill Gates, lightweight.
Yeah, same. Any video by them too, they get absolutely roasted in the comments. So. They're like everybody basically on the world stage is like waking up to how stupid this narrative is.
And any video from the White House too.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, not Trump had a White House likes all the way up all the time.
No, I'm talking about Biden. Yeah, I'm talking about him.
Yeah. Well, see, the White House YouTube channel, they every 8 years it's just about every new president that comes in, they delete every video and start fresh. So,
no, I was talking
Trump.
Okay,
Trump had 1,000 videos on the White House YouTube channel, and then as soon as Biden took office, they deleted them all. And the same with Obama.
No, but I was talking about Donald Trump had his own channel, and you're right. He had on most videos he had like at least like.
I think he still does, to be honest with you.
95%. Like no, they removed it, but
they banned him off of Twitter. I know that.
And YouTube as well.
What's funny though is all his kids and his wife are still on there. So I don't tweet him no more. I tweets at all his kids and his wife and ex-wife.
Right.
Like not a lot of people know, but Donald Trump's pastor was a 33rd degree Freemason, and he was also a Shriner. His name was Norman Vincent Peale. He has a book called The Power of Positive Thinking. And like when people ask, well, what kind of Masonic affiliation does Trump have? Well, look at the people he surrounds himself with.
Right. I mean, there's no way anybody that believes that he's righteous. I mean, you're out of your you're out of your mind.
Well, there's some people who are saying that he's a second coming of Christ, and then there's these other people who are saying that he's a Cyrus type of figure.
That's stupid.
What do you mean, Cyrus? Cyrus Deed or?
No, like the biblical type of idea, Cyrus. I forgot what he did, but like I seen videos people comparing him to Trump and saying that sometimes they're saying that he's actually him in the modern age.
Well, it's interesting because Cyrus Deed was actually the guy that first came up in the modern times with the concave Earth back in late.
No, not him, not him.
Century. I know. I'm just saying that I just remembered it's Cyrus Deed that was, and he also, by the way, so not only like Lord Stephen Christ and Sam Owen, but Cyrus Deed also believed he's the Messiah. So one thing to
a lot of people believe they're the Messiah. I even got that thought one time.
Yeah, that's true.
One second. Yeah. I want to ask about that. Do you know anybody in mainstream that has? I've never heard actually of anybody explicitly. Like, who's the most famous, if you know?
There is one guy.
I really don't know. I know
in Australia, Divine Truth channel. He believes he's the reincarnated Christ. There is Justin Lewis. I put out a video of the false Christ on.
You guys are familiar with the Quasi-Luminous? He doesn't say that he's Christ, but he says that he's Satan.
No, Quasi-Luminous says he's the devil.
He's the devil. Yeah,
yeah. He doesn't say he's.
That's believable. So that's probably not a really hard sell. But yeah, I mean.
His concept of the flat Earth is weird. Like it's more of like a Matrix type of game type of narrative that he's came up with. Like he believes that we're in a Matrix and that. He has like a Gnostic idea on the Most High, like where the Most High is all evil in a sense, but like how the Gnostics see him. And he says that he's Satan and he's taking people, his followers, and they got to do this blood over intent stuff. And if they do this blood over intent stuff, they can get anything they want or something like that. And then once he has this number of followers, they're going to the center of the earth to drink from the Holy Grail, which is the living waters of life, and getting eternal life and leaving the earth. I don't know where they're going.
Yeah. I know all about him. I followed him for a long time, and so he wants to take those people to the magnetic North Pole, which he believes is
the center
of flat Earth, and then because you have the northern lights there, and he believes those are basically entrance out of the Earth to the.
You know what though? I don't mean to cut you off real quick, LoP, but I was actually watching this flat Earth video. It was supposedly a representation of the flat Earth, and it was supposedly drawn by a Freemason, but I don't know if that's true or not. But the dude had a whiteboard, and when he started drawing, he drew like the firmament, and then under it he drew another firmament. So it was like a CD that you plug into a DVD. Kind of like that, and he drew a hole in the center, and so it was the same continents and stuff on the top of the disc, and the same as under. So there was a bottom firmament and a top firmament, kind of like the globe idea, but hollow in a sense. And he drew in the center of the disc, but under it. So the bottom firmament, he drew the black sun, which would be, to Saturn cultists, that's what they call it. And then he drew the black sun, and rays were coming out on top of the disc, the hole, to the upper part of the firmament, and those were the northern lights. And then he drew the moon and the sun, and it kind of made it look like a Mason compass and all this and that. But now that you said that reminds me of watching that. I got the video. I still got to post it.
So that must have inspired Mark Brown, the Quasi-Luminous. Right?
Yeah. That's the idea that I just got when you said that.
That's
Dude, I wouldn't be surprised if some of the stuff that Sam Owen says could be actually part of the architecture, but it's hard to take him seriously when he yells at us all the time. But the way the whole structure looks, pretty much anybody's guess could work. Potentially. The only thing I'm sticky about is that the Earth doesn't move. But yeah. I think it's amazing, if we were ever to be able to see. That's why I think a lot of these people literally cannot go to space, because they would be overwhelmed if they saw it. They'll be like, now something.
Well, I don't think they can get out, to be honest with you.
No, but let's just say, like somebody were to be able to see the Earth from that far away or something, like, well, you couldn't like really interact with the rest of the world because you've seen something so amazing.
And then you
Right.
have all these memes like when you remember those memes when you have like guy taken up to the space in like an astronaut, and behind him is another, and he's like, oh, it's really flat, and he like, yes it is, and then he shoots him like or something. I don't remember the exact, but there's been memes
Oh,
about
is it
this kind of thing.
two astronauts? I know that meme.
Yeah,
And then the other one
yeah,
shoots. Yeah, I got
the
that
other
one.
one shoots him. Yeah.
Let's
It's,
do a quick. I just want to do a quick recap for people about the mark of the beast. I want people to understand these are very serious times. So I'm going to go through my position just in a couple minutes here about how this could be. That God would not be lying, because we have to understand what God says, and then we have to believe that He wouldn't lie to us and give us clues as well as far as the mark of the beast. And so my position is that what we're dealing with right now is the mark of the beast, and the position for that is looking up 2 words. Simple. Take you 10 seconds. You look up the word Dexios. I'm going to put this link in the chat in the Greek. Okay. And this is G1188. And so this is just me defending, the position, because it is a very serious claim that a person makes. And I understand that, it's a very serious thing. So that link right there is for a word Dexios, which is what the word right hand is translated in Revelation 13. And if you look up that definition, this is literally what I'm reading. Dexios, the right side or feminine hand, as that which usually takes right hand, side. I read that verbatim, but read the link, check the link that I just said. So that word right hand that's in Revelation 13, that's what, if you dig deep one level down, that's what you're going to get. Okay. The right.
Can I add to that when you're done?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, I'll let you finish. Then
I'll do the other word, STM, and then I'll pass it back to anybody. So
okay.
Then if you go to Revelation 14, which is in the next argument somebody could use, well, what about in Revelation 14:9? It says hand. So okay, so then you'd have to go look at that and be like, okay, if that was literal hand, we'd have to believe that it's in the hand. Because if, let's say, you were to look up now Revelation 14:9 and receive his mark in his forehead or in his hand, and if you looked up that word and all it meant was hand every other time in the Bible, then we'd have to wait for something in the hand. I mean, I don't know how you could get around it. But here's the trick. If you look up that word, G5495, Kyer, I'll put this link in the chat. These 2 links literally take you a minute of quote-unquote research. This is the definition, and just so I'm not doing any sleight of hand, I'm going to read it exactly like it says. Definition number 1, by the help or agency of anyone, by means of anyone. Definition number 2, figuratively applied to God, symbolizing his might, activity, power. So you have 2 options. Either of those 2 have nothing to do with a person's hand, like their physical hand. Nothing. So both of those apply, okay? Because God's left-hand side put their hand, their agency, in Satan, okay, the beast, God's left-hand side, whatever their agenda is, everything that's going on. So in the spiritual sense, when it's God's talking about his right-hand side, it's talking about the second definition that I read, God's right hand. But the first definition is the one that it is. It's somebody who's getting a handout. You know that saying, oh, I got a handout from somebody? That doesn't mean you took somebody's hand, okay, or like you pulled their hand off or whatever. It means you got help or agency by anyone, by means of anyone, okay? So those 2 words is what it comes down to. Let's get to the money, so to speak. And so right hand in Revelation 13 is translated Dexios, and then hand in Revelation 14, and also again in Revelation 20, it uses that exact same word, hand, in Revelation 20, verse 4. And so it uses that same word, Kyer. So we have these 3 words, 3 times that appears in Revelation, right hand and then hand in hand. It talks about the side. Okay. And then the hand is agency. And then, like I read earlier, God is behind the deception. So this is it. This to me is it, because somebody who's reading the Bible in Greece, they're not going to be reading in English. They're going to see the word Dexios and they're going to see the word Kyer. And so, no, they're not going to go to the English and be like, hey, what are they saying over there in America? They don't give a flip what the hell we're talking about. They know what those word means, because they'll use Dexios to describe the left arm, the left eye, the right arm, the right eye, or the right foot, or the right toe, or whatever. So they know that that's what the term ambidextrous comes from. You can use both sides, left and right arm. And then they know what Kair means. It means you got a handout, okay? And so it's figurative, not literal. So that's my position. It doesn't hurt to reiterate that. And it's really not that deep, actually, when you think about it. It's just the fact that it's not a literal hand. It's anything in the side of your body. And then the other word you have to look up is mark in Revelation 13. And that word is called charagma. And I'll read that just to round this out. So it comes down really to these three terms, okay? And then if the last one is forehead, and if you look up forehead, that's the same forehead that's used when God seals his elect. And so, no, it's not a freaking physical thing. It's not. Those are the God's left-hand side that have a spiritual mark in their head. It's in their mind. They worship the beast. They're not going to get a microchip or a yab or anything like that. Here's the definition, though, for charagma. A stamp, an imprinted mark, a mark branded upon horses. Okay, it's not funny, but this is what they think of people. Think carved sculpture, graven work. Okay, and so if you go down into the sub definition, it says a scratch or etching. So it's something that's interfacing with the skin. Okay, because like I read the other definitions on the side, and so it's obviously interacting with the skin, and so it's anything that is ultimately cuts the skin. So we'll see. I'll pass it to anybody who wants to chime in on that.
Oh yeah. I just wanted to say something real quick. You mentioned the left hand, and that's usually towards the people who are doing the evil deeds, so to say. But people who are actually involved in witchcraft and stuff like that, and the dark arts, they actually call themselves that, the left-handed path, and then they refer to religions of the Abrahamic faith kind of as the right-handed path. I just wanted to mention that. I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah, I know the left-hand path. Yeah, left-hand path is what the Satanists use. Yeah.
Well, yeah, Satanists, but people who are involved in Wicca and Druids and stuff like that, they call themselves that, and that kind of correlates to the political spectrum as well. You got the Republicans, who are the right and the far right. You got the liberals, who are in the what is it, the left wing, far left. There's actually this book I was reading who was talking about how America was a safe haven for these people who were being kicked out of these countries that practiced divination and stuff like that in the early I think it's the 1800s, and they were all flocking over here because America's laws kind of let them do what they wanted to do, freedom of religion, freedom of church. And so the liberal laws too, the left wing, started siding with these people who were known as the left-handed path.
Yeah, and it's kind of peculiar why all these Bible references, right? On really all of this evil stuff, they always seem to have some thing with the Bible, the one-eyed symbolism, the 30, the 666. It's really, are they just trolling the Bible or what?
And don't forget the stuck out tongue also.
Yeah, that one too. Exactly.
Because that's in Isaiah, I believe.
Right.
The form of it's a form of mockery, and as you said, the one-eye symbolism that is in the book of Zechariah, when he says the woe. And I'm saying this from memory, but I think it says, "Woe unto the idle shepherd! The sword shall be upon his left arm." Well, I would have to look it up actually.
Let me read it.
And his right eye shall be utterly darkened. But read it verbatim. I don't.
Yeah.
I haven't memorized.
It's a good one. It's a good one because Russian Vids brings out credit to Russian Vids on this because he
does bring out this verse, yes.
Yeah. Zechariah 11:17. Woe to the idle shepherd that leaveth the flock. The sword shall be upon his arm and upon his right eye, upon his arm. Wait a minute. That's kind of curious. Where is this thing going?
Oh, yeah.
Shall be upon his arm and upon his right eye. His arm shall be clean, dried up, and his right eye shall be utterly darkened. So that's talking about what LoP is saying with the one eye symbolism, and you'll see that with
Right.
celebrities and all that.
It's everywhere. Like every like major celebrity is like every popular celebrity does that almost.
Well, I mean, it's regular occult symbolism, and it's a form of sigil magic. That's what they do. You know, they got to tell you who they're involved with and what they do, but like they do it subconsciously through these symbols. And Mind of God's right. They do use a lot of Bible references as well. But you'll see
They might
that
not even know
all the
it's
time,
from
man.
the Bible, but
They even have people like doing it and they don't even know what the symbols are, like the Masonic diamond or the eye, you know, with your hand over your eye. I know a few of my friends that do that. Like they don't even know what it means. Like they see these rappers do it and then they just do it.
Here's what's deep.
Or the other thing is that the 6 is a blood gang sign, so that's their other excuse.
Yeah, I agree. And so like it's deep, man, because like you know, like this is how, even with, he brings up gangs, right? So I used to do some volunteer work years ago with a place called Covenant House, and then you know we hear of rappers talk about somebody's Pyru. Okay, I was like, I asked.
Yeah, that's Bloods.
Yeah, so but the deep thing about that is if you take Crips and you go in backwards and you rotate the C, you get Pyru. And so they even know that if you rotate the C, you get a U. And you know, like Cenk Uygur, the guy from the Young Turks, his initials.
Yeah, I hate that guy. He's irritating.
Yeah, but if you take his initials, it's CU. If you rotate the U, you get CC, which we always say is 33. But I want people to know.
Oh yeah, like Sam Owen, CC. I told him that. He got mad about that.
Yeah, Sam is a little bit more of a slam dunk. But I want people to know, even in the gang symbolism with Crip being backwards is Pyru, they know numerology. Okay, so what does that tell you about what they're about?
To be honest, I think a lot of the leaders of these gangs were involved in some kind of like secret society. I have a video on it going over the type of symbolism. If you go back towards like the Midwest, you got People's Nation, you got Folk Nation, and a lot of these groups use like what is it, the pyramid over the eye, or they use the Star of David. You go on the like they're on the East Coast or in the Midwest and the South, but you'll find them mainly on the West Coast. They're called Norteños and Sureños. Mexican gangs are like MS-13, and they use the 13, they use the 14, and these all have occult symbology around it too, and the numerology and some of the names are there as well. But back to the symbols though, is that these are like sort of Masonic in nature, so there has to have been some kind of archetype that formed these groups and then just created some kind of violence to spill out on the streets. That's what I think it is. I have a video on it if anybody wants to check it out.
Even the east side and the west side, you know, Pac used to always throw up the east side.
Yeah, it's a 3.
The east side and the west side, it's a 3-3. And so
they're
all the same. You know, they're just on one side of the coin. One side of,
you know, the east side hand sign, it's a legitimate 3.
Yeah, I just did it. This thing. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Those are some
I don't want people to think that TMoG is not in a gang. You know, I'm just letting people know that I watch a lot of rap music in my life, maybe too much, but that's where these references come from. And so even the Pyru, that's from Chameleonaire, who's a Houston rapper. He mentioned that phrase, and then like that comes from. And so I want people to know just the fact that they know that the C and the U are interchangeable. I know that because of just.
And the colors they use too, blue and red, like Norteños, Sureños, that's blue versus red. Bloods and Crips, Pyru, that's blue versus red. MS-13, Folk Nation, they also wear blue. I mean, a lot of these gangs are yellow in a sense. Latin Kings, these are all like Masonic colors that they use. Like if you go on the Freemasons website, they give you a definition of what these colors mean and stuff. Like I was on Twitter the other day and they were showing the scores to these football games, and they had Tom Brady right there, and the score for one of the games was 33, and the team's numbers were red versus blue. I forgot the teams who they were, but I think it was Tom Brady. But one of the scores on the end game, like the results, was a 33, and then I ran the names. I ran the players' names that they had popped up right there through the numerology calendar. I think it was in Chaldean that the dude's name equaled 33. It's on my Twitter. I might share it on my Discord anybody wants to see.
So 2 liter,
I think
by knowing this, are you a Mason, or like how long have you been in Masonry, I guess? Or
No, I'm not a Mason, man. I just been studying this since 14.
I just like to hear people's reaction when I say that. But no, that's
well, no, I get that a lot.
But
all
this
the
thing you
time.
said, Jay, is like what Zachary Hubbard would.
Yeah, I was just thinking that when he said
Well, no,
right?
see, Zach worships the numbers. Me, I just use their little gematria symbolism to decode it that they have written there. Zach will make books about it and videos telling people vote on this soccer game, vote on this baseball game, vote on this football game, and half of the time it's not even true. Like you spend your life fortune on these games because some dude from the Russian mountains tells you with his big nose that, hey, this is the number that you should be picking and this is the team that you should be picking. He worships the numbers and I don't. So like I get compared to all that, like, oh, you're a hypocrite, but not in that kind of sense. No, I don't worship the numbers.
Just to go back to what we said, and I'm glad we brought this up because we read the verse about God bringing the division. I want people to understand all these things go back to the Bible and God bringing the division. That's what we.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Yeah. So this crypt, blood crypt, east side.
The Quran even says a similar thing about Allah.
Right. But just it's really, we know any God, even if you don't have the Bible, he obviously on these like major things about groups and all these kind of structures, the symbolism is a bit of cherry on top that we know, okay, like there's something deeper going on, but yeah, God has to be behind it. And so he's creating all this freaking, again, we don't care at this point, but like this east side, west side, crypt, all these gangs and all these things, they're businesses. That's what they are. So God's behind that. He has to be, because all these gangs ultimately are businesses. They tax the locals and they essentially protect them, but they're just like thieves. But so that's what it is. So
yeah, I'm from Europe. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I agree.
All this stuff.
Well, they got gangs over there, but like in a different sense.
Yeah, but
I got a friend in Kazakhstan, and he tells me that the politicians used to be the mafia.
Dude, I know. I
have a friend.
Dude, our government is a gang. So yeah, we do have gangs. We have our freaking government's a gang. So like, yeah, dude, man, like there's gangs everywhere. It's just like, what gang do you want to be in? I don't want to be in any of these stupid gangs. These people are dumb, man.
Exactly, and as you said, like the right wing and the left wing, it's all about are you left wing or right wing?
Yeah, exactly.
It's all bullshit.
It's like you don't think that we know at this point that those whatever actors you put there, it's all the same. Like it's
exactly.
Like
yeah, exactly.
It's like you put the Republican leader. What's he going to stop the Corolla? Oh, I'm bored of it. Let's do. No, I mean he's going to say this.
Well, see, they use people like that to get to like people like us, because like if we hear something being preached like by Trump, so to say Trump, and his message kind of falls in line to our beliefs, they use that subconscious type of narrative to affect people like us. And they do that vice versa with like Joe Biden. You got like BLM and all these groups that kind of correlate with his type of mindset that he's portraying off as to like these left wing and right wing. So like they like the conservative usually flocks to the conservative type of guy, and the liberal type of guys flock to the liberal. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
It's a tool to control.
100%. And I would say control is definitely a good word, but it's ultimately a tool to identify. It's like
that too, like patriotism.
Like being I like West Coast rap or East Coast rap, and like you just start getting.
They do that too, yeah.
Even with sports, like dude, I watch more and more because sometimes I get in these moods where I like to watch fights. And I don't recommend this, but I just sometimes get in these weird moods where I like to watch World Star Hip Hop fights. But you see more and more fights breaking out at sports games because like people are like people are like almost ready to die for the freaking sports teams, man. Like it's crazy, dude. Like. So even that is a form of like a gang affiliation, like, oh, and I only like the Texans or whatever the hell you people like. So this world is stupid, man. Like if you fall for that, like you're an idiot at this point. So nobody here does, but that's stupid, man. Like, yeah. So again, take home message. We know if the Bible's true, God's behind all these divisions. So
yeah, I agree. Yeah. Well, I mean, it says it right there that he creates darkness and evil, so like It has to be behind him. I mean, who else would it be? And if you go into like Christians will say it's the devil doing it, but like then you're taking away the divinity and the power of the Most High.
Yeah, The one thing that if you guys ever want to get rid of those guys, that's why I did this quick 2-minute lesson on the Dexios, Kyr, and Karagma. Let's just say
I'm going to mirror this afterwards.
But
I like this conversation.
The only reason I said this is because if I was on that hangout yesterday and they started doing all that new covenant, voodoo, I'll be like, all right, boys, like, okay, cool. You guys got your new covenant thing. We got ours. Let's talk about the MOTB. What do you think it is? And then if they say it's something and then we say it's whatever, and then we'll just be like, okay, like, we'll see. That's all you can say. It's like, we'll see what it is. And then, and then if you're right, then all your other stuff is probably right. That's what I would say. And if I'm right, then I'm definitely not going with you dummies because you think it's something else. So this is the cool thing about this topic in particular. It's not subjective. Like the new covenant, old covenant, yeah, you could go back and forth. Reincarnation, you can go back and forth. Even Mystery Babylon, you can go back and forth. This is actually fairly simple. Like I just said, 3 words. You go to the Greek, boom, boom, boom. We'll see. That's all I'll say. So those guys will be like, I was even shocked that they said it was a microchip. I just thought they would say something else stupid. But notice how they did not want to talk about that. Like in the chat, I was asking them like, hey, what's your position on this and this and that? So, it's one thing. I'm just saying in case you get bored, that's the way to get them disinterested. Yeah.
Yeah, they did say it's the RFID, right?
Yeah, they at least, I give them credit. I didn't even think they would say that. I thought they would be like, whatever. It's like, it's not going to happen. It's symbolic, or that's what I thought they would say. So, at least they said it's something physical, which it has to be. But, that's what it comes down to ultimately,
But the thing is, okay, yeah, I think, yeah, but the thing is with the RFID and you've had this on the internet, like popping up everywhere with the hand and then the microchip in the hand and the 666 written. You've had this
I have a
for
question
ages, right?
when you
And
guys
then
are done.
just let him finish. Yeah, I'll let you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying that. So you've had this for over the years, but if they are like gonna be, he says, strong delusions, right? So if every Christian knows this, and if he's saying it's gonna be a strong delusion that even the elect might,
yes,
so how can this be the case?
Agreed, dude.
So that supports much more
thank you. I'm glad you said that.
Argument that
I'm glad you said that, because that's a very big prophecy. That's a huge prophecy. It has to be somewhat deceptive. So like maybe the elect could be deceived, but even atheists wouldn't be deceived if it was the chip, because it literally says, to not put it in your hand. So yeah, I mean, that's it. That's one of my best arguments too, that I've said. It's like, it has to be smart enough to where the elect might be able to get it. So there you go, man. So you heard it from LoP, not just me. So that's our position. I can't prove that to you. ETT tried to get a soundbite of me saying, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. What does know mean? I know there's a table right here. Okay. I know there's a keyboard. I know that. That's knowledge. I don't know what the mark of the beast is. I prophesy it, which is my testimony. So that's what I put out there. And then we got to wait and see, whether there is even a mark of the beast at all. Maybe the Bible's not true. We don't know. Okay. We don't know for sure. Guess what? Even Christ doesn't know, because he doesn't even know the timing of his own return. So the Most High would be like, no, just don't go back there. Leave them alone. Let's just go do our own thing over here and let them do whatever they want. Then the Bible's not true. And so even Christ does not know if the end of the book is going to happen. Obviously, we have strong faith clearly that it is.
Wait, Christ would know.
He doesn't know the timing of his own return. The day or hour, he doesn't know. Only the Most High knows. So again, he knows the time period, and he prophesied it in Matthew 24 and really everywhere. But
no, but don't you think that like now that he's ascended, he obviously knows?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. No, I mean, I don't know how that works, but no.
But he's in the Revelation. He says like, I am
here's my argument.
And last. And
here's my argument. LoP. It even says angels don't know, so they're in that realm too. And so there is a way clearly that the Most High is independent of other beings, even in the spirit realm. So again, that's not proof, but even in that realm, the Most High has a certain sovereignty because he's the creator. So he created Christ to be a certain way and to have certain dominion and authority and knowledge and power and all that kind of stuff. And so, but he is not the Most High. Okay. Everything on this earth is controlled by the Most High. And so that's my position. And so I would use that as an argument, but even in that realm, he doesn't know, so it's amazing.
But even if Christ said, I'm like me, I and the Father are one. And
Yeah.
like, so
Yeah,
how
I
would he
mean,
know?
I don't think that doesn't mean that just because a person is one doesn't mean that he is the Father. That's the difference. And so he is able to be in the presence of the Most High, and then that's unique, for sure. And so he's
Okay,
able to go.
I get your
Yeah,
point.
but I mean,
Yeah.
I wouldn't argue that. I wouldn't say that you're evil if you believe that Christ in that realm knows. I can't prove that, but let me just say this, from an earthly perspective, when he was here, at least he didn't know, at that time when he was going to return. So even he, at least at that time, didn't know if the end of the Bible would get fulfilled because he had to receive the instruction from the Most High. But the point overall was just that we have to see it. We have to see the end of it happen, or else even God tells us in the Bible, don't take it seriously. If the things that he says he's going to do doesn't happen, then just find another religion or something, like whatever, like do something else. So
yeah,
we'll see. That's what I'm trying to say about the mark of the beast, is that it's very cut and dry, and it's divisive, on purpose. So, but I think your point was strong. That's the argument I would use, is that it has to be clever enough that it may deceive somebody who's fairly sharp.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
I don't even think many atheists would take the chip because of
And
how evil
they
government
don't
is.
like. I mean, I don't think, like, like Joe Rogan and these people,
I
they
don't think
don't
they would
want to
either.
take it, right?
Yeah, agreed.
And or Steven Crowder, or these kind of
Yeah.
Alex Jones, right?
None of
Alex
Pastor
Jones is not
Anderson's None of Pastor
an
Anderson's church
atheist,
would take it.
but Joe Rogan is. I don't know
Right.
if Joe Rogan is atheist either, but I'm just saying they are not like
Dude, I don't even
Bible people. That's what I'm saying.
I don't even think Joel Osteen would push that. He'd be like, I mean, how do you sit in front of 20,000 people and say, that thing that they're trying to put in your hand, that's not what it, I mean, how do you even say that with a straight face, like in front of 20,000 people? Like, I don't even know.
Wait, did Joe? I never watched that guy, but
Oh,
I just.
no, sorry. He's a mega pastor here in Houston.
No,
But
I
like,
know who is. I'm just saying,
yeah,
I never like watched his full sermon or
yeah.
something. Did he
It's
even talk
stupid, man.
about this? Or
No. But I'm just imagining if that were to come out, like
oh,
right
okay.
now they'll say, no, this is science. It's just like everything else. Go ahead, yada yada yada. But
Yeah, like that's what most Christian pastors say,
100%.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, whatever. If you want to do it, and if you don't, whatever. But I mean, let's just say that it got to the microchip where you had to get that, or else you lose your job, or couldn't go into some place, or couldn't fly unless you got that. Like, I mean, how do they not have an opinion on that at that point? So I don't even think the evangelicals or the Christians or anybody would go for that. So again, I think it's pretty safe ground. I can't prove this to people in a mathematical or a rigorous way, but if to me this has to be it. The YAB, as I have pinned that comment. So
Yeah.
trusting in the Most High,
I
is
mean,
like, yes, LoP. So we have agreement in the chat. So
I really don't think, like, what else could it be? This is just
right, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. The thing is that if it's something else, then we'd have to kind of go through something like this again, like all these stupid freaking, this, that, and then we have an Omicron or whatever. They'd have to do something else, and like they'd have to do another one and another one, and just honestly, it's just people are tired.
It cannot go on for longer. Like, it's been going over 2 years.
Yeah.
Aren't all people getting tired of this?
Yes, we are here for sure. I'm sure you are over there as well.
Yeah, it's just nonsense. All the because they keep on removing the mask mandate and then put it in back on, and this go back and forth for 2 years, removing it, lockdowns, removing the lockdown again. It's just so. How can not anybody can be sick from all this?
But dude, think about the maintenance too. If you were to put something in your hand, what if you like go in a store and like you start touching the screen or whatever and it doesn't work? Or if you go somewhere and it's like, how do you fix it? You got to cut it out and then, take it out and fix it. You'd have to keep cutting your skin over and over again. I
mean, what do you mean now?
Let's just say there was something in your hand, right?
Oh, the
chip in your hand. Yeah. Let's say it doesn't work. You're going to scan something, or something happens, like, and it stops functioning. Like, what do? You got to cut the thing out and then fix it and then put it back and then cut it and put it back. Or if like let's say the battery runs out, how do you like you got to keep cutting it, putting it in and out. So
Yeah, that's well, it would have to be really like something high tech and that would never get like destroyed or something like that.
Or you
But
could charge it outside your skin. That's the only way I think it would
yeah.
maybe.
But this what you just said just reminded me of, do you know that movie The Beautiful Mind? It's like
Yes. Yeah.
you
I've seen
know?
it.
So
Mhm.
wasn't there like I've seen it like 10 years ago, so I don't remember much, but I remember this scene is stuck in my head with when the main character kind of he got something in his skin, or he had a schizophrenia, I believe, and then he cut something out of his skin, and it reminded me of like it was I think he thought there is some kind of a chip in his arm or hand or something, and he cut it out, but then actually what they found later that it was his delusions. There was nothing put under his skin, and he just basically cut his cut up his freaking hand or
Jeez.
yeah.
I like that movie, man. I may watch that again. That
You
was
do?
that's yeah.
For me
Because
it was so depressing.
well, it's about. I
Actually,
just remember it's about a mathematician, so I kind of like the geeky part, and then
yeah, but
he's
there
kind
is
of
a lot
truthful.
of dark side to it and a
Yeah.
depressing side to it. So at the
Right.
when I watched it, and I watched it with you know what's funny, because I used to be in this mental health community and they made us watch that, and I
Mhm.
was like I don't really like that.
Yeah, I remember it being kind of slow because it's kind of like an academic type one. But movies like that and movies like Good Will Hunting, I really like. I
No,
really,
Good Will Hunting, 100%.
yeah,
But Good Will Hunting is funny, and
yeah,
it's sort of a comedy too. But this
yeah.
one was more intense and depressing, as I said.
Yeah. Good Will Hunting's a classic.
Yeah, that's a yeah.
Classic. Yeah.
I can't
That's
believe that it just was it like Matt Damon wrote all of it, right?
yeah,
With Ben
yeah.
Affleck.
That bar scene is epic, dude. Like I watch that like once a month. Like that bar scene is super good.
Which
Where
one?
he goes up to that guy and he just like basically reads all those things to him. Like he's like a janitor, doesn't claim to know much or seem to know much.
Oh, the first scene, you mean?
Yeah, in the bar.
Yeah, that's so
Yeah.
classic. He's like,
How do
yeah,
you
he's a
like them
janitor in
apples?
this school,
Yeah.
and then he's like, yeah, it's amazing, man.
That scene's dope.
I have to watch it again because I haven't seen it in years, you know.
Yeah, that's a
But
classic. That's a classic.
it's Robin Williams is in there. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
he's one of my favorite too.
Yeah, that was a good one for sure. I remember a flat earther actually took that scene and put the flat earth over top of it, debating a ball earther. I think that the channel's name is Zane Truth. It's a really good snippet that he did, man, and it's classic, dude. Like,
wait, related to Good Will Hunting?
Yeah, he took that bar scene. You know how they're debating about history? He put like flat earth
Right
debate over ball earth in it, and it was just good. Like he dubbed it with like
okay, he did like
let me try and find that actually while I said
that's okay, I would like
yeah.
to see that.
Yeah, it's a good one. This guy, you might like this guy's channel actually, dude, because he makes a lot of music but he does like flat earth stuff, and it's a good one.
But it's like is it a little bit like a parody or
yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
so
I
might like that stuff. Yeah,
he's trying to make it sort of funny, I guess, but like I may have to email
not like that
you.
not like that
no, not like
you
that.
know what I
Yeah,
showed you
that
that
I know who you're talking about.
that,
Not that guy.
that rapper or
What the hell's that guy's name again, dude? Yeah, not that guy's a clown. Like
no, that guy's funny though. Like he said, like flat fucking earth. You don't
Delano.
and the way he
Delano, right?
Delano, yeah. But he deleted the video or maybe his channel got deleted and he has a new one now. But that particular video I showed you was from a guy reacting to him, and it was like he was saying like it was so funny because he said like, you have a globally really this like the way he speaks African American slang is so cool. I like that actually. It's
there's so many people in flat earth that within 10 seconds they're there just to like,
and he's saying like but it's so funny because he's saying like So what do you think you gonna fall the fuck off?
Yeah.
He says the fall the fuck off.
That guy had a lot of subs too. Imagine if he was actually teaching flat Earth properly. I mean, he had like a lot of subs.
Yeah, but yeah, the way he was like in this particular video was like, you know, it still kind of makes the globe Earth look stupid, but
yeah,
yeah, he's just not bringing any like mathematics or whatever.
right.
into the
Agreed.
stuff.
Agreed. Yes. And like, if you don't have to get too deep into it, but again, a lot of now I realize the flat Earth in and of itself is a form of disinfo, because you just need to know that it doesn't move, and then that's enough. But LOP, I just put the link in the chat. I can send it to you by email if you want.
No. I can just put it to my playlist and I can watch it.
Like his channel, dude, because he's into like music. But you know,
do you want me to? Do you want me to like share screen or it's copyrighted? It's
no,
copyrighted.
I think, I don't know. Yeah, just in case. I already have a copyright strike.
If it's.
But just check it out and let me know what you think on your own. Just private.
Yeah. Okay, I will.
Yeah, he does. He does take the actual scene, so he may eventually, if people go there, they could do something. So don't do that to his. But his channel is just a lot of music, so you may find it interesting. I haven't really listened to much of it, but he's actually seems like a cool guy. I don't know him personally, but
Zane.
Yeah, he's been around. You know, just making fun of the ball Earth and stuff. So, and it's like entertaining. So. But yeah, man. So
okay, yeah, I remember this scene in the bar. Yeah,
that's classic. That's epic.
It has good jokes there, right?
Ends with, "How do you like dem apples?" That's the classic. That's a line when he gets the girl's number. So it's a good.
Yeah. So it comes from. I was always thinking like, where does it come from? Because many people say this. How do you like dem apples? Is it the original where it comes from? Is it from even older times?
I don't know actually, but that's in the actual movie.
But Good Will Hunting made it popular. The "How do you like them apples?"
Yeah,
right?
maybe, but no, that's been around for a long time. That's
okay. See,
I
don't know.
One interesting fact about that movie is it's actually filmed at University of Toronto, where my sister went to undergrad. She recognized some of those scenes. They're supposed to be at MIT. That's what they say, but they're actually filmed at U of T, and like she took some classes in those buildings. But some of those scenes were filmed in Toronto, which is kind of interesting. But
and MIT is where?
In Boston.
Oh, Boston.
Yeah, Cambridge. I think Cambridge, but
wait. I thought Boston is the what do you call it? Harvard?
Yeah, it's they're all there in that same area. Yeah.
Oh.
MIT, Harvard, Boston University's there. That's one of the best places in the U.S. for education, in that area for sure.
I mean, I knew that Harvard is like the most famous or most like regarded as one of the best.
Yeah.
So
it's in a city called Cambridge, but it's in that area. You know what I mean? So
Cambridge?
Yeah, Cambridge, Massachusetts. So.
Oh, okay.
But
because Cambridge is also in England.
Right. But I guess it's cheaper for them to film some of those videos in Canada. So. Are in Toronto.
They do this with a lot of TV shows and movies that they, film stuff like in Toronto.
Yeah.
But it's actually set in, I don't know, New York. Like they did it with The Boys too, the TV show Boys. They filmed it in Canada or not Dexter. What was the show? Lucifer. They also filmed it in Vancouver, California. In Vancouver. What is it? British Columbia?
Yeah. I've heard that.
But it was supposed to be obviously in Los Angeles, and so they do this, I guess, for it's cheaper there. I guess.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
It's funny for these TV shows. They have a lower budget, so
I may actually watch that movie again, man. I genuinely like that. So I'm not a big movie guy.
Hunting or.
Yeah, I'm not a big movie guy, but once in a while I get into like moods and like I'll watch a movie. That one in particular I like, so that one's probably worth watching. And so, you can rent them on YouTube now, so I may do that. We'll see.
Rent them on YouTube?
Yeah.
So you've never heard of torrents, have you?
I don't do that, but I know what that's capable of. But I use that more in
It's
undergrad.
capable of everything. You can get literally everything: music, movies, TV shows, games, software.
It's funny, man, dude. I just think in general, dude, you're more tech savvy because, like, even when you ask to share screen, dude, I'm so lazy, man. Like, you're like, why don't you share screen on the card? Which I think we should definitely do a lesson on the card game. I'll try and find a way to get those Illuminati cards. But like, dude, I'm so lazy. Like, I just literally like sleep and golf and eat and then do the same thing over and over again. Like, I don't even want to click any buttons, but it's so bad. But yeah.
But I thought you were like working in like accounting, so that's also has to do with technology, no?
Yeah, I just think I'm just kind of removed from it in the last little while. But you know,
I get it.
Just in general, I just like, you know, with YouTube, it's so simple. Like, I just prop my phone up and then I post my videos. I don't really have to do much work. And then these live streams, I just kind of click a few buttons and then we get it going. But even share screen, I should do that a bit more.
But so wait, so you do from your phone or from your
this one this one I do from my laptop, but if I join other panels, I used to be able to use my phone, but they don't let you do that now. So I have to like pull on my laptop. But
I remember one of the first times I joined on Times Teacher. I tried it with my phone, but it worked only for like 20 minutes, and then it made some. Then it cut me out of the. But on PC, it never like on when I'm on PC. I have laptop, but it's the same thing. It never kicks me out or anything. So on laptop it's perfect.
Something changed. Something changed with the latest update on my phone, and it's annoying because I used to be able to join ETT panel on my phone, and it was just more comfortable to talk that way. But now I have to pull out my laptop, and again, because I'm lazy, I'm like, oh man, I got to go over there and like set it up and stuff. But like, I can't join StreamYard on my phone anymore. It's stupid.
But like with smartphones in general, I have been having so many problems for almost a year now with like always glitching. I don't know if I told you about this. I even have a video on my channel. I told you that, right?
No, what type of phone do you have?
Samsung.
Oh, okay.
Samsung. Some of the cheaper ones, but it's still like newer one, but it's one of the cheapest one. But it's so glitchy sometimes, and I made a video once that it's like the phone by itself was opening all these apps and sending even messages and videos that I have saved in my gallery in my phone to people on Facebook Messenger. I was like, what the hell? I thought somebody hacked me, but I couldn't prove it. That's why I recorded it with my other phone. And well, anyway, it's one of my videos. I documented it so that I would know like if it's hacking or if it's just a glitch. And I still don't know.
Funny, man.
I still don't know because it's a mystery to me, because back then I was still talking to this one guy from Australia, and he had been hacked, and at the same time this stuff was happening to me, so I was kind of suspicious. But then I was like, okay, maybe it's a glitch, because then
it's crazy, man. Like, there's so many people who are bored, and it's like wild that literally people just sit and like hack things. It's just kind of scary and stupid. But that's again what I've noticed even with those guys from IRS. Like, a lot of those people, I think they're just literally bored and they don't have anything productive to do. But I'm like, why would you choose to do that? Of all the things you could do on like a Thanksgiving holiday, like come and yell at us. Like, what the hell's the point of that? Like, that doesn't make any sense. So they don't even know us. Like, they don't even have any history with us. Like, it's different if like we've known them for a while, but I don't even know where these people came from.
Wait, was it when they get the most pissed? Was it on the Thanksgiving
Probably,
day?
Yeah, I think. I mean,
around that. But it was around that date. You're right. Yeah.
And it's bad because someone like you, like, you're not actually as sort of mean as we are. Like, you were kind of like friendly. So it's like, I basically say they're stupid, sometimes like right to their face. But like, you were actually kind of like, playing along and helping and reading and stuff. But like,
but then, I mean, on that stream that I deleted, I actually got angry back at them because I tried to be friendly at them, but they didn't even. And then Jay said like one joke, and they were so serious about
Yeah,
everything.
exactly.
And I was like, it's just a joke. And they were saying, but no, he just said a blasphemy because he said end times teacher is a Levitical priest. And I'm like, it's just a joke, man.
Yeah,
And
I
they
know,
couldn't understand it. No, it's not a joke. It's a heresy. Or like,
right.
come on, man.
That's why.
It's just
That's
trolling,
but
and they
LP,
think
that's
it's a heresy or blasphemy against
but
the
that's the
Holy
whole
Ghost.
point. They don't know us
Oh
at
my
all
God.
to know the way that we joke around. Like we talk about butter and like all this stuff, like does and does, and like they don't even get our inside jokes. So I don't understand why do they even want to come and talk to us? Like we have like at most 10 people watch. It's like what, like again, for me the only point is that they're bored and then they're evil, because like why would you do that? Like that's so stupid. And then tell us that we're in the new covenant. It's like, whatever, even if we are, who cares? Like, what difference does that make? Like, we got the freaking
and their
yab going
streams
out.
are not really that interesting, because at least like we have these kind of things like with ETT with all these his funny lines and shit.
Yeah, I mean, we know each other because like we have our inside jokes. We know what our differences are, and like we're not really like trying to.
But they're
win.
always all like serious, like
yes,
beloved.
Exactly. They're actors. Like that's why I call these people
Yeah,
actors. Like
yeah.
they're pretending to care. They don't care about like our spirituality or anything like that. Like they're just coming here to like, I don't know actually like what their purpose is, because like even if we are in the new covenant, which we're obviously not, what do we do then? That's not going to change the narrative that's going on right now, where people have to decide whether they take it or they lose their job. Like what is that? Okay, we're in the new covenant. Okay, well, what difference does that make? Like, who cares? Like, this thing's still going out. We got Omicron or whatever the hell this new thing's coming out. So like we're all screwed. So it just to me in a weird way, and I feel bad that that people like that even exist. But like in a weird way, every time I see that, I basically know that the Bible's true, because like why would they get so upset? Like who cares? If it's not true, then like what difference does it make if reincarnation's in the Bible or it's not? Why would they get so upset and then threaten us and I'm going to come see you and whatever the hell they're talking about? So
it's weird. Why would they get upset over just something that is just from an old book?
Right, exactly.
If it was not actually, something from God.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, and it's not like our position is like unfounded or we're manipulating people or trying to get money. It'd be different. Like, let's say if we were all like money people, and like we had a following and, trying to get money from people.
Oh yeah. Like, hit that super chat or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Then you come here and, defend the people or whatever. But it's like, there's like literally like 5 people that come by, our streams. And like, it's like, we're not, powerful in that regard or anything. So again, it was like, it's sad that people like that exist, but indirectly it's proof that there's something special about the Bible. That's just what it is. So
yeah, man, for sure.
But LoP, dude, sorry if I kept you longer or whatever, but
no, I'm fine, man.
I got 26 hours left, or no, sorry, I guess 16 hours left.
Oh yeah, because you said you had full 20, and now it's been on for 4 hours, so 16.
So I'll try and do maybe 5 streams this month or so.
Oh yeah. I mean, like, if you do 4 times 4 is 16.
I think I have 4 left. You're right. Yeah, so I have 4 left. If I do them, this long, but so 20 hours and. So just we'll make it worth it. The thing for me, it's like there's nothing really to debate at this point because of the MOTB, whether it is or it's not, or there isn't one. There's only 3 options. So it's either this one, something next, or there isn't one at all. So yeah. I'd be inclined to say that there isn't one if it's not this one. I'd be just inclined to say there isn't one. So that's my position personally. So it's either this one or none. So, I mean, other people can wait for something else if they want, but that's what's exciting. And like, whether we're in the new covenant or old covenant, and I mean, all that, it's like, I don't know what
that's
that mean?
Beside the point at this time.
Yeah, exactly. Because people are being forced, especially here, to do it, or they lose their job. And actually, I posted a video recently where
here as well, bro. My friend is just telling me that he wants to migrate to my country because in Germany is getting so bad.
Yeah,
for real. Like, he's
probably because of this thing too.
I've known him for a few years, and we've met in person. But like he's saying, he wants to like move to, I don't know, work for my dad in Prague or something like that. Like, yeah,
I think everybody's
crazy,
literally
bro.
going.
And then my other friend from Germany, he's like also like he's saying that the police are seeking him because of some illegal drugs and shit. But it's and I don't know. These guys are a bit weird too, but he's saying that he wants to stay at my cottage here on the German border. But like, I'm telling him like, okay, so the cops are after you. Think they're not gonna find you, in on German border or what?
And dude,
Plus, this is not my house. It's my
you put your
parents' house.
freaking latitude, longitude on the internet, so they're gonna find them. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, they would.
not everybody does that, so that's gutsy, man.
Yeah,
that's crazy. But dude, I posted a video recently where they literally are now removing the exemptions. You know how you could do a religious exemption or a medical one? They're starting to just get rid of the religious one, and then that's why that hospital shut down that I just posted. So, or the ER temporarily. So, we see.
Wait, it's already removed, even the medical exemption.
I don't think they're allowed to do the medical one for like law
Wait,
reasons.
and so what qualifies for the medical exemption though?
I heard that it's actually very hard to pass that one because you have to prove that it's long-standing. Like you have to prove that all those things that are in it, then they'll tell you what's inside of it. You have to then prove to them that you've never used that ever. So then they get really deep into it. They're like, oh, well then if you're not into this stuff, then all the things that are in this, you got to show that you don't use those over the counter, medications and all that, because they're all the same. So
we don't even know what's all in that.
They'll tell you. They'll finally.
Oh, then they'll tell you, and they say like, oh, you take
right, exactly,
Tylenol or something, and
exactly. Then they'll be like, okay, well, if you're gonna say that, you have to then you can't take any like whatever.
Right.
Aspirin is the same as this, so they'll get deep into it. So the medical one, I think that's for people who have like serious like medical problems, and like no, they don't. Yeah. They already have enough going on, but. It's just scary. Yeah, go ahead.
No, but what about? No, that's not the case, because I was thinking, what about like mental illness? But no, because I've been on as I told you, I've been with this mental health community on this trip, right?
Yeah.
And then everybody, one of these was like 20 patients there, or 20, yeah, and then all of them have taken it. So I mean, it's not exemption for any like schizo or any other mental illness. So
it's like, scary, dude. They're literally talking about infants and stuff now. So like it's getting down to the wire, man. So you literally
5 to 12 years old is already like almost in effect.
So they'll just cut that dosage in half, and then they'll try and jam it into the baby. So it's getting serious now, man. Like
I actually because this seems so ridiculous that I actually do like even jokes about this. It's morbid, but like I'm saying, like, oh, you gotta inject even like the unborn fetuses. Because like this is so ridiculous, man.
But
where will this stop, man? This madness.
They're gonna get double whacked, because the pregnant women will take it, and then when they're out, they may put it in again. So they might even get the baby twice. So it's crazy, dude. Yeah, I mean it's sinister, dude. Like, and I'm not saying the microchip is righteous or whatever, but there's some aspects of it where like if everybody was microchipped, even the government and all that, okay, then you can go and track them and make sure that they're not doing anything evil. And then if you do lose something, then you'll know, okay, well, I got it back. And like, no one's going to break into your house, because they're going to be like, oh, dude, we knew you were in the house. Like we saw you there. So like you would basically not have any crime. Okay. And then, so, I mean, I don't know how no one's going to agree to that. It's like, that would be stupid. And so,
that's like the Big Brother scenario.
Yeah. Right. And like, no one can like cheat on their spouse, because they'll be like, well, just, let me look up your coordinates and stuff. Like, I'm not trying to be like, make fun of that, but like, you literally cannot hide from anybody or kind of thing. And then obviously if you take it out, they're going to be like, well, of course you did something evil. Like, why'd you take it out? So I don't know. It doesn't make sense, and like this thing is more evil is what I'm trying to say.
It is because and you have people saying that this is I don't know if I can say that word, genocide.
Yeah. Just say Genesis. Genesis. Yeah. That's
Genesis, fine. Because all these people saying that with the Georgia Guidestones and all of that. That's the other. Those are the people that like they don't think like the revelation is legit, and they're saying, oh, it's just a plan of depopulation.
Right.
So,
Right.
They're saying because of the Georgia guys, so it's say maintain the population under 500 million. So they're saying that is their goal with these.
Well, it's gonna work out to be like that either way, because people like us, we're gonna resist. So some amount are gonna get shed. So whether it gets to that number, we don't know. But either way, there's a depopulation happening, whether you believe it's the Bible or the evil, one way or the other. So
it is, and it wouldn't be there unless it had some sort of truth to it, right? The Georgia guy, because they are like, it's a very, like, it's in many languages, it's in Hebrew and many even ancient languages. So this is definitely something.
I wouldn't be surprised if the kingdom is that amount, if that's actually God's right-hand side, the number that he's trying to get it down to. You never know. I mean, that could be
500 million.
Is it 500 million? Is that what it says?
Yeah. You should look into that a bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, again, I don't claim to know, but the Bible does say it's a number that no man can number. So it's like, millions and stuff. So who knows? But I do agree with you.
That's a big number. I mean, that's a $500 million, right? So
yeah,
that's a huge number still.
Right.
But,
and that number actually doesn't surprise me as much anymore, because I think there are that many people who are going to say no, like they'll.
Because what do you have like now 7.8 billion people in the world, right? So
yeah,
I mean that's
one still,
in what is that, like 10% out of that or something like that?
Maybe maybe let's say like roughly 1 in 16. Let's do the math on that. Just.
But I don't even know what is right now the Earth population. It's close. I know it's close to.
Let's just say it's what you just said, about 8 billion. Let's just say, just to round it. Okay.
Because I think that number, what I said, is from 2019, though.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's about like, let's say 5 or 6%. I would say a number.
Oh, okay, it's 7.9. I just read from this is as of November 2021. The current world population is 7.9 billion. Let's just say 8 billion. So how much is that? From 8. Let's just round it up to 8, because whatever. All right. So from 8 billion, how much is the number? The fifth. I mean, how many percent is the number? The 500 million.
Yeah. Oh, I put in 500,000. Sorry, that's why I did that.
No, it's 500 million.
Yeah, so it'd be let's say 6%.
So it's 6%.
Yeah, I mean that number actually.
I thought it's 10%.
Let's just say the number of that. Let's just say that's the number of people that refuse it. I mean, yeah, maybe.
But I don't know. But I'm not good at math, because I know like 8 billion. And you've got the half. You're right. That's 16. So, yeah, something like that. Yeah, 16.
So you said, let's say there's 8 billion, right?
Yeah, let's say it's 8 billion people. And how many percent?
So just go 500 divided by 8,000. So 500 divided by 8,000 is our percent. So.
Yes. So how many percent is that?
6.25. So let's say 6%.
Oh wow, 6%.
Is that a number? Maybe that's a bit high, but I wouldn't be surprised right now with how, let's say, about half the world is yabbed right now, roughly. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay. That's what it says according to that website, which could very well be wrong. But
I know in my country it's 60% people.
Yeah. But worldwide, because Africa doesn't have it very much, and then all these other places are slow. But that's why that's why I think this one is released from Africa, because they're going to go and pressure that continent. But I wouldn't be surprised if 5% of the world's population are willing to die before taking that. I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe. So who knows?
That's really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. It's more and more people every day. The more this drags on, the more people are like, no, this is stupid. So that's the risk that they're running too. The longer they drag this on, more and more people are gonna be like, no, this is dumb. I'm not doing this. So,
but at the same time, they are pushing them so that they cannot do stuff,
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I
it's
agree.
really we will see, how it plays out soon.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah. It's crazy times, man. Wild times. Who would have thought, man? This stuff hit us like really blindsided in a way, but it's not far, for sure. Whether it's my prediction or a little bit past that, it's not far. So we'll see.
Yours is what, December 30th or something?
Well, my overall one of 2023 is absolutely solid. There's no way Christ is returning after 2023. You can loop that and replay that as much.
No, but you said after this year.
Yeah, that if I'm one of the 144, then it's definitely soon. It's very, very soon. But I have to leave room for the fact that I may not be, and there's a lot of reasons why I may not be. But if I'm not, I definitely stand by my 2023 prediction of that happening. There's no way Christ is returning in 2024, 2025, 2020. No way.
Okay, so you mean by the end of 2023?
Yeah. That's what I said January 2019. That's the 5-year window that I made. I didn't know exactly what I was saying at that time, but I said it publicly. And
based on what you
I was just angry, dude. This is why sometimes people get on you because like you get angry at God. I get angry at God too. I just caution you as a friend how the words that you use. But
I wouldn't say I wanted if you said it 2019, you wanted what, 4 years from that?
I said 5 years, but the reason
I would say I wanted like only 3 weeks from now.
Yeah. No, dude, I didn't know the flat earth really that deep at that time. I was still new to it. I didn't know this was going on. I wasn't deeper into the Bible like I am now, but I was just annoyed. I was just annoyed with the world. I'm like, I don't want to be here for more than, that's what I was thinking in my mind. I was like, I don't want to be here for more than 5 years. That's why I said that number, just so you know. That's why I picked that number in 2019. So that's where that number came from. It had nothing to do with like,
I mean, I get you that like, you can kind of 5 years, you can kind of, I don't know, do what you want. And then,
right.
Let's end it.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's how much me personally, I could sort of tolerate, doing these corporate jobs, which I did one more, I think, after that. And I was like, all right, I can't do that anymore. Like, it's just too stupid. So that's where that number came from for people who are wondering. But yeah, 2023, end of 2023.
But you said so you are not at the corporate world anymore.
No, I left it in end of 2019. Actually, I left it. So yeah. So I was in it at that time when I said that.
But you said like, what if your money runs out? Then it means that you will have to.
Well, yeah, I mean,
you have means to get money other ways but without entering the corporate world, or.
No, I don't. I don't, and I don't really think about it that much. I think we can talk about that offline. I don't mind discussing that with you.
No, yeah, this is kind of a personal thing.
Yeah, but I mean,
I understand.
For people out there from a spiritual perspective, like I think a lot of us are kind of running out and stuff. Like you're not alone, that's for sure. And that's sad. With the way the world is. So, all I can say is just, just have faith. That's what it is. Like I treat the God of the Bible as my actual dad, my actual father. And so my dad on earth is an actor. Okay. I do not accept calls from my parents, and I will not anymore, because I know that they're dead. They're dead people. They're spiritually dead people. So I only have one option for a father now. And so that's who I ask every day. I mean, and I don't miss a day. And so it's up to that God to decide whether I was the one to be chosen to be taken away. But if you're asking, if I keep asking and I stop at some point, you should keep asking. Anybody who's hearing, don't get discouraged by my mini prediction. But I just want people to know I treat the God of the Bible, the Israelites, like my actual father. And so when I complain, again, I just caution LoP sometimes with the language, but I complain to God a lot. Why did you lie to me? Why did you tell me this is the ball and all? I say that every day, And so I don't want to be disrespectful to him ever, but there's been times where I have been, and so again,
you were also blaming.
Yeah, and this is why I relate to you.
God.
This is why I relate to you, but I don't want you to ever use that language just because I don't want to get you. I don't want you to get in trouble, just because maybe I've said some things, privately, to God, where I was going through things or angry or whatever. But I
we have this with this. We talk a lot about this with Rich Napper.
Right.
Rich Napper, because we both like the band DSI, and they have a song called "Blame It on God." And Rich has told me a personal story that, when he was in tough times, it brought him out of depression, and it made him cry as well. So
yeah.
I mean, so it's just I just feel that those are really even like honest, even though they are against the religion and all that, against God, but
the only thing
they are really honest, because you can hear the pain in his voice and stuff,
Right. Here's my point with you. And again, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. This is just what I've learned. It's just what things we utter privately, that's different. It actually is different, because when we put it out there and then other people hear it, it may give them the license to go and blaspheme. And that's the part where you have to be a bit more careful. You can.
That's what my friend. That's what people that are on Facebook telling me all the time, like, "Hey, Joseph, you shouldn't say this privately against."
Yeah, and dude, I'm not trying to put you on blast when I say that. It's the same thing. If I were to say something like that, I would need somebody to tell me, like, if you have those things, word it carefully and then do that privately, because it doesn't benefit anybody to hear God being blasphemed, because he's blasphemed by everybody, literally almost everybody. And so we don't want to add to that. And I get your point about how you don't have to fear somebody that's all loving, but we have to be fearful in the sense of like what God can do, and like his power and all that kind of stuff. So that's very, very important. And so
that's true, but we are made in his image, and we are, we have the divinity within,
yeah, dude. I think here, don't just let me finish this point. I think all I'm telling you is that I think you understand what you're doing. I just worry when you say that other people may not understand. That's my point, especially when you're on YouTube and you're speaking it, because other people can get influenced. That's the thing. Like, we can have certain things that we utter to God and all that kind of stuff, but when you say it publicly, it's out there. Okay. And then it's recorded potentially and that kind of thing. So that's my caution to you and all that kind of stuff. But just in general, I just want people to know that it doesn't benefit us to trash talk God. Even, and I'm speaking to myself, it does not benefit
publicly
anywhere, anytime. No, like never. Like, this is what I've learned during that time. Like, it doesn't benefit me to say things in that way to God, and I've learned this over time. Now I just accept it. Okay, we've been deceived. We've been lied to about everything.
But for me, it's
dude, I just got to finish my point.
Sorry, man.
We've been pretty much lied to about everything. Okay. And so that this is where I believe God understands, and especially like pain that people have gone through, like LoP, different forms of pain. Like, God's aware of that first of all, people, especially what I said about spinal issues, that's very, very painful. So he's not aware of the fact that doesn't hurt. Oh, just suck it up. Okay. No, he's not like that. But once we go through that point, it should change the way that we speak. Okay. And so now that we kind of go through that, we realize, oh, damn, we have been literally deceived by everything. Okay. And God's aware of that, because he owns up to it, that he's behind the deception. We didn't deserve, quote unquote, deserve that. We didn't come up with that idea to be deceived. But now we're left in a position to like ask, why did that happen? And then he would say to us, why are you not asking why that happened? Like, he'd be like, dude, why do you not care? Like, for all these other people who are like, go hit up my Patreon and, whatever, just do the best you can and go plant a garden and like, we're angry. We're angry. So other people out there who don't get upset about the fact that they've been deceived their whole life, those are not real people. Those are not real people that deal with the Heavenly Father directly. So there is a form of righteous anger, but all I'm saying, this is what I've learned too, is it doesn't benefit anybody to go and trash talk God. It does not. If that could accomplish something, then go and do it, and let's see what we can get. But it just
I agree. Because
this is my last point. All we can do, and I'll pass it back to you. All we can do is ask for an explanation, and then he still has the ability to not give us the answer. We have to be aware of that. God does not owe his creation a single thing. Okay. That's what it is. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. But this is strange because I don't understand. Then we have been created and without our consent. Obviously, I don't remember giving my consent. Yes,
Right.
God, I want to go and be born and suffer all this life, and then like we are supposed to be okay with that.
No,
That he doesn't even give us answer, right?
No. All I'm saying is that he doesn't owe the answer. That's we have many verses in the Bible where it's things are going to be made clear, or clearer. I'm not saying.
Yeah, I know what you're referring to. That it shall be made clear.
All I'm just saying is that we have to leave room for the fact, and this is the humble part where, even like I said about Christ, who's subservient to the Most High, like he doesn't go and say, "Oh, well, why aren't you telling me this and that and this and that?" He doesn't talk like that. Okay,
even Christ.
Yeah, he does. He won't talk like that. And so I'm just saying that I've had to learn the hard way too, a little bit myself. Like we just have to accept it, and then, but LOP, I'm not saying don't be stupid, and just don't ask. No, I'm saying we have to ask, but I would say is we have to be careful how we word it. Like I said, and I think you and I would agree, if you don't ask, you're stupid. Like if you don't care, like why you're in pain and other people are in pain.
You might as well be like a nihilist that like, I'll do what.
Right. You're just a robot.
Nothing matters, and I'm just gonna.
Yeah, you're just an actor. You're just that's God's left-hand side. They're just a bunch of zombies. They don't ask any questions. They don't care what's in that. They'll just jam it in for $10. Damn hot dog. So we're not like that. All I'm getting at, and I'm not trying to lecture you because like you're your own man, but the language that I needed to hear during those times, maybe where I was talking a little tough, was just like, calm down. That's all I would say. Just, you're going to be upset. You're in pain. Just word it very carefully. Because this God, when he's pissed off, there's nothing you can do. Just nothing. Okay. He can throw you into all types of torture and all that kind of stuff. We don't want that. So that's not a lecture to LOP anymore.
Actually, I wanted him to do that because I was like, I don't want to suffer anymore. Yeah. So bring your worst. And then it's just like, yeah.
Yeah, but
I just want an explanation. That's the main point. Yeah, explanation why, and why am I here, and for how long as well, because I don't know when it's gonna all end and stuff. So, like,
dude, I'm not laughing at you, but when you said yesterday, dude, made me like smile in a way because you were like, have your God take me out today. And dude, that's something that I would say too to them. I'll be like, oh, your God's so powerful. Tell him to take me out right now.
I was so sleep deprived. I don't even remember I said that.
That was actually deep, man. Cause I'm like, well, if your God's so powerful and, hates us because we teach whatever you don't think that is right.
Yeah, I said that actually. Yes, I said like, command your God to smite me or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Or take me out. Yeah.
I'll read a verse and I'll pass it back to you. Romans 9:20. Nay, but O man, who art thou that repliest against God? Shall the thing formed say to him that formed it, why hast thou made me thus? And so ultimately, we can ask. It's just the way that you ask.
But do you remember? I just want to say last point or something. But because do you remember? Like George Carlin.
Yeah, the comedian.
Yeah, but so there was one, and this was actually when like later on in his career, and he did a stand up again, and he was saying like basically there is no God, and then he's like and he ended it on this actually, that if there's a God, let him strike me with lightning right now.
Yeah.
Because and so just
I mean, I think that. You have nothing to lose and I don't have nothing to lose. That's why I think we have a lot in common, and that gives us some amount of power, but that gives us power with the world. I would just say we don't need to use that as leverage towards God, because that doesn't get anything, and I've had to really humble myself too. It's like, I could be the 144, but I very well could not be. And then I have to deal with that mentally. I have to prepare for both of those situations. And that's up to God. He could have another group that's chosen in the future, or another group, and then do something. And then we have to consider all these possibilities. And I think that that's important. All I'm saying is that in general, some of that tough talk that I've done in the past, I look back on it and I'm like,
tough times.
Yeah, it's just like it wasn't as much pain as other people have gone through. Like it was just annoying, I would say, the kind of the neck pain that I had. Again, I don't like pain. I'm just like a wuss. But even
nobody likes pain.
But even just the deception, just being angry that we've been lied to our whole life and we've basically been dumbed down. That one is like it's logical. Like we've spent years and years and years, some of us going to school, being lied to, and then paying for it literally financially. For what? And then now that education system, we realize, has been actually a preparation for us to be even more enslaved. Like it's not like it's giving us any kind of freedom or independence or sovereignty. It's actually more and more enslaved kind of thing. It's like, it's not funny, but like think about the doctors. Like you think they're going to be able to go out and say whatever they want to say? No, they went through all that schooling so they can become more and more enslaved. And not only that, they have to recruit other people to be more enslaved.
I think it's only like childhood and the school years where you were actually the least enslaved, because you were still able to, do whatever you want after school. You didn't have to care about paying bills and anything.
Right. Yeah, you're just playing. You're learning how to socialize with other kids and all that. That's
getting drunk or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's different, and I think that it's just very sinister. I think also too, it's like how quickly we're required to learn things, even in the church. It's like, why the hell is there such a rush? Like, it's like, why do we go to school for like 75% of the year? Like, what's the point of all that? It's like everything's like, yo, you got to finish this, and even when you debate those dummies, they're like you can just tell they want to answer. They don't even let you think. You got to do this, do that, and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's just the whole vibration on this earth is totally off.
I already felt that when I was like 18, that why do I have to go to school? Like, this is so dumb.
Yeah,
so that's why I didn't even finish my what was it, secondary school or.
Yeah, that's probably why you're smarter than most people, because like we went in there and we got basically dumbed down. We lost all of our curiosity.
I was like, yeah, in my third year in my high school or secondary school, I was like, why? This is all a lie and game and whatever. Like,
Luke, if you want to join, just turn off your camera, man. I don't mind that you joined, but just turn your camera off.
Good servant is live.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Hello.
Luke, what's up, man?
Yeah, what's up too? Nothing much.
Hi, Luke.
Very, very interesting conversation. I'm just going to give an update on my country.
Yeah, let's hear it.
They are now debating laws on social media that are anti-troll laws.
Yeah, I heard of them.
Oh, you heard of them?
Yeah, tell us.
So basically, if you're a troll, they could literally call the cops on you.
That's crazy.
I know.
That's insane.
But the thing is, what defines a troll and what defines opinion?
Right.
Don't these people understand?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to be us, though. It's going to basically be us, like anybody with a religious channel. So
I know it's crazy. And then you heard about the recent what's his name? The recent thing with GMS Australia and ETT.
Yeah, I subscribed for like one day and I just unsubscribed because the guy sounds insane.
Wait, what was it again? The
GMS Australia.
And they know ETT?
I don't know what's going on there, because so the thing is with GMS Australia, yes, they're out there preaching on the byways and highways every week. Yeah, every third to fourth word it's a cuss word. They're saying F, they're saying the S word. Like I hear they're preaching. I'm like, here you are cussing and swearing and running your mouth. You shouldn't be saying those words out in public.
What words?
And they are saying.
Yeah, I mean they're basically not prophesying really. They're just out there just I don't know what they're doing actually anymore, to be totally honest. Like they're just they don't really have any kind of prediction. So that's my fundamental issue with GMS at this point. But yeah, they do use strong language. I agree with that. Yes, and they shouldn't.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I see them like preaching, and then they were talking. They talk about the current events,
Yeah.
and about this the sea.
Yeah.
I'm not going to mention because I don't want your channel taken down
Mhm.
because I already have 2 strikes on my channel.
Yeah.
Thanks to them trolls. Yet
Jeez.
again, no one can't discern what a troll and what an opinion is anymore. In this country, I'm telling you, like, if you have an opposing opinion, someone
Yeah.
could get offended and
Yeah.
they could call the cops on you for it's
Yeah, exactly.
ridiculous.
That's what they're setting it up for. I think basically we're going to all be anybody who writes a comment that's against that, they're going to be like, oh, you're just a troll, you know, and then they'll catch people with that. So it's ultimately to catch the religious people, I'm assuming, or the anti that. So,
Oh, yes. And recently, I just want to talk about a psyop that actually happened. There was a news article saying that there was this shooter, like, was crazy in I think Wollongong, like
Mhm.
south of Sydney. It's a fishing town south of Sydney, Wollongong, and he did some shooting things. Then he had to work a hostage at a local hardware store, and then this is what the media blamed it on. Oh, he might be onto conspiracy theories.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be
The
it.
odd, I know it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
the reality is, if you don't believe in one conspiracy at this point, you're not even a human being, in my opinion. Like, you're not even a real person. So, I mean, we believe in a lot of them, and ultimately, God's behind them. So, yeah, I mean, it looks like the noose was already tight in Australia. It's getting tighter with this Omnitron or whatever the hell this stupid thing is that's coming out. So, the irony is, it's an anagram for moronic, which I thought was funny, and so that's cool. So.
you know, a thing about Omicron, right? In
Yeah.
the Greek language, right? Omicron's a letter. You know, Delta strain, that's a letter too. Delta's, so you got alpha, beta, gamma, delta, that's 4.
Yeah.
Okay, 4 minus 2, right, equals 2. Then Omicron's number 15, right?
Mhm.
2 plus 15 equals, no, I mean 2 times 15 equals 30. Plus 2 equals 32. Then you got corona, which has 6 letters. Do you get the numerology where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all planned, but you can keep going.
So you got corona, which is 6.
Mhm.
Then got so we had that minus 2. We got the remaining 2.
Mhm.
Then 2 plus 1, which is corona. I'm not going to say
Mhm.
that equals 33, right?
Mhm.
And 33 it's a Freemasonic number.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I recently on Facebook joined a live off the grid group,
Mhm.
so I can get ideas on how to live off the grid.
That's smart.
And I'm planning on if all things go well, live in a caravan before living off the grid,
Mhm.
which is
Moronic,
good.
that's good.
I would live on a golf course if anybody could like find a golf. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. Yeah, man. I think I'm not trying to make funny, but I think that that's smart. I wish we all did that earlier. I wish I knew about some of this stuff because I would have made better plans. But yeah, it's just crazy, man. Like, I think a lot of people are thinking about that because they realize that getting plugged into the system means that they want your soul. They want everything. So that's what it is. That's really what they're after. People think that's, oh, it's conspiracy. No, that's what they want. So
I've noticed caravan sales have skyrocketed.
yeah,
Like it's like
yeah, I wouldn't be
everyone wants to
surprised.
live in a caravan.
Yeah,
Isn't that interesting?
yeah, mobile homes and RVs and all that. I guarantee you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nuts. It's nuts out here.
And dude, I
It's
subscribe
ridiculous.
to Reddit. You know, like these different job, like recruiting hell and like boring dystopia is one of my favorite ones on Reddit. And like all these people are like, oh, they have all these signs outside that say we're hiring, but like they go and they try and find a job and they don't hire you. So all these like hiring frenzy is fake. Like they're just saying that they're hiring, but they're not actually hiring. So even that's not working, for people just to find even like minimum wage jobs. So it's bad, for sure. Definitely.
In Australia, to get a job or even go into a job training service, yes, they actually have a job training service here.
Yeah.
Which I go to. You got to be double. I'm not going to say.
Yeah. But we call it YAB, double YAB. Yeah.
Yep. And you have to show, and to get into a restaurant, bar, club, or anywhere, you need to show a vaccine passport.
Right.
And that's what's happening in Australia.
Let me say this. If somebody asked me to move one piece of sand from here to here, and that would keep America for another day, I wouldn't even touch that piece of sand. I don't like this place. I'm not doing a single thing to do anything quote unquote productive here. No, hell no. So I hate this place. I want it to be burned. So that's my mindset. That's not for everybody, but I'm not lifting a finger to help this place. So I'll play golf and then that's it until the end. So we'll see. But no, this whole place is stupid, man. Like you have to go to 3 or 4 interviews just to get a stupid job, and then they sit there and then they police you. Where are you? Where'd you go? All this? No, hell no. Like I don't want somebody looking over me and all this anymore. Like the whole economy, which is not even an economy, by the way, because if you look up the definition of an economy, it's a group, it's a set of like transactions ultimately that fulfill people's needs, and we don't have that, and we've never had that. Not in our lifetime. Facebook is not needed to meet people's needs, okay, or Instagram or NFL football or anything like that. So we don't even have an economy. So people are taking the YAB to go into economy, which is not even an economy. So that's my argument. It would be different if like you had a healthy economy and then they made you take the YAB and then you got to go and then you can actually have like a career and all that, but that's not even there. So this is not even a decision for me personally. This whole place is completely stupid. But guys, I got to cut this a little bit short. I got an early tee off time tomorrow, which is, that's a big thing. I'm pretty stressed. I got to play some golf tomorrow, but I'm going to go live at least 3 or 4 more times this month. So, you guys are welcome for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But by the way, I do understand where GMS Australia is coming from by not going, that you have to be out in the highways and byways.
You don't
because
have to.
in this country, right, the last street preacher, which I saw on YouTube, came out 3 months ago compared to GMS every week, and they're the only group.
But Luke, that's why those people are Masons. The gospel is going to be preached by angels, according to Revelation 14:6. So you can go out there and do whatever you want, but the gospel, the real gospel, is going to be preached by these so-called UFOs, this flying roll that's described in the book of Zechariah. But those people are actors. So you can go and debate with them, but don't get too caught up with them. That's not what the Bible says in the last days, how the gospel is going to go out. The gospel is not going to go out by a bunch of rappers and retards and dumbos who barely know how to read and write. No, the gospel, God's not going to use a bunch of reprobates, a bunch of spinning ball earthers, and then you go and tell them that the earth is flat station and they kick you out of your group. Are you kidding me? You think God's going to use more morons like that? I'll say this right to their face, dude. These people are idiots. And then they come on our panels, try and tell us we're in the new covenant. This start bumping their gums about absolutely nothing. These people are garbage. They're absolutely garbage human beings. And so if that is the God of the Bible working on his right-hand side, I think that God is stupid. I'll say that right to his face too. And so don't be deceived by these people. Go ahead. Yeah. Sorry.
Can I just ask one question, TMoG?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Because I already asked you that on email, but you might have forgotten. But I asked if whether have you ever taken the test?
No, dude, I have not, and I won't. There's no
way.
There won't be any reason for me to
do not require it for the golf course.
And our golf course, because we're in Texas, like no one would go because we have enough people that I think I mentioned in my golf video. The group that I was playing with, the guy has been a member there for like 20 years, he thinks this whole thing's a joke. So if they did ever make that a mandatory, even this, they wouldn't even.
The test or even the mask is not mandatory for them.
No, because like
wow, that's good.
People were starting to complain.
That's good.
So, yeah.
Because and you know what's the only reason I told you that I did, and it wasn't even. It was.
I laughed when I read that though. I'm glad you're not pregnant. That's for sure.
Yeah, because it looks like a pregnancy test, man. I was like,
that was
what?
funny as hell, dude. Yeah, that was nuts.
No, but see, my dad invited me to the like to go for a dinner, right?
Yeah.
And then and I told him like, you know, they will not require, this is a small village. But my dad is an idiot, because the first thing we sat down at the table and he brought it up. He said like, do you need anything from us? Like I was like, what the hell are you doing? Like I bet you $100 that if he didn't start off the conversation by that, they wouldn't even say nothing. But then because he said that, they said, oh yeah, you know, we you know, and then they actually said, you know, oh, we actually don't even accept the test. We only accept the QR, the certificate for the thing, right? And
how long did the result take, LoP? How many hours or whatever till you got the result?
No hours. I didn't even do nothing.
Oh, okay.
It's just, look, they put just like a Q-tip, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just put it like only like I didn't even like a little bit on my nose, like and then just they put it into some kind of what is that, some chemical like liquid on some like plastic sheet or whatever. So and then stupid. in freaking you know, like 1 minute it shows one line, which means negative. So
this whole narrative is
no, it really takes only 1 minute, this kind of
but
I know there are, you know, my wife took the like more the test that is more accurate or whatever the hell, you know, and then she said it took longer. She said it took like 4 hours, but anyway, this one was like 1 minute and it was done. Like okay, I can eat my fucking food. Like,
you know how ETT says we're gonna seal this up like the cascalado or something?
No, cask of amontillado.
Yeah. So this whole narrative has sealed my career in corporate America, like the casket of Amontillado or whatever he says, because TMoG didn't like the corporate world prior. I'm not going into the corporate world and doing a test every week or whatever the hell they're saying. Hell no. So yeah, it's over, man. It's game over for me. So
can I only last question?
Yeah.
Because so but you never go to restaurants then?
They don't require that here in Houston, dude. You know I would go to Chipotle,
damn,
right?
Man, Texas is pretty cool.
Yeah,
damn.
Yeah, we're gonna be one of the last places because people here like we're
man.
We're old school, man. Like we don't deal with that kind of stuff. Like, well, so.
I don't get it. My freaking uncle lives in Texas, and he's taken it.
Yeah, but dude, to be fair, so you know, like here in Houston, we have the largest medical center in the entire world. Believe it or not, we do. So that's been the hub of all these people being forced, because like all the hospitals will make them do it. But I don't think it's gone to oil and gas because that's a big industry here. But there was a time in restaurants where you needed to wear a mask to go into Chipotle, but that's not like that anymore. There was a brief window. Now it's just, you know, they put a sign, they recommend it. So
wow, you guys, that's I did not know that. You guys have it better, but also like that's mostly your area. It's not like in LA. I know it's totally different, right?
But Joseph, here's the point. Like they're basically assuming a lot of people are this. So they say it's a recommendation. That's what the sign that they put out front. They're assuming that a lot of people have done that. But now with this Omicron thing, who knows if they're like, no, we got to like, you know, now that this thing is here, we may have to go back to not just this, but that. We'll see. That's the thing we got to wait and see. Whenever, this is when I'm going to know that we're dealing with the mark of the beast. If TMoG ever does his daily stroll to Chipotle, and then he looks at the sign and says, oh, no, you got to be yabbed before you can get your burrito bowl, which I enjoy so much. That's when for me personally, that's when I know that I'm locked out. Because, like, I mean, I did Chipotle, like, you know, 2-3 times a week. So that's when I'm going to be like, well, I have to order food all the time now. And I can't even, like, go to these places. But as of right now, today, you can go to Chipotle and they just put a recommendation for that. That's it. So.
Yes, and you can disregard the recommendation.
No.
That's what I do. Like,
Yeah, I'll pretend that I did that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not wearing that. Hell no.
Sure, we can pretend. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they don't ask.
I do that, and if like he's freezing here, right? And so I just say, "Oh, I have like scarf or whatever."
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't even put the scarf over
I
my
mean,
because
the
I can
mask-
breathe in that shit.
The mask thing, like if I have to wear it for a few minutes, like that's not as evil, but I would never go to a job and wear it all day like that. I mean, I know that that's basically the same thing, but like, again, this all I can do is speak about my comfort level, because like even if when I back in those times when I did have to wear it to go to Chipotle, like it's disgusting, man. Like you're just breathing your same air. It's like it gets all hot, and I'm talking like after a minute it gets disgusting. So yeah, it's stupid. So
It's so bad, man.
Yeah,
it's like it's suffocation mask. I call it that even ever since it all started. This whole thing, I was like, so the suffocation mask.
You know what they called it?
I think I coined that term.
But LoP, they also called it the mask of the beast. So that's a good term too. So,
really?
Yeah, that's what the flat earther. Somebody in the flat earth, I think.
That's pretty.
That.
Yeah, that's a good term.
I mean, that's what it is. So, but
it is,
yeah,
because
man, it's crazy.
And look at all these. Like, did you see some of the? I don't know, from like White House or not White House, the Capitol, like, and they are always like, like putting it like make you must put it over your nose. Like,
yeah, exactly.
So retarded. Oh man.
ETT, man, he goes in the chat and then just starts asking questions.
Sorry, man, I got a bit excited.
He's asking me what GMS Australia said about him.
No. He's asking me.
Yeah, they just say that they called him Biggie. That's it. Then he'll like the answer. That's fine. They called you Biggie.
Okay, so basically, I think the solution is, what if I share a video to GMS of ETT doing street preaching? Because there's plenty of him doing street preaching. I just don't understand GMS saying he doesn't do street preaching, but he does.
Well, do you prefer being called Tim, or do you prefer being called Light in the Dark World?
Just call me
Luke.
Light
Luke
in the dark world.
Okay, yeah, just wondering, because if people don't want to call me Mind of God because that's heavy, you can call me Shreg, whatever you prefer, because that's kind of a heavy title. But we can do that some other time, man. I got to wrap this up, Luke. But you're welcome to join at any time in the future. Of course, I think that things are heating up, literally.
Oh yeah.
So
heating up, all right. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, it's not heating up in terms of temperature. It's gonna be freezing and snowing all week this here.
Damn, dude. Next 2 days are nice here, man. I'm gonna be golfing both days.
I mean, yeah, you are in a subtropical.
Yeah.
Kind of. Oh, not subtropical, like warmer. But anyway, I was gonna last thing I'm gonna.
Yeah,
say
go ahead.
is,
Yeah, no rush.
Wait, it slipped my mind. What was it? Oh yeah. So I was gonna ask Luke. Hey, so how, like, it's amazing how the GMS in Australia knows about End Times Teacher when he's an American. And
dude, ETT's famous, man.
Like,
I don't know what to say. He's very famous.
Yeah, like even in Australia, that's insane. Like how
you can't go and buy
he
swag at a dollar store, man. Like that's not for sale. Like he's
like he has only 500 subscribers or 550 subscribers, but everybody knows him. Like
the thing is, I give him credit.
Of people,
but LoP, we got to give him some credit, because like the dude's been at it for years. We can disagree with
12, since 12 years old. He said.
Yeah, I mean he's put it hours in. I'll give him that. He's diligent. No doubt. It is funny sometimes with his old street preaching, him literally standing in the side of the road by himself. No one's around. And he's just like, he's just kind of giving his zinger. So I got a kick out of those back.
Or did you see the debate with him and Rock Upon Him?
Yeah, I saw a bit of that. Yeah.
He also talked that
I made a video about that.
Like, I've got more lines than Zigger's cake treat. And he said most of his lines to rock up on him too, man.
Exactly. ETT's like my he's like my very, very lost younger brother, just on YouTube. Like he's totally lost, but he does know certain things, so he's not that far away. But yeah, man, it's funny, man. Like just we've had those 3 debates, right? And then it's about a year or so apart. And it's just funny, like even if you look at his first debate, he looks like he's like literally looks like he's 10 years old. Like he's like weighs like 100 pounds, and like it's just funny, man. Like it's crazy, dude.
But where is that Where can you find that video?
I think I took mine down just because I changed my position now on the mark being whatever, but I may be able to find it. I can send it to you privately. Like if
because ETT's channel got removed and his last video is from 2018,
exactly.
but he was around before that, right?
Exactly. It was an older one, so it was during his first channel.
Yeah.
I think I just put them private and all that, but yeah, man, it's good times. We'll see how this shakes out, but man, I think that you know, I'll still try and be an encouragement, you know, this coming month, and I'm gonna just I'll still be around after that. I'm just gonna do more maybe lighthearted things, not so much Bible. I think I pretty much said everything I need to say. That those 3 words basically in Greek prove my position on the mark, but it's only a time will tell type situation at this point. So, but appreciate LoP and Luke joining, and we had
thanks.
Bible Defender earlier and ETT. So it's always fun, man. You know, it is what it is. So, you know, just everything that I say to people, I need to be aware of those things myself. So I'm very aware of that, you know, but I do genuinely believe that, you know, the kingdom is close without a doubt. I mean, I can't tell you the exact day, but this misery cannot continue on for very much longer. So
yeah, man, we have to hope it's very, very soon, man.
Yes. Yeah, agreed.
Good.
Yeah, I think that we know that there's a better life than this. This cannot be. This can't be it.
Yeah, exactly. This life is a mistake, or not mistake, but it's a test. But it's a horrible.
It does feel like
there is no.
It's funny you say that. It's like somebody like put their finger on the wrong key. You know, it's like, oh damn. It's like, well, it sort of feels like that sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. So yeah.
What I said, the mistake, or
like somebody just
it does feel like it,
oh God, we're here.
Doesn't
like,
it?
What the hell are we doing here?
Yeah, it's like so ridiculous.
Yeah,
but
we'll get
I'm grateful for at least like some of the experiences in my life, but those are very few and far between.
Yeah. You know, if you're learning from me and ETT, you know, and you'll be fine. You know, at least you'll laugh, one or the other. So you'll get a good kick out of it. So I'll still be on his panel, you know, and then we'll still do a few more of these live streams. Like I like when we bring out the Bible because just with the different opinions that we have, even though we agree on certain things, we tend to something new usually comes up. I'll admit, maybe 75% of the streams that I go on, I usually come out of it with some new thing that I haven't read recently or something like that. So that's what we try and deliver when we get together. Sometimes we get interrupted by these demons from the IRL.
But you're right. Every time, you know, we can bring up some other scriptures or topics because the Bible is that long and there is always new things too. It's not always the same. Yeah.
And it's okay to disagree. I think that's why it's okay to ask those hard questions when we get on those panels. I don't think it's wrong for people to say what they really feel. I think that's what's good about Joseph's angle when he speaks about certain things. Those people tried to take advantage of the situation and they try and do a gotcha moment. They're not trying to teach anybody anything about God. We know that God lives inside of us. What else could that be? So when we get angry, we're ultimately getting angry at an energy that's inside of us that comes from God. So we're a part
exactly
of it.
Yeah.
So, but those people don't understand that. They're not deep. They're not spiritual.
They are not, because what does it say in I don't know where is it, but the Christ in you, the hope of glory in you, right?
Yeah,
the Christ.
I think that's where I think you and I, you know, we get it. I think we just have to sometimes be careful when we speak to people who maybe haven't gone through those same steps, and then we have to also be cautious of like kind of what Paul talks about with some of the different vessels. I don't want to say weaker, but like people who have different. They are used to hearing things in a different type of word. It doesn't mean that we change our opinion on things, but definitely when we talk about prayer and then trying to get something from God, that's what I would highly recommend people is to use that time with God productively. The way that we word things is very, very important. And then God's not only going to care obviously about our words, it's our actions and the things that we did and all that kind of stuff. So that's very, very important. That's why when ETT comes on and Bible Defender, we talk about the law, it's never a bad idea. I'm talking about for even people and you in your personal life, like go into those verses. That's what I like about when we all talk. we go into all that stuff. I'm saying all of us, we go into every book. We just go into all of it all the time. And it's amazing because like when you do that, you find something new, and then God may use that to speak, hey, maybe you can fix this, or he'll give you credit for things too. I want people to know it's not all bad news. Okay. We read things in the Bible. There's things that you do in your life that pleases God. So it's not all bad news. Just know that it's not all doom and gloom.
We gotta have positive.
Yeah, and think about this, LoP. I'm not trying to toot our own horn, but we spend hours. We could be playing video games or watching a movie or whatever, but like we care about what the Bible says enough to go on a live stream for a few hours regularly. That's something. Okay, and other people don't want to do that. They're like, hell no, like that's boring. So that's something. Yeah,
I tell you what other people would do. Like people my age, they'll go out to the pubs and clubs and get drunk and party all night.
Right, exactly.
Like I've done that once, but that satisfaction is very temporary.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay,
agreed.
And I'm speaking from experience. Okay, and over here in Australia, there are people out here think it's cool to get drunk, cool to party. No, it's not cool. It's not. Look, listen to preaching, listen to the truth, listening to the Bible. That is going to satisfy your soul.
Right. Agreed.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I don't know if I told you, but I only was getting drunk and that kind of stuff when between the age of 15 and like 18, and then I stopped totally.
That's good, man. You got it out of your system. I kind of went through that around like 28 to like 32 or 3 or 4. So I went through I didn't drink very much in my life because my family didn't drink. They're I would say, a fairly religious family. So I never drank as a young kid, but I went out because I was married for a brief time, and I just kind of loosened my tie, so to speak, just relaxed a little bit. And I think it helped my personality, but definitely now with the end times and all that. Yeah. I don't think like, what's the point of going into a club? You're going to have to go talk to a girl and tell her a bunch of lies. And what's the point? It's like, it's just from a practical perspective. It's like, you're gonna have to go there and tell her a bunch of lies and to like quote unquote romance her. Like, what's the point? Like, it's just
stupid. Yeah, but I just thought it's funny that I literally stopped drinking alcohol at the legal age.
That's funny, dude.
Right?
That's funny. But in a way, though,
all my classmates were going to the pub after school to get beers or going to supermarket to buy wine and or whatever else. So I joined them sometimes. It's not like it was like once in.
But LoP, you strike me as a guy, you're a bit ahead of the curve, like I think that's good. You kind of got that out of your system. I think a lot of us who are in the quote unquote conspiracy world, like we get bored by stupid things quickly. And that's a good thing. I want people to know that's a good thing. So we crave like bigger answers. Why is all this happening? And like, we want those answers. And I think that's good. So It's very good. I just think the way that we word them, it's important, all of us. And then we will get those answers, man. Like, why would we not? Why would God put those questions in our mind and be like, yeah, you know what? I don't want to answer that. No, I'm just going to, just whatever. Like, I'm bored. No, like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, that means that God doesn't want us to be curious. That's stupid. So I don't think that's the way it's going to be.
Yeah, we just need to really be patient and look for it. And not just getting all distracted with stupid things, I guess.
Yeah,
and that's word to myself, actually. So,
but I would say ask hard questions. I don't think that it's wrong. God may not answer them in that moment, but think of hard questions. Ask them, even if you're just asking them in the air, or you're just asking them on a live stream. Even if you just ask, like, God, like, how did you come up with a ball earth deception? Like, what was the purpose of it? And like you ask, like, even specific things about a person's personal life that you go through. I don't think it's wrong, and I think it's actually silly if you don't. That means to me you're not really treating the Father like the Father. You're treating him like a religion or something. Like, we're literally called to treat our Father as the Father, as the Creator. And so that's the whole point of what Christ came here, was to tell us the way the Father would be in a body. That's what Christ is, the Most High in a human form. and then to lead us back to the Father. And so where else would we want to be? I don't want to be around these evil people who are trying to put this in my body. I don't want to be around them. So that's for damn sure. So yeah, man. So thanks again, guys, for joining, man. I appreciate it. I'll go live again soon. ETT says he may go live later. So, you know, I may be around in the chat, or I may join that.
It's late night in the heartland of Europe. So
yeah,
3:30.
I don't know how you do it, man. I'm tired that it's 8:30 here.
I'm crazy. My eyes are literally red already, man.
I know. I can't even keep my eyes open. It's 8:30 here in Houston, so I don't know how you do it, man. That's crazy.
Well, I am insane.
But I appreciate it, man.
It's like it's like 1:27 here.
AM, PM.
Yeah,
PM.
PM. Okay.
Okay, that's not too bad. Oh yeah, you said you're getting lunch.
Yeah, I'm getting. I gotta get lunch.
But look, thanks.
So
for
anyway,
we'll do this again soon.
All right.
God bless you. I'll see you later. Please share this stream. Please subscribe to Man of God, Joseph, and my channel, and ETT and BibleDefender, and anyone who's been on this live stream. Please subscribe
And download Social Cross.
Get Social Cross.
You
yes, which is a Christian.
I just like saying that because he
Christian.
puts that on every one of ETT's videos, so I had to say it. But go ahead.
What does it really? I don't know.
I don't even know what it is, dude. I
also don't know what it means.
It's a Christian social media platform made by Christians for Christians to use. It's censorship free. You can talk about the V. You can talk about homo.
Yeah,
what I mean?
The rainbows. Yep, the rainbows. Yep.
Yeah, you can talk about all the controversial subjects without being censored, but no polygamy.
What the hell, dude? That's stupid, man.
No polygamy
in the Bible, but that's biblical. But anyway, that's a whole different topic. But,
yeah.
Yeah, man. So again, when I do these, I'll drop the link, the usuals. They can come on. I just prefer you not have your video unless you're sharing something. But I'll do this again, soon. I look forward to it. It was great.
Because of the trolls, you mean, the video? Or
well, I just one guy I had to kick out, not Manny, somebody else. Like, he's putting like a puppet. He literally is like putting a puppet, and I'm like, dude, of course I'm not.
No, that wasn't that was the Grim Mike.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah, Mike does the puppet, not Manny.
Oh, I didn't know that was him. He should have told me in the chat. I didn't know.
Wait, so I didn't. You didn't fully explain what was the thing with Manny, because it was only a few days ago you were kind of friendly to him.
No, we've never been friendly in the sense that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Well, he called me TMoG in the chat, so he said that a couple times, and so I like one time. Okay, that's funny. I get.
What is it? Wait,
TMoG is like let me get the slang definition for you. It's like it's like not a nice word.
Yeah, because I don't know all the slang.
TMoG is a person who is stupid or has learning difficulties. Okay, so TMoG's not the smartest, but. Oh. I'm not a Mong. Okay, so he's doing that obviously to just be a bit of a troll. But
I thought it might have been a typo, but
he said it again. No, but this guy, he used to be on my panel years ago, and I kicked him off because he posted a video on his channel about like some women that I was like, dude, why are you a religious person, a flat earther, putting stuff like that? I can't have you on my panel if you're doing that. So I kicked him.
And was it something like?
No, I mean, it was just like but it was just like inappropriate, like not stuff that I want to be associated with on my channel regularly. So he used to join my panels back in the day, and so I kicked him off that. Then me and Mies Kang were doing it all the time. And,
all right, sorry, that was on End Times Teacher stream, not yours. Okay, so
no, this was on. He used to be on mine years ago before you knew me. He used to join my panels pretty regularly. But then he put something inappropriate on his channel, and so I just kicked him because I'm like, I don't want to be associated with that. And then so he would once in a while come by in the chat, and it was fine. It was okay. But now he's kind of popped back up, and I know what his role is that he's going to push that the YAB, or sorry, the mark is the chip. And so whatever.
Yeah, you're right.
That's his opinion. Just stay in the chat.
He was there a few days ago on End Times Teacher, and you were there too. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And that's fine. If you believe that. If you believe that, then that's cool, But what's the point of debating it? It's like you have your reasons and I have my reasons. So, you can call me a Mong or whatever. But like, yeah, if I'm wrong, then I am stupid. But if that person's wrong, like Manny, for example, then you better hope that God is whatever. Like you're not in a good position, and so that's why I want people to know that, like, you have to be very careful with what you teach. So I defended my position today with those 3 Greek words, and then LoP added on his opinion. And I think that that's true, that the deception has to be a deception. It can't literally just be right in the hand and all that kind of stuff. So again, I think that, you know, Manny, if that's your deal, go push that on your channel, and, you know, best of luck to you. So, but you're always welcome, man. LoP, of course.
But it's hard to say for those who have already taken it, like, does it mean they are already like?
Yeah, they're screwed. Yeah, exactly.
So even Luke?
Yeah, he's toast. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Oh man.
I mean, that, like, again, that's, I mean, he can come and we'll talk, and he obviously still hates this world and this setup and all that, and that, so we have stuff to talk about, but I'm not changing my opinion on that. I've proven it. So
I mean, I also believe that it is the thing, but it's just that
yeah, he's cooked.
Some people that have taken it, and we care about them, right? And then
here's what's deep, actually, LoP. Even people who refuse it, some of them are still going to get the sores. Like somebody like Jaron, this damn demon, this flat earther, who asked God to give him a blowjob, and I have that video on my channel. So I'm not speaking. I'm not making up things. It's not slander. He literally, I have that video on my channel. This guy's probably not going to take that. Who knows? He said, go ahead and do it. But he's gonna get those sores in Revelation 16 too, because that's a demon. And so he's Antichrist. And so it doesn't matter whether he takes this or it doesn't matter. He's done. God's ready. God wants to go after these people first, these religious people, these actors, these Satanists. Some of these people have some amount of truth, like the flat earth, and then they go and blaspheme God. And then Dearth called the creator like a retard. So
there was on that stupid
right.
Russian
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, when they were like screaming and talking.
That's what I'm saying. And so even people like Russian Vids, he teaches things that are lies. And so all liars are going to have their part in the lake of fire. And so this is why, you know, my channel, I like to keep it small for a few people, because the Bible is not meant for very many people, because there are still thousands of people that go and listen to Jaron and think that he's somebody to be taken seriously. Okay. Jaron's just a damn demon. Okay. And I'll say that right to his face. Okay.
I don't really know him at all, apart from that one podcast you showed me with RV and Dearth or whatever.
But just so you know, he's like not a Bible person. He's very like, anti-Bible.
Oh, okay. Ridge Nibbler. Hello.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Ridge, what's up, dude? We're about to wrap it up, but you got something you want to share, or what's going on?
I wanted to say.
Oh no, I just joined a little bit.
Yeah,
I was gonna say we are thinking to work on a song together with Ridge Nappier and me. Rich came up with the lyrics, yeah. So
that's cool, man.
But you're not gonna like it, because you don't like the death metal style. So
yeah, I've never been. You know, I think my music tastes are very simple. I think that's a good way to say it. Very, very simple. And you know, I'm always like 5 years behind. Like, everybody's listening to the recent stuff. I'm always listening to stuff like 5 years ago. My playlist, if you saw it, it would be stupid. You'd be like, "What's wrong with you?" Like, I have some Indian.
What's your favorite genre?
Probably R&B and hip hop. But I also do like some mainstream Christian music. I also listen to some Indian music. I literally have I have some country. I have literally everything. It'll sound really weird. I have one song from a guy from the Congo who's singing in French. It's a great song. So I have just a random stuff. Yeah,
it's interesting how a lot of it's interesting how like a lot of those R&B artists, their mainstream stuff is pretty, like, the lyrics are like materialistic and sexual, but then some of their like deeper cuts are actually like really deep music, you know.
Yeah, LoP even shared me a song about Mariah Carey, and she quotes like many Bible verses. So I mean, these people ultimately, for them to be on the world stage, they have to have some sense that God exists. They have to have thoughts like we do, like, why are we here, and all that kind of stuff. So I do believe that,
the I Wish You Well song from Mariah Carey that had so many Bible references. It's
I mean, they know that God exists, especially people high up on God's left-hand side, without a doubt.
Definitely. It's sad that the Illuminati has like perverted something as sacred as music, you know, because that's something literally for the soul, you know. And
Yeah, music
there's
in its purest
evidence.
form, God obviously loves it. Everything, food in its purest form, God loves food, of course. People
Exactly.
consuming
Yeah.
food, it's the same thing. So there is music on this earth. I'm not denying that there is music somewhere on this earth that God is pleased by. I'm not saying that. That's not what those verses that I was reading earlier. I was speaking about the stuff that Ridge is getting at, this sort of commercialized, the stuff that has an agenda behind it. Oh, go kill them, take their wife and all this, I've got more money than you and all that.
Exactly.
That's the stuff that God hates. So
yeah, and I think deep down most of these artists probably don't even agree with their own lyrics or how they're presenting themselves,
but they know what sells, so they got to do it. Yes, I totally agree.
Yeah, and they're under MK Ultra or Sex Kitten programming.
Or somebody's giving them lyrics, just like Biden reads a speech from somebody else. A lot of them are given lyrics. They know it's hot. They know it's going to sell, so they'll sing it. Okay,
that's why for me it's better. It's good to follow these lesser known bands because they have more honest lyrics and stuff. Like underground heavy metal bands or other genres even. So that's for me is better. Or
the cool thing though, the cool thing, it's kind of the same with that I draw analogy to food. If even if defiled food, some of it can make us feel really like, wow, that was delicious. And even some of this music that's defiled, we're like, wow, that's pretty cool. Imagine what really good stuff will taste like or sound like. So that's amazing.
Yeah, that's the sad thing, man. It's like also a lot of these artists, their really old stuff has way deeper lyrics. And it's just crazy how much people compromise to get bigger. And I see this on YouTube all the time, A lot of the old-time truthers, even, like Alex Jones, Mark Dice, went from talking about 9/11 being an inside job in Bohemian Grove to just supporting Trump and being just mainstream Republicans. And it's crazy what people do to get more popular,
Yeah, and I think it's sad because, again, I'm not trying to make excuses for them, but sometimes they have no choice. Like, they have to make money. They got to get spins. They got to get, downloads and stuff. So they know what's hot. Yeah. Like even people like J. Cole, people like these rappers, they probably start off thinking, oh, I'm going to change the game. I'm going to be conscious and all that. But they realize, dude, that's not going to get spins, man. No one cares about,
Yeah, man. You know what's cool is, and for a while, I didn't like him. I liked his old stuff, but the Weeknd, it made it basically a sellout materialistic album called Starboy. And that's what made him explode. But now he's went back to his old lyrics since he's got popular. So yeah, that's pretty interesting,
There's a funny song where he literally has a song called I Let Nas Down. And Nas is this more conscious type rapper. And he basically says he made a song called Work Out by J. Cole, which was kind of like a club song. And he's he had to do it because he was telling him dude, this stuff's not selling and stuff. So it just shows Jay-Z is a damn sellout, just like Beyonce. But it just shows that there is a sort of narrative behind why they're rapping about stuff that they probably did not want to start rapping about.
Wait, isn't Jay-Z Beyonce's husband?
Yeah, they're both Illuminati puppets or whatever. But he's J. Cole's boss because he's got a record deal with that record label.
Young Money.
Rockefeller Records.
Yeah,
no, Young Money is
that's another thing,
Weeknd and Nicki
That's
Minaj.
Lil Wayne. That's Lil Wayne. Yeah.
No,
exactly.
but also the other guys too. Kanye West, Lil Wayne, and other guys. Weeknd.
Kanye West. Here's the irony: Kanye West record label, Good Music. That's blasphemous. There is no such thing as "quote unquote" good.
And not only that, but he made the Yeezus, right?
Yeah, exactly. He's
really, but yeah, he's bipolar and
yeah, he's all over the place. I can't listen to that.
He's all over the place. Exactly.
Yeah.
But the Monster is from 2010. That's it's a great track. So
I like a couple of his. I'm not a big fan.
Yeah. I hate all his stuff except for that one album, which is. I forgot what it's called, but the Monster track.
The most underrated rapper. The most underrated rapper, I would say, TMoG's opinion,
is Eminem.
Who people have said is ghostwrited for Kanye, is a guy named Sci-Hi the Prince. And I would say if I were to have one of my favorite rappers, would be him. And people have said that he writes for Kanye, so you can see how smart he would be. But
I would say Dax is pretty underrated.
Wait, Kanye doesn't write his own lyrics?
I think he does, but this guy, you can tell he probably gets some stuff from this guy, Sci-Hi. We'll see. I don't know.
I don't know that guy.
Yeah, he's good. You can check him out.
So, RV, TMoG, you got any update on Russian vids, dude? Has he unblocked you?
No, dude, I actually miss going into those because me and Mies Kang, we get in there and just we have fun sometimes. So I'll be honest, like I feel bad because like I kind of like going to his live streams once in a while, and I do have a backup account, but it's my golf channel, so I don't want to get blocked on my golf account. So I'll just leave it at that. I'm not welcome.
It's nothing you did though. It's nothing you did though. He should be able to respect another opinion, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like my video. Okay, I was bored. I'm getting involved in somebody else's debate or whatever, but it's not. It's commentary, you know, just what we see on YouTube. But there's no reason for me to get involved. But you know, I honestly I have to believe Russian vids may come around, you know, and may get into the Bible and may consider things. I have to treat him as like a person, even though I don't know him personally. But it's becoming more and more clear that not just him, but all these people are just not Bible people. For example.
Oh yeah, and I just have a problem with him spreading the disinfo all the time that, you know, Freemasons are running the entire world. It's just nonsense, yeah, exactly. You know. Rich. All roads lead to Rome.
Rich, you know, like that's cool. We needed to hear that back in the day, but I mean that's getting old, man. Like we get it, you know what I mean? Like that we're moving on. Exactly. So yeah, that's old.
That's
news.
why. Yeah, I mean, if you want to make one video like once in a while to lead people into, like, you know, being a fisher of men, that's one thing. But this dude does this every video, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, and you know what's bad about it is that it actually sort of dumbs people down because they literally don't want to go and get into something deeper. They're like, oh, okay, it's just the Freemasons and the Jesuits and all that. It's like, is it really that simple, man? A lot of these Freemasons, like, they're just everyday sort of weird, but normal, like not normal, but like they just go to their lodge, they do their thing. It's like, they're not like trying to take over the world or whatever. They're just weirdos. That's it.
Man,
exactly. You know,
end times teacher again, man. End times teacher once again ask about the pork. The obsession of end times teacher. Pork.
You know, every time I have a bag of marshmallows on my counter. I'm not even gonna lie. I love hot chocolate because I grew up in Canada, cold climate. And then ETT in one of his videos says some of these marshmallows have pork in it. I haven't touched it since then, so it's gonna get lying. I gotta throw it away. So
he's lying.
Every time I think about eating pork, I just hear ETT in the background, like, "Oh, you're gonna eat swine's flesh. You're gonna get burned." You know what I mean? So
yeah, but like, I don't want that, you know, like,
and mice.
Like what?
Yeah, and mice. Yeah.
Like what Russian Viz is doing is the equivalent of like when people in 2013 were making Illuminati exposed videos. Like, yeah, that's good to, you know, catch people, but if you don't go deeper than that, there's a problem, you know. Like, I remember the Vigilant Christian Mario did those, and that's actually what got me into this movement. Then he ended up going deeper, talking about the Rothschilds and stuff. So,
but you know, Rich, me and ETT, we joke around about this, but like, he's swimming in shallow water. That's what I would say, because he's surrounded by other people who are completely not into the Bible at all, like Dirth and Jared. So he's
who are you referring to?
Yeah, he's like preaching and debating with these other people who don't really care anything about Freemasons or the Bible.
Exactly.
So then people like us, we come to him with like, hey, buddy, like you've been talking about these Freemasons for like a freaking decade now. Maybe you could go deeper. And then he gets mad at me and then blocks me and all that. And then he knows. The only reason I think he saw the video because I put his like on my title because I wanted him to watch it. But yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. Like.
And also, I would say at this point, covering stuff like the Bohemian Grove and Bilderberg is baby truther stuff as well.
Yeah.
You know, it's time that we start looking into stuff like the papal bloodlines, the black nobility, the Mothers of Darkness castle over in Belgium, the stuff that like all these mainstream truthers just never talk about.
But Rich, even Bohemian and all that, the thing that's tough about that is you can't verify that. So like, let's say, I'm not saying don't do a video on it because that's not wrong, but to talk about that regularly, it's like, well, I mean, we're not invited to that. Like, we can't witness that or like, and whatever. Yeah, we know that they're perverted. Like, okay, like, what next? So that's my point about that. So
I know what you mean.
That's still
because that's the thing, you know, like at this point, millions of people know about the Rothschilds and Rockefellers, the more mainstream stuff now, and like, okay, they're still walking around. Nobody's done nothing about it yet.
Yeah. And what about Proverbs 21:1, where God is controlling them? Wow, that's deep. So that's what we're all about here on this channel. And so that's offensive to a lot of people, and that shouldn't be, because if God is not in control of them, then this world is really scary. Then they're really unhinged and they really can do whatever the hell they want. And that's scary too. So, and that's just one verse. There's many, many verses we could get.
Yeah, but with that being said, even though most people are cowards and won't stand up to them, it is good to speak about them, because I don't like Alex Jones, but I like his quote that we are in an info war, because information is the key to exposing what these people are really doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think that that's really powerful. Having information about who's behind it and then rolling up to God is actually extremely comforting, because there are times that we didn't know this. A lot of people came into the Bible at different times and different levels, but it's comforting, because if God is not behind this evil narrative that's going on right now, it actually is kind of scary, because you really don't have a choice if you want to keep your job, and you just don't have a choice. And then now, we have a biblical quote unquote choice, but yeah, I mean, it's those kind of days where God being behind evil is comforting, even though it's scary, no doubt. But that's I've
heard, you probably heard about it. China is like announced some nuclear weapon, I think, that America can't even pick up on when they send it, and everybody's all scared. I'm thinking, America, this is what we deserve. We're like Rome 2.0. I mean, what did people think? America wasn't going to fall? Really, honestly, we don't need China to take us down. We're taking our own country down from the inside,
Correct. And it's going to fall just economically. So is it going to fall according to the Bible narrative? We have to wait and see. But you're right. It's going to fall just because the money system's completely fraudulent. So it's going down one way or the other, whether it's China dumping something on us or, like Ridge is saying, we just sort of implode internally. So that's why I would say we don't really have that much to lose, in my opinion. But,
exactly.
I do agree. I do think that all that military might over there, God's going to express that. So
and I don't understand why there's still people that's so patriotic about America, like, oh, no country can take us down. Well, China has over 1 billion people. They have way more soldiers than we do. I mean, I don't think we're the strongest country on earth anymore. Let's be honest.
No, definitely not. No.
Yeah. And do you always hear Trump used to always boast about, we have the best weapon system, we have the most amount of tanks and weapons and shit.
Right.
He was so full of this
bravado.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's
exactly.
The problem is.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, the problem is LOP. Yeah, Trump boasts about that, but we don't really have that many allies that I know of that have nuclear weapons. If anything, it's just us against Russia, China, North Korea, etc. So if all three of them countries work together against us, we're basically screwed. You know what I mean?
Check this out, Ridge. This is a good one. This is a precept of what you're saying. Joel 3:10. Beat your plowshares into swords and your pruning hooks into spears. Let the weak say, I am strong. So all these quote unquote weak nations, they've been building, military might. Yeah. And you don't need to have necessarily an army. You just need to have very smart people and the ambition to do it. And so that's prophetic. So that's very true. So
exactly.
Just as we print
there is one exact opposite verse. You know what I'm talking about?
I can find it.
Yeah, this one said beat your plowshares to pruning hooks, but the other one says like the opposite.
I think I know what you're talking about. Where they're going to search in the caves and all that. Yeah, like turn the fishers into hunters.
No.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Hold on, wait. I can look it up actually, because that's an exact opposite, opposite verse of what the book of Joel was saying.
Yeah, that's
which is interesting. Wait, I think if I Google or if I type pruning hooks, it will come up.
Let me read verse 9 as well, just to get the context, because that's important. Proclaim ye this among the Gentiles, prepare war, wake up the mighty men, let all the men of war draw near, let them come up. And so this is talking about, the times that we live in now where.
Okay, I found it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the Joel is saying, beat your plowshares into swords and your pruning hooks into spears. Let the weak say I'm strong. But in Isaiah 2, chapter 2, verse 4, it says, and he shall judge among the nation and shall rebuke many people, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares. See, the exact reverse of Joel, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up a sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore.
Ooh, I like that. What verse was that?
So you didn't know this? The Joel has an opposite verse to it?
No, but what verse is that? That's a good one, man. Isaiah what now?
Isaiah chapter 2, verse 4.
I like that because that's cool, because that just shows the Bible is all right. All people are sort of saying the same thing. So this is talking about how in the kingdom that reciprocal is going to happen. That's amazing. I'll read it again. This is a good one. And he shall judge among the nations and shall rebuke many people, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. So they use the opposite language as Joel. So all the people in the Bible are saying the same thing.
Yeah, exact opposite than Joel. Yeah,
that's a good one. That's a good one. So that's
why something else.
Yeah, go ahead.
Something else, man, is like the stuff we say about America. We have a lot of really far right Republicans that's going to say we're anti-American or anti-patriotic. It's not that. I completely respect what our military used to be and our founding fathers, but I'm not just going to blindly stand behind troops going in and stealing oil over a false flag operation. You know what I mean?
Agreed. Yeah. We can't at this point because we know too much, and be thankful for it. We're responsible with what we know. Everybody's going to be judged based on what they know, and that's a different amount. But people here, we know what's going on, even though if we don't know the specific details, we know that these wars are fraudulent. They're not going there to set up real democracies. Are you kidding me? Absolutely. We don't even have one here. How the hell are they going to go into other places and set up democracies when we get these damn actors that are leading us? So it's all falling apart. And I'm glad Ridge mentioned that. This is not, not against, it's not, we're not being anti-patriotic. We're actually being patriotic because we're the ones that want to see this country be involved in righteous interactions and dealing.
Exactly.
And so it's gotten so deep now that we can't do it unless God intervenes. If there was a way, let's say the evil was only in one state, I don't think God would destroy this place. Actually, if there was like a few states that were righteous, I genuinely just like in Sodom, I don't think God would burn this place. He'd be like, yeah, whatever. We'll work with these and figure it out.
But Texas is more righteous, bro.
It's gotten bad, man. It's all over the place. So
even Texas,
what's that?
Even Texas?
Yeah. I mean, it's just, this is the thing that's difficult. It's like, just because Texas is like a bit sort of stubborn, there still are a lot of people who are going along with that. And a lot of people who are anti-God, for sure. Like they may say that they're Christian, but they're not really Christian, if you know what I mean. So
the Bible Belt, it's called, right?
Like even these preachers, dude. I was actually thinking about you earlier when I drove past this sign, because we were talking about, that symbol like this. How we're like, oh, there's no way that like people like.
You mean the devil horns?
Yeah, how I think you were maybe saying like there's no way that like every time somebody does that they're evil, and I get that.
Right, I said that. Yeah,
but I drove past a billboard of a church here in Houston, and the pastor is literally flashing that on the billboard, dude. So it's like you're telling me that they didn't actually do that on purpose. Like,
no, of course that yeah, and also and that's the famous pastor. Like John Hagee. He's one of the most famous, and he does that. There are many videos of him doing that all the time. Yeah.
So if the church is
Joel Osteen too.
Bible Belt, then they're
even Joel Osteen. Yeah.
Yeah, Joel Osteen for sure, 100%. Yeah.
Maybe TD Snakes too.
All those guys. Yeah, they're in on it, 100%.
But yeah, man, LoP, you made a great point about how like, we just have puppet leaders, because like when we invaded Iraq, I don't think we invaded it because Bush wanted oil money. It was way deeper than that. We're really invading so we can take oil, of course. But I think the bigger reason is to put a Federal Reserve centralized bank, in all these countries that want their own way of, putting money out. Like look at what's that dude's name? The one Hillary Clinton was bragging about having killed, Gaddafi. He made a gold-based currency. They hated that, So I think a lot of these invasions are to put centralized banks in all these countries that don't want it, so we can have a one world currency eventually.
Yeah, and I want people to know, like, think about if you work in the corporate world where you feel like somebody's spying on you all the time. Where'd you go? You went for lunch for 2 hours. Like, where were you? just think about this. Our government has to be that way too, because that's the way it is day to day in the corporate world. You don't think they're going to go and spy on everybody? Hey, like, where have you been? And what are you doing with your resources and all that?
Oh yeah.
That's the way it works. If it's happening to us in the corporate world, you don't think our government's going to be like that? Oh, what do you guys got over there? You got some, cocaine or whatever drugs you got, all this kind of stuff, oil. So yeah, I mean that's what we see. It's plain, it's clear as day. That's what it is.
Exactly.
This comment, man. What is V for the female, B for breast?
Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. That's fine. Here's the thing. Here's what I want to also read about what LoP brought out, man. These new covenant dummies. Isaiah 2:5. Oh, ye house of Jacob, come ye and let us walk in the light of the Lord. These dumbos actually think that that's happened already or whatever. That's absolutely insane. And so that's crazy. But all these
I have a question for you.
Is in the kingdom. Go ahead.
What's your take on Gnosticism, like the belief that like the Old Testament God was the demiurge, like Satan?
I don't think I've heard that except from you potentially pushing that. So I actually, when ETT mentioned that, I never heard anybody push that.
I've heard this a long time ago, dude. Like
I've never heard that
even before. 10 years ago. So it's it's a common thing that with all the Yahweh is basically Allah, which is like Marduk, the Sumerian god, and those are.
Hey, Marduk's a good band, bro.
Yeah, it is a band too, but I'm saying Marduk, the what was it, Sumerian god. But anyway, they just say all these things, and those are all like the Elohim or whatever. And it gets the deal. Complicated, but they say that they are demiurge because demiurge is like the creator of this physical world, right?
And wait, LoP, let me get to this. Just let's get to the money, as IRS would say. So what we know now, Ridge, is that God's energy is inside of every single human on earth. And then there's an energy that goes up to his left-hand side and his right-hand side. So ultimately, God is behind the evil. He is, okay? And so how we can experience life without feeling that God is controlling our mind, we don't know. But God does control the minds of every single person on this earth, whether you feel it or not, okay? So does that mean that we then say that God is Satan? No. That's what evil people would say. Now, since we know that, we then now have to ask, why is this happening? And that's a logical question. But going and saying just because there's a tremendous amount of killing in the Old Testament, which there is, there's also a lot in the New Testament. People just don't read those verses. It's not right to then go and say, well, then that has to be evil. So God stands up and takes credit for the evil, but we then now have to believe that there is a righteous purpose behind it. Go ahead. I'll let you go.
My like one question, if I could ask God, is like, why would you allow Adam and Eve to, sin if you already knew ahead of time that they were going to do it? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
My understanding is that there is a group of people on this earth who are actually sort of angels. Like they were in a unblemished state. God is essentially, quote unquote, promoting them. But the way that he has to promote them is he has to show them evil. Again, don't take this to the bank. This is just my opinion. So when Christ says that ye are gods, he's saying that we're being made into gods. But in order for us to be God, we have to know good and evil. Maybe we have to learn other things besides concepts, which is what good and evil are, just concepts about God's vibration. And so again, this is a bit outside of the Bible. This is maybe for the deeper thinkers out there, but it must be for a form of promotion, not a form of demotion. You know what I mean? Like it's got to be for something greater.
Yeah.
But we have to see evil. We have to see deception. And then we have to choose the right path, so to speak. I'll pass it back to anybody. That's what I think.
Yeah, we would have to learn from this experience to become worthy of being like God, worthy of being God, or ascension. And
it's only the Christian church has a problem with me saying, or anybody saying they want to be God. We want to be like God. We don't want to be the Most High, because you cannot replace the Most High ever, but we want to be like God. Because why would that not be a good thing? That means we have sovereignty, we have power, we have independence, we have creativity, we have love. God cannot take, he just gives. We want to just give. Okay, we want to be selfless like God is selfless. So I just want people to understand that's hoodwink people. It's not blasphemous to say you want to be like God. I will say that every day. Go ahead.
Of course, me too.
Yeah, that point you just made though, like really hits a different nerve with me, you know, that like God controls our minds, because like a lot of people be like, I don't want to believe that, you know, I want to control myself. But honestly, I do want to believe that, because like you don't want to just think that, like I have pretty bad OCD sometimes. You don't want to just think that there's no way out of this, you know, and it's just going to keep tormenting you for no reason. You know, you want to think there's a better purpose for why
Here's a
you're
good verse for
struggling.
you, Rich, to think about. You probably already heard this. Proverbs 20:24, that adds to 44. This is talking about God's elect. Ultimately, they're going to understand this. Man's goings are of the Lord. How can a man then understand his own way? So just because we can't feel God's, you know, this is one of the mysteries. Maybe he'll never tell us because he doesn't want us to feel like we're being manipulated. And I say this respectfully, intervened is maybe a better word, but God is in control of everything. How he gives us a sense of freedom, I think, is one of, maybe he won't release the IP on that. Maybe he won't release the patent on that. And then this is one of the things that we worship him, because then if he creates a kingdom, then we're going to feel autonomous even more than we do now. And then imagine if it got more and more autonomous. Right. We become more and more like God. Again, this is a bit outside the Bible, but for people that can accept it, what if that's the path that we're on? This is the form of least autonomy. He needs us to see it. God, I feel congested. They're trying to do all this to me. I don't want to do that. I want to be free. I want to learn. And then that's in the kingdom. And then
exactly.
So this is an amazing thing. And this is the amazing inventions about the God of the Bible, is that he says that he's in control of everything, but we don't feel it. I feel like I can set my alarm and wake up whenever I want, go play golf, don't play golf and all that kind of stuff. I don't feel like God's telling me to not do it or do it. So this is why one of the things that we can worship God. And that's the people that come by here. You know, we do that. That's credit for what he invented. It's amazing. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know, like eventually you'll see later, it might be years later, how something that you thought was bad was good. Like you get backstabbed by somebody, turns out later they were going to lead you down a path where you would be dead if you kept following them. You know what I mean?
100%. Yeah, agreed. And so it's that's where it's too deep. You know, it's like if God were to explain it to us, I feel like that's where it has to be a spiritual communication, because it's almost going to be a burst. And again, this is outside the Bible. We're just speaking, you know, just in a friendly way here, but it has to be in almost a burst. It can't be like, okay, Shrek, sit down. Okay. You know, remember on that day you did that. And I mean, how are we going to like remember what he just told us? That's where it has to be, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think,
go ahead, LoP.
Yeah. I think that for us to, you know, experience the highest high, we also have to experience the lowest low. Like, you know, you got to go through hell to get to heaven. Basically,
definitely,
is a good.
Yeah, and I think that's the amazing thing about God in general, not just maybe like the God of the Bible per se. It's like, just because we're seeing what our life is like without choices right now, right? Or them being forced upon us, and we know that that's uncomfortable, and that's good. But I think there is something sacred to God about choosing him. You know, we have to actually, even though it's already been predetermined, he wants us to go through the motions and understand, okay, I do want freedom. Okay, I do want to be generous. I do want to, you know, not hurt other people and all that. And that's good. So that's what he wants.
So I have another theological question for y'all that would be pretty interesting. You know, since the devil is the God of this world, do you think he could punish you for exposing him if you don't have like the proper prayers and protection from God?
No, because I don't think there's no real exposing anymore, because especially the people that come by here, that we know that Satan is just a puppet. He's just a minion. You know, he just goes and does whatever God tells him to. So we don't, again, I don't know if you're going down a different line of questioning, but he's been exposed, basically. You know, he's been exposed. So go ahead.
Because can I add to that, Rich? Because I think that, you know, Christians in particular, they are making the devil more powerful than God, actually.
Yes,
because
agreed. That's what I wanted to say. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, because they're saying, you know, he's the God of this world, and which he is, but like he's still under the Most High. So
yes. That's actually what I wanted to say. But from an earthly perspective, Ridge, yes, if you do start bringing out more and more truth, is that enemy going to get more and more against you? Yeah, and we've seen that even in live streams. If you bring out a bunch of nonsense, no one's going to come by your stream and cause any problems. YouTube's going to be like, hey, that's great. Okay, you want to do like training makeup tutorials? Go ahead. Okay, we'll bring a bunch of viewers to you. No worries. But if you start teaching from the Bible, then it's going to be like, oh, I got a strike. I got a freaking copyright, this and that. So yeah, I mean, there is a law in place that constipates or even destroys the truth, the progress.
Yeah.
So that's the sort of principles of this world. We believe the kingdom will be the opposite, where the more faithful, the more truthful, the more righteous will get, quote unquote, rewarded, pat on the back. So the principles are going to be inverted. And then that the Bible says, then the fruit that will get created will last.
So, yeah, and that's another thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's another thing I was thinking about, devil being God of this world. If you're right, about God controlling the evil, that would actually be a good thing in a sense, because if the devil had like complete control without God's consent, it would probably be way worse than it already is.
Agreed. Yeah, agreed. And we wouldn't have a choice. That's the thing. They would literally just show up at our door and be like, we don't care what your opinion is. like, like you're just going to do this kind of thing. Like, and so there's still, I mean, that choice is narrowing, and that it's getting more and more restrictive, but they wouldn't have a medical exemption or religious exemption or
and
job. They would just they do it by
obviously force. Obviously they don't want us to have a choice, and they would love to sign a law to force it. But I think like there's literally a spiritual power blocking them from consciously doing that,
Yeah, it's the same with Job. It's like, do all that, but don't take his life. So it's the same with God. We have to believe that they're going to come up to some level, but they're not going to be able to force it like by physical force, at least now. And so they're going to do is just be able to squeeze you out, push you out. Okay, don't come in this building, don't come here, and then you're just stuck by yourself. That's
it's so horrible now that like parents are bringing their kids into this thinking they're helping their kids,
Yeah, agreed. I would say,
did you see the commercial?
Like I said earlier, this is more sinister than the microchip. You can just take the microchip out. It's no big deal. How do you undo that? How do you undo that?
Well, did you see the commercial, dude? The propaganda's gotten so bad. It's like these little kids, they go on the commercial saying, I'm a superhero, I'm fighting, I'm helping and saving the world. It's like,
dude, I
can't believe how bad it's like.
They're using
VR. I've seen that.
They're using VR headsets to try and make them seem like they're in some fake world.
Yeah. Wasn't it called for an uprising? Did a video on that? Or
I mirrored one too from some other thing, but
someone,
yeah, but it's the same. Yeah, they're literally trying to manipulate their minds into think that what they're doing is righteous.
So that reminds me, since you uploaded that, I've noticed ever since Project Veritas released that certain video, it seems like the censorship on the certain subject has gone down a little bit. Like you're allowed to say more because that video pretty much confirmed that we were right the whole time.
Yeah.
Wait, which video you mean, Ridge?
It's from Project Veritas. I'm, being careful on what words I say, but nurses and doctors literally admitted what we've been saying the whole time.
Yeah. There's a lot of people I think that are starting to like blow the whistle, so to speak, and it's that's why I think that all those like YouTube's coming out with new rules in January, and then Luke Matt was talking about trolling laws. So they're getting ready for that. Like they're going to start calling anybody who speaks against the narrative as like a troll or a conspiracy theorist, and then hurting other people.
And they're going to say that we're a danger to public health.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Everybody's going to have a mental health problem very soon, like literally, like they're going to TMoG's mentally they'll make up stuff. I'll be like,
bro, and that's what kills me. You got like all these liberals saying trust the science, yet the creator of the what is literally coming out saying don't take it. Did you know that? The creator of that is literally telling people not to say it.
Yeah,
not to take it.
That's where I think God has to make it ridiculous for us and logical for the other group. So he'll put that stuff out there to be like, you took it, and like they told you to, like the creator of it told you to not take it. Like,
wait, who is the creator of it? Or
he's a doctor. I don't know his name, but he's literally telling people not to.
Oh, I see.
And the news is calling him a conspiracy theorist. That's what's so funny. And this is the dude that literally made it. Like,
it's the same with that PCR. It's the same with that PCR test. Like the guy who made it like admits that it doesn't work or it's like fraudulent. So it's like you're literally like, it's like that's what I think is amazing about God's left-hand side. All of God's left-hand side, they'll actually tell you the truth. They'll literally tell you
exactly, man. Look.
And
exactly. Look, we
how many people fall for the lie, but they'll literally have to tell you what it is. Like even Google tells
we
us
have the.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we have that veil taken off of us, and it's so obvious. It's literally beyond obvious, but for some reason they just can't see it. almost like they're under a spell. Like even the Kyle Rittenhouse situation.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, the video has been out there for a whole year. They were chasing him with a skateboard. I think they had a pistol. It's like, how do you not see that this was self-defense? Like, are you literally mentally, special or something? It's like something's wrong with these people, like a curse or something,
Yeah, they're toast, man. This whole place is totally finished.
Yeah.
But TMoG's got to go, man. But I enjoyed this, Ridge. You can jump on next time if you want.
Okay, man, appreciate it.
And
we're hitting almost 6 hours, so
yeah, I was just gonna say, dude, I don't know how.
Wow.
I don't know how LOP's awake, man. Like it's 9 o'clock here, and I can't keep my eyes.
I don't know if I'm human, bro.
Yeah, that's next level.
Yeah, it's 9:12 where I'm at. I'm in Louisiana.
Yeah, but I'll be on again soon. You guys can join. We'll chat it up. So
okay, man, appreciate it.
All right, man. So have a good rest
take
of the
care,
day.
gentlemen. Yeah, sleep well. Peace.
Goodbye.
Bye, man.